Mm-hmm. The game wasn't really the story. Yeah, but so you want it every year. Okay. Right. They've dialed it back though. I mean they've dialed it back. Yeah. Sure. No. I'm even So on the outdoor games, like I totally if they're like with the outdoor games, if there's 2 a year, I think that's fine. Okay, I can live with that. Especially now that Nashville's getting one, and logistically, it makes sense to do it when they're doing it as opposed to New Year's Day. For this game, I have like my friends, people on Twitter have said, "Oh, they should do this every year," and I'm even kind of like, I don't even know if you need to do it every year. Make it special. Make it really special. Like last night was special. And it was the two perfect teams because of the movie and the uniforms were awesome and as cool as it would be to go see the Braves play in it, I think you got to make it even extra special and maybe you do it every couple of years. It's just like an every now and then thing and not an every year. But I totally agree with you that you don't need to have it be like 12 games a year. No, I totally get you there. Yeah. I could live with it. Okay. I mean, I could live with that. That would be cool. Yeah, and the fact that they had James Earl Jones voicing stuff, that was neat. That was really neat. I was a big fan of that. Yeah. Oh, they totally did. And like you get Costner there, and um, so I think they should be pleased. And I'm with you. It's weird saying, "Hey, congrats to Major League Baseball. You got something right. Good job. Proud of you." It's just, oh, they were. Yeah.
Back to school, and so much more at Electronic Express. We make it happen.
You purchased a fine European automobile because of the amazing drivability and great looks. Then someone slid into you during a rainstorm. European Collision Repair is Nashville's premier location for collision repairs. Their state-of-the-art facility is certified by 30 vehicle manufacturers. You sending in a photo of your damage. If you have a fine European automobile, have the repairs done at European Collision Repair. Go to EuropeanCollisionRepair.com.
Hey, Nashville, it's Jared, and there's a new go-to for home furnishing. Social Furniture on the West Side is independently home-owned furniture store in Nashville. Forget the big box stores. Shop local, shop social. They have all the best brand mattresses, sofas, recliners, love seats, sectionals, coffee tables, and more with no waiting. They will deliver it the same day. That's with everything at Social Furniture. Enjoy new furniture now with no waiting. Shop local, shop social. 5412 Charlotte Avenue near White Bridge Road, and tell them Jared Stillman sent you.
The ultimate social experience is coming to Nashville. My Wine Society presents Blended Wine and Music Festival, August 13th and 14th at First Horizon Park, with live performances by Cascade, Lil Jon, Matt Stell, Blanco Brown, Bryce Vine, and more. Enjoy Blended's massive 100-foot wine tasting tent and indulge in culinary activations by Nashville's hottest chefs. Check out Blended's relaxing wellness lounge, the Maxim VIP Village. Weekend passes and single-day tickets now available. Prices go up closer to the festival, so get yours today at blendedfestival.com.
Boomba's Craft Pizza and Tap House is looking for talented people in the restaurant industry who want to work for the best sports bar in Nashville. They're hiring for all front and back of house positions. Stop by Boomba's in East Nashville, 1003 Russell Street, Monday through Friday from 2 to 4 for live on-site interviews.
This is Carl Sholin, St. Andrew Sewanee School Head of School, where we are currently accepting enrollment for our summer overnight camp. This is a great opportunity for children in grades 5 through 12 to get back to the fun of being kids. Learn more at sasweb.org.
Here they come, turn 4.
Hey, it's Chase McCabe. Every Saturday morning at 9, we hit the big topics. The Ally 400, Kyle Busch, frustrated, Big Machine Music City Grand Prix, and talk to the big names.
I'll go ahead and blame you.
Oh, I think it's big.
Could go a lot of different directions right now.
I was so impressed.
How cool that's going to be.
It's Chasing Checkers, Saturday morning at 9 on ESPN 102.5 The Game and wherever you get your podcast.
Hey Nashville, I'm Gary Smith, head coach of Nashville SC. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Back here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase. Darren McFarland and Chase McCabe with you. You're on ESPN 102.5 The Game on this Friday. Hope you're having a good day. Good start to your Friday. Got a great show for you, and we're excited about it. We're going to talk about the Titans' first preseason game tonight. There were a couple last time. We went up to Boston, got a preview of the Patriots. The Patriots got it done against the football team last night. And then the Eagles in the Battle of Keystone State. Eagles defeated the Steelers last night. So 2 preseason games that were taking place. And tonight there'll be another slate of preseason games, including the Titans and the Falcons. And to talk about all that and more, Jill Jelnick is on the line with us. She's with Fox 17. New to the area. She's been doing a really good job over there. Jill, how you doing?
Great. Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, for people who don't know your background, tell her a little bit about Jill. This is your chance to tell us
getting
about
to know
you.
your portion.
Yeah, getting to know Jill. It's too bad we don't have it sponsored.
Yeah, no. Hey, trust me. I'm actually really glad to be back in Tennessee. I worked in Chattanooga, was a weekend sports anchor in Chattanooga, 2016 to 2018. I even got to cover the Super Bowl in Houston that year, unfortunately for Falcons fans, sorry. But then I moved to Texas and was there the last 3 years working in San Antonio, covering the Spurs, covering the Texans, covering the Astros and the Cowboys. And so it was fun covering all those teams. But then my journey took me back to good old Nashville, Tennessee. And I'm so excited to be covering not only the Titans, but the Preds and Vandy and the Vols and this awesome sports town that just continues to keep growing. So I'm really excited to be here. I love football. I played college softball, so I have a special place in my heart for baseball. But yeah, no, I moved here 3 weeks ago, and my first week was training camp for the Titans, and it has been go, go, go ever since.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, you didn't get to ease into anything at all. But this is the time of year to get here, right? You don't want to come in October in the middle of everything. So this is the time.
Oh, absolutely not. You're completely right, especially with high school football starting up next week. Yep. We got our 30-minute high school football show, Football Frenzy Live. I just shot some high school football last night, a great jamboree. So I'm just getting warmed up. We're just getting started, and that's what I'm excited about.
And you got to cover trash cans. I caught that. You were covering trash cans in Texas.
Trash cans?
Yeah.
Trash cans.
Little trash can gate with the Astros where you get to do a little.
Okay, that's funny you say that, because I actually covered the 2019 World Series, went Houston and Washington Nationals. And I was so, like I said, I'm a huge baseball fan, and we had been covering the Astros for the last several years. They won it in 2017, 2019 fell short, but then it was like the whole world just stopped still. Like the baseball world was just, the start of 2020, it was like, whoa. And that dominated the news, even in San Antonio, all over Texas, all over the country. That dominated the baseball world for a long time. And I'll tell you this, they're still trying to recover from all that.
Oh, there's no question about it. So you've been out at St. Thomas Sports Park, got a chance to look at this Titans team. Every year, there's always training camp stories. There's always going to be camp battles. There's going to be rookies, guys you're unfamiliar with. What do they look like? Someone's going to emerge. Someone's not going to look good. Who are some of your, who are some storylines that have piqued your curiosity, as we'll get a little bit more clarity on some of this stuff after one preseason game? I know it's preseason, but somebody's going to shine tonight. So what angles are you looking at?
Exactly. And that's the thing, Darren, with this first preseason game, right? The starters aren't going to play. There's no Tannehill. Coach Vrabel already confirmed that. No Derrick Henry. Julio Jones, we saw a sighting of him on Wednesday. In case, for those that haven't been following his storyline, he kind of came down a little funny last week and has been out of practice. We saw him for the first time Wednesday, Julio Jones, but he wasn't dressed. He was on the sideline with A.J. Brown. Do not expect anything from them. It would be shocking to see them in this first game, maybe even the second. So really, even though as exciting as these storylines are, you're right. It's about, okay, if these starters aren't playing, who gets the shot? Who gets the chance? And for me, second-year running back Darrington Evans, he has been crushing it at camp because Derrick Henry hasn't been in full force, full go at camp. Usually Derrick Henry will do warm up with the team, do individual drills, and then he'll be on his own for the rest of camp doing conditioning on the side. Derrick Henry has not participated in any of the team drills in the second part of practice. Darrington Evans has been getting the number one reps, and he has been great. He's been lining up. So I'm excited to see him in action tonight. He can do a lot of different things, strong, fast, but also keep in mind, we'll probably see other backups in terms of Brian Hill and Jeremy McNichols as well in that spot. So first and foremost, I'm looking at that running back. And then honestly, it's always interesting to see who you got at backup, right? Tannehill has done a great job and he's stayed healthy. But coming from where I came from, covering the Cowboys last year and Dak Prescott's injury going down week 4, that absolutely crushed them. And it shows you how a season can just go out the door with one injury. So that backup quarterback has to be solidified. And right now the Titans have Logan Woodside, and also they just brought in Matt Barkley. Because Matt Barkley just got here last week, like literally, I think last Thursday was his first practice, or Friday. Logan Woodside is looking like the stronger one right now, just because he's been with them a little longer and knows the system a little bit better. But they'll definitely be trading reps here in preseason, so I'm eager to see what they look like. And then the last thing, Darren and Chase, is the receivers, right? Okay, we got A.J. Brown, we got Julio Jones. We know that. Also Josh Reynolds, love him. Those three, those are solidified. Everybody else after that, we're still looking for about maybe six to seven receivers that hopefully will make the roster out of camp. So who is that going to be? Marcus Johnson is a name that has been the receivers.
Yeah, big time.
Yes, the receivers, because there's a lot of guys fighting for this position, and Marcus Johnson is the name that has been probably thrown out the most at camp. He has arguably had the best camp outside of, if we're taking away A.J. Brown, if we're taking away Julio Jones, right? He's had a great camp. He's a veteran. He's looked good. Another guy, Chester Rogers, he's kind of looking to be also a punt return. He's a guy that's very versatile, had a good camp as well. Fitzpatrick, McMath. Again, this is a very talented group, and I mean, you could only do so much at training camp, right? And then this is when these preseason games become so important. I think that's the group, Chase, to your point. That's the group that will benefit the most from these live action reps.
We're talking to Jill Daunic from Fox 17 here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase as the Titans get ready to take on the Falcons tonight in their preseason opener. Another position group that I'm curious about, because there's some depth there and there's also a lot of young players, is the cornerbacks. We know Caleb Farley, the first round pick, was activated. Don't expect to see him, but the hope is he's going to be ready for week 1 against Arizona and be in the starting role. But what have you seen out of somebody like Christian Fulton or Breon Borders, who were around last year but not in a huge way?
Yeah, Christian Fulton, he spoke to the media I believe last week, and he's already talked about how much he feels he's grown in the course of 1 year, right? Because he just came in, still a young guy, but having another training camp under his belt is really huge, and having that previous experience. He's in a position where, with that secondary, that's the secondary that took the most hits last year, right? That was beat up the most. I think the Titans defense gave up the 29th. They were ranked 29th in defense last year in passing yards allowed, 28th overall in total defense, right? That was the Achilles heel last year, and especially that secondary. And so he's part of a position group that has a huge target on their back. But right now, I will tell you this, the attitude of the defense is very positive. They almost got a little bit of a swagger, a little bit of some confidence building through these first 3 weeks. And you kind of go, wait, where is this coming from? Well, this is a completely different defense. Titans offseason, they completely did a rehaul and got rid of a ton of guys, brought in a lot of new guys. Bud Dupree is another one that I'm really excited for him. He is huge and just got activated this last week for the Titans. So unfortunately, won't see him tonight. But there's a lot of these new pieces on defense that have kind of created a new mentality, a new attitude, and a new confidence for sure.
So as you mentioned, you've been around this team for about 3 weeks now. And so, still learning quite a bit when it comes to Mike Vrabel and how they tick. But what's something that has stood out to you so far about them you mentioned swagger, and, this is a team that won the division last year, 2 years removed from playing in an AFC title game. What's, I guess, one of the big things that really stood out?
It's tough to say because, you can only get so much from training camp. But one thing, and to circle back to the defense, again, this was the unit that has the target on their back, right? I think what we've noticed from listening to players, listening to guys on the defense, and listening to Shane Bowen and Coach Vrabel talk about the defense's communication this year, there seems to be a very, very big difference, right? Last year, Titans didn't name a DC. Shane Bowen was making the plays and calling the plays, but now they gave him that role. They assigned him that role back in January, and it's just, I'm strictly going off of what the players have told us. there seems to be a huge difference and increase and improvement in communication, all around being on the same page, knowing the hierarchy. Okay, I report to who, this is this, I'm going to this coach, but he's going to report back to Shane. That unit seems to be more on page. Again, this is what they're telling us at camp. They look good at camp. I think the defense has had like an obscene amount of interceptions through 3 weeks, so that's obviously a plus. They look good. It sounds like they are more on the same page. Now, can they transition that to the field in a live game? That's something I don't know how much of that we'll be able to take away tonight, but I think if we see a better defense tonight, that's going to be a really good sign of things to come.
Well, it is going to be a fun one for sure, just to see these players back on a game field. But Jill, thanks for taking the time to join us today. Let's see. High school show starts next week, Sunday night, Fox 17 Sports overtime, starting at 10, correct?
Yep, that is correct. So we are going, guys. No stopping from here. Thanks so much for having me on the show, and look forward to talking more Titans, high school football, whatever you guys want. Always a blast.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jill. She's Jill Jelnick from Fox 17 Sports joining us here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase. As the preseason is here, watched a couple games last night, but now the Tennessee Titans will have their chance tonight against the Atlanta Falcons, and former offensive coordinator Arthur Smith makes his debut as the Falcons head coach. We will talk more about that and much more. Again, Phil Steele coming up at 11:30 to talk some college football as you listen to Darren, Daunic, and Chase here on ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Will the Tennessee Titans defense be able to stop a nosebleed this season?
The defense has obviously got to go from the cellar to at least, the main floor of the house. They don't have to be upstairs in the penthouse, but they got to at least be on the main floor. They've got to get out of the basement.
We're getting you set for the most anticipated Titans season in 2 decades on Nashville's best sports talk. ESPN 102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From Fox 17 News, this is a Code Red weather alert.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Slightly cooler today, high 93, heat index around 100, but storms could be on the stronger side this afternoon and evening.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Nashville SC fans, if you're going to be at Nissan Stadium for the big match against DC United on August the 15th, come early and join us in the Heineken Game Zone at the Roadies Tailgate. There'll be lots of fun games and giveaways, and 102.5 The Game, along with ESPN 94.9 will be there. Find out about the many benefits of becoming a member of the Roadies. So plan to stop by the Heineken Game Zone in the Roadies Tailgate area at Nissan Stadium before the big match against DC United.
You think sports season in Tennessee is over? Think again. Nashville Soccer Club is on a roll in its second season in Major League Soccer, and we want everyone in to cheer on the boys in gold at home.
A big goal for Nashville. They've done it again.
The summer of soccer continues on Sunday, August 15th at home. Don't miss Nashville SC versus DC United at 6 p.m. Tickets on sale now from just $22 at NashvilleSC.com.
Housing prices here are through the roof. That means you're probably sitting on a ton of home equity. Maybe it's time to turn that equity into cash you can use now. Hey, Willie Daunic here talking about Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto can refinance your loan at a super low rate, pay the closing costs for you, and get you a bunch of cash out. I mean, like tens of thousands of dollars. So don't just sit on that home's new value. Use it to pay off credit card. Use it to consolidate other debt. Use it to make your home even more valuable with a new kitchen or bathroom. Loan Pronto's all-digital platform makes it fast and easy. You can get a big check in 2 weeks. And if you act now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780, or go to loanpronto.com. Ask about the Loan Pronto zero-cost cash-out refi. Loanpronto.com. 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender. NMLS 1661781. Subject to lender approval. Zero-cost option not available on all loans.
At CDW, we get that a cyborg assistant won't make your employees more productive from home.
Please, call me Brian. I can vacuum your dog.
That's great. But at CDW, we can design a productivity solution with Lenovo devices that offer fast, reliable connectivity to help your people manage their workloads the right way.
Can I have a human hug?
No. For technology that moves you forward, trust Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it. Learn more at cdw.com/Lenovo client.
Robbie Stanley.
I was waiting in anticipation for something to happen.
Joe Rexrode.
It's also 3-on-3. It's a little easy to score in 3-on-3. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can take this.
Your morning started with Robbie and Rexrode every weekday from 6 to 10 on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN.
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app. Interact with Darren, Daunic, and Chase. Call or text the show at 615-737-1025. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com.
We're back. Darren, Daunic, and Chase, ESPN 1025 The Game. Streaming on the Game Nashville app. You can also watch us on YouTube, Periscope, all those things. Chase McCabe, Darren McFarland, Max Hers hanging out with us today. Appreciate Jill Jelnick for joining us from Fox 17, talking Titans as we get ready for the very exciting first preseason game. And after watching some of them last night on the NFL Network, I think we all know what to expect, but they're, necessary, Darren, for us to maybe answer some of these depth questions that we've been talking about.
Well, what else are we going to talk about?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
So,
okay. Yeah. I mean, that's what it is on August 13th, Friday the 13th, by the way.
It is. Ooh,
scary. I've never cared about that. I've just never gotten into that whole thing.
But is that a thing though? Other than us referencing it?
Probably not anymore.
Yeah,
I think it used to be when the movies were
right,
prominent.
Many decades ago. I mean, I remember them well.
That was more your time. Than my time.
I was scared to death of Jason. Jason's, he obviously was a big hockey fan. We know that. But I never saw any hockey players with machetes, but he was clearly a big hockey fan. But he scared the what out of me.
Yeah.
I remember them well. But it's like, okay, that movie was many, many decades ago. I don't know. Are they still making them? Are they on part 15 yet? I mean,
I think
I lost
done
track
some
of
stuff.
The sequel to the sequel to the sequel to then another sequel and then another one and then another one. And so I lost track, but I think I gave up after about 4. I know they made many after that. I guess they were successful, or at least they were making money because they wouldn't have, kept producing them. So
sure.
Yeah, I don't really think people really reference it much anymore. I don't think it's a big deal. Friday the 13th, I don't think. But
I don't think so either. I mean, people may disagree with us, but
yeah,
I don't really think it is.
Have you seen anything out there today?
No, I mean, I've seen a couple of tweets of people going, "Oh wow, it's Friday the 13th." But that's it. And it's like, why is it because 13's unlucky? Is that the whole thing with it? Is that what it's supposed to be?
Say that again.
That 13 is like an unlucky number.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's that. I mean, the hotel we stayed at in Miami went from 12 to 14. So that is a thing.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah. Yeah, we laughed about it a lot getting in the elevator.
But I mean, it's not true. That's what has always killed me about that is like, well,
they don't they don't have like just an empty floor, right?
No,
That's
I know.
It's kind of silly. Like there's really a 13th floor because they don't have a hollow 13th floor, right? That just skips past.
You have screwed up everything above 12 now because you're saying that it goes
Doesn't
from 12
exist,
to 14.
But 14 is really
14
13.
is 13.
Right.
Yeah, and it's just and it's just like, because I think there's some hotels, back in the day, like when they actually had like a room 1, like the motels, they didn't have room 13. Like, well, if you go to 14, you actually do. It's all theater of the mind.
Yeah. Yeah, but they did have that. We got to chuckle at it on our trip. Like, oh, and no 13, but actually they do have 13 because unless I've missed something and that they actually build just a floor that's empty and they count it and they just ignore it. I don't believe that seems like a lot of wasted money. I doubt they do that.
Yeah.
There still is a 14. They just don't identify it. I mean, a 13. They just don't identify it. So, yeah. By the way, I was reading Bob Nightingale's tweet, and we were talking about the Field of Dreams game last night and little baseball. Looks like Trevor Bauer is still going to they're going to extend his administrative leave another week. And I guess he's scheduled to have a court hearing on Monday. So I guess.
So do we think we get a little more clarity, or I mean, any type of legal situation?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a court hearing on Monday, I would think something's about to come out of it, right?
Has Deshaun Watson even had that? Has he had any type of court hearing?
I don't think so.
So you mean to tell me that the Trevor Bauer stuff could be moving faster than the Deshaun Watson stuff?
Well, in that case, there were a lot more than.
You're right.
This was Trevor Bauer was an isolated event, right? It was one lady accusing Trevor of some pretty bad stuff, but Deshaun's case was I lost track. What was the last we heard? 20s? In the 20s?
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe a little bit different animal because of that.
Right.
A lot more paperwork to sift through when you've got 20-something women coming forward. And
yeah, that makes total sense. So that's, it's going to take, and legal cases in general just take time. But I am curious to see what comes out of Bauer. That case.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anything. I mean, I'm sure the Dodgers want to know if they're going to have him or not.
Well, yeah, because I mean, if they got Scherzer, so if they end up with Bauer too as a part of that pitching rotation,
and they don't win it, man.
Yeah.
Oof.
Ryan texted me last night and said the White Sox are plus 600 to win the World Series, which I like that value, and it would be very Tony La Russa to come back, win the World Series, and then probably retire again after 1 year. It would be a very La Russa thing to do. I don't know if they can beat the Dodgers. I just feel like the Dodgers are destined again to win it.
I mean, if you look at their roster, I mean, sure, it's pretty easy to.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other good teams. I get it, and there's formidable opponents, but especially the Padres. I mean, there's good teams. Giants have had an unbelievable. But I mean, you look at that roster, it does seem like, gosh, how do they really lose? How does that team really lose?
Right.
I mean, they've already dealt with a lot of adversity already. They haven't gone away. So we know they're uber talented. I don't know. I think if you add him back in the mix, of course, who knows what his mindset will be coming back in, right? I mean, that's the thing that's interesting about Deshaun Watson, as we talked about yesterday. I mean, he's got a lot on his mind. I mean, he's coming into training camp. He may not see that he weighs a lot more on the scales because he's carrying a lot of weight on those shoulders, right? It's very clear when you're barking at people taking pictures of you or videoing you.
Right.
You're doing that in training camp. Yikes. You got a lot on your mind.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't really feel sorry for him. Now I don't know what happened. I'm not there. I'm obviously not in, doing a deep dive into the investigation, and he deserves his day in court and, be able to defend himself. But when you have that many people coming out and saying something, it's one of those when there's smoke, there's fire kind of deals. And this is a situation that he finds himself in, and you're going to have to take what comes with it. And so him barking at the media, and then come on, the Texans organization, which they're already a dumpster fire anyway, but trying to say that they're going to break training camp 2 weeks early so they can go to regular season media rules. Like, give me a break. That is very Bush League. And, you know, this is just one of those, and good on the NFL for saying, no, we're not going to let you do that. That's not how this is going to work. You got to take your medicine.
Yeah,
so
nice try, though.
Yeah,
A for effort.
nice try, but still weak that they would even, you know, try to do that. And for him, like, you know, if he is 100% innocent in all of this, then you know, yeah, then I do feel for him that he's going through it, but I don't feel like he is. And this is just one of those, now it's one of those things that comes with it. And you're going to have to understand that, yeah, they're going to film you every day because you're the story. Every day that you are out there, the story is, hey, Deshaun Watson is at training camp in the midst of an ongoing investigation to misconduct. So you're just going to have to take it at this point. It's part of it.
All right, we'll come back, wrap up the first hour of the DDC. We do that next.
Take us wherever you may go.
There's going to be a whole lot of work going on.
Tune us in anywhere, anytime.
I think he has some big play in him.
Just search the game Nashville in your app store and download today. And keep it locked on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
Hey, Sounds fans, Jeff Hem here in Louisville, Kentucky with your Nashville Sounds update on ESPN Nashville. Tonight it's Game 4 for the Sounds in the Bluegrass State. Dylan File on the mound at 6 o'clock Central Time and the pregame at 5:45 on ESPN 94.9. Sounds are trying to even the set. They ended up letting it get away last night. 13-3 was the final. They got off to a great start, courtesy of Matt Lipka. 1-1, and Lipka gets a high fly ball. Deep left field, back is Smith. He's on the track, he's at the wall, and that ball is gone. And Matt Lipka has homered right out of the gates. 1-0 Sounds as Lipka hits his fourth. Got it out to left field, and for the third game in a row, the Sounds have scored in the first inning in this series. Matt Lipka goes deep against Michael Marriott. 2-0 lead through 3, but the Sounds fell 13-3 last night and now look to even the series. This is Jeff Hem with your Nashville Sounds update on ESPN Nashville.
Hi, I'm former NFL All-Pro linebacker Al Smith. Now we're trying to secure another important win, ending the COVID-19 pandemic. Getting a COVID-19 vaccine protects you, your family, and friends, and your community. I encourage you to talk to your healthcare provider and make your decision today. Let's win as a team.
Learn more at www.nflalumnihealth.org/COVID-19.
Tonight, NFL preseason action continues in the desert when the Dallas Cowboys visit the Arizona Cardinals. Coverage begins at 8:30 on ESPN 1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app. If you've missed any of today's show, just search Darren, Daunic, and Chase on Apple, Spotify, or on your favorite podcast platform.
I'm on a Mexican radio. I'm on a Mexican radio.
Not sure about that, but good stuff. Back from the break, Bojangles is launching their first ever food truck here in Nashville. Big kickoff is tomorrow at Centennial Park. The food truck will serve Bo's brand new hand-breaded chicken sandwich to the first 200 people. We have tried it. We've experimented with it twice, and it was really, really good. You should too. I don't know if you'll be able to get to, but you should try it. They also have great giveaways and activities for the whole crew to enjoy. That's tomorrow starting at 12:30 p.m. while supplies last, right behind the Parthenon in Centennial Park. Don't forget to follow Bo Food Truck NBL on Instagram for more details. It's Bo time. Let's find out who's listening right now. Caller number 6. Caller number 6. I'm not going to do 13 to Max on Friday the 13th. I could have done.
That would have been good.
13th caller. It would have.
Max would have hated you, but you know that
he would have been mad. I could have done 13 here on Friday the 13th, but I'm going to do caller 6 for a pair of tickets to see the band Camino at the Ryman Auditorium. That'll be on August the 31st. So 2 tickets on the line. Oh, that is for you. Just made the list. Oh, that's all right. Just do it. I've already said it. Just do it. We'll make it work because Chase. I'll tell you what I'm doing. Okay. So
okay.
I've already said it.
I trust you. I trust your lead.
So
I'll follow your lead.
Okay, I'll tell you during the break. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's good. Everybody, the main thing is to remain calm. Remain calm. Caller 615-737-1025. That is our phone line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. All you have to do is just call in and be lucky caller 6. And if you do, you'll be at the Ryman on August the 31st. Good luck with that. Just like the Titans. We'll talk to Wes Durham at 12:30 about this Falcons team. I am curious to see what this Falcons team is like. Kyle Pitts is going to obviously garner a lot of attention this year. How good is he? We're about to find out. I saw him in college, and he was spectacular. I thought he was basically unguardable. Like, you could not stop him. He was that good. I mean, you watch him and you're like, holy cow, how in the world do you still? Now, in the NFL, it'll be different. He'll have a new set of challenges. But just truly, how good is this Falcons team? We'll find out that from Wes. But, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say this on Kyle Pitts. With that pick, the Falcons could have gone a couple of different directions, but the Pitts draft pick made sense because, Arthur, in his use of the tight end in the offense that Arthur Smith has run in his career, or the offenses that he's been a part of, the tight end is very prominent. And so having a guy that is so explosive like Kyle Pitts with an aging quarterback made total sense. They could have drafted the Matt Ryan replacement. There were talks that they could have done that, but they went with Pitts. So I am very curious to see, and we won't learn a ton tonight about him, but I'm very curious to see how he does in his rookie year with that offense. Because I think
play
it's
a
good
lot?
fit.
I wonder.
I don't know. That's a good question. We'll have to ask Wes, but I don't know. I would think probably not. If you're he's gonna be a major part of your offense, so I would think you wouldn't want to use him a whole lot in the first game. But he's still a rookie, so all the experience helps. So I'm not sure.
Yeah. And we can ask Wes that, who is the play-by-play voice of the Atlanta Falcons. So we'll talk to him at 12:30 after you just made the list. Hope people have been gathering their thoughts. They have been holding in what's been bothering them, and whether who or what has been bothering them, to unveil at noon.
Yes. We have a couple texts.
Okay, well, let's read them
from the people.
Okay.
This is actually on our YouTube channel. You can also do that, comment on that. But Big League Design says, who plays more AFC South games this season, Deshaun Watson or Carson Wentz? I actually think that's a really good question, because the easy answer would be Carson Wentz.
Right. But
he's hurt.
And he's always hurt. So there's
Yeah.
that. I don't know. That's a really good question. I think for the sake of any Titans fan that is listening, you want the answer to be the quarterback that plays the most is Deshaun Watson, right? Because Indianapolis is screwed if Wentz is. Let's just call it what it is. Unless they go out and they convince Phillip Rivers to come back, or they make some deal for a legit backup to come in and fill the gap. Look, Jacob Eason and Ellinger, come on, stop it. Stop it. They're good other places. Their defense is good. They've got weapons. They're a good football team, but you're trotting those guys out there week after week. Good luck with that. Houston's not going to be good. Look, Deshaun Watson is fantastic, but they're not a very good team. Like, their roster is not very good. So he played last year and was really good, and they still stunk. So Houston is no threat with Deshaun. Do what?
Got the coach fired.
Yeah. They're no threat with Watson. So you want the answer to be Watson. It's a really good question. I don't know. I'll be curious. Let's remember that question and see how it truly plays out, because I don't know. You want the answer to be Deshaun Watson. I don't know if it's going to be the answer.
Yeah. I don't know either. But like you said, even with Deshaun Watson, Houston's not going to be very good. So I still think they're last in the division if that turns out to be the case. And then Ron on our text line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com, he mentioned that he brought this up in the TD Power Hour yesterday, but wanted to present it to us. if Henry runs for 2,000 yards again and the Titans win the Super Bowl this year, and then Henry retires, is he automatically a Hall of Famer with a short career, hypothetically speaking? What do you guys think?
Well, I don't think that'll happen. I think that's what he's saying, but he's just playing the what if game. I don't think anybody believes that would happen, but let's pretend for the sake of this conversation that it did. The answer is yes, because of what Terrell Davis.
Yep.
Once they put in Terrell Davis, in my opinion, they opened up that door. That door is now wide open for you to come running through on a short career and say, hey, that it doesn't matter about your window. When you were playing, your window was the best in the league and you belong in the Hall of Fame. I think Terrell Davis was fantastic. I'm sorry. It stunk that he got migraines. I have migraines. It sucks. Okay. It's awful. And I get it. And I feel bad for him because it shortened his career. It hampered his career. And I understand that. But that's part of it. I mean, that staying upright is part of it. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with him being in Canton. Do I believe he was a special running back? I absolutely believe he was a special running back. But don't you have to do it for a certain amount of time? Like, I don't think the window was long enough to say he was one of the greatest of all time. He was one of the greatest of all time in a very small window, or smaller window than most. But now that you've opened up that door and said it's okay, the answer to me is yes.
Yeah. Well,
because by the way, Derrick Henry would have done nothing, would have done something that no one has ever done before.
Right. Back-to-back 2,000-yard seasons, because
no one's ever ran for 2,000-yard seasons twice in their careers. I mean, forget back-to-back. I mean, it's never happened twice and not even close. So, I mean, he's in a stand-up. He's Tom Hanks on an island all by himself. The NFL's been around for 100+ years. So my answer is yes.
Yeah. I mean, my answer would be yes too. But the thing is, I don't think he's going to run for 2,000 yards again. Could he be in the 1,800 range? Yeah, I could see that, especially with the extra game. And if they, but I also, even if he did run for 2,000 yards again and they won the Super Bowl, I don't see him retiring. I could see.
Well, I don't see any of those scenarios playing out, but we played along. And I don't see
it's
any of that happening. I mean, the Super Bowl could happen. I believe, the Super Bowl odds are obviously the best odds. The other two, I think, are pretty far-fetched.
Yeah.
Going 2,000 again. I mean, he could do it. Let me just say this. I think it's a fun question. It's a fun thing to throw out there. It's a fun thing to talk about. Do I think Derrick Henry is capable of doing what no man in the NFL has ever done before? I do. I really do. I'm not just saying that because we're doing Nashville Sports Talk Radio. I truly believe that. I don't believe he'll get the chance. That is the difference. It does take a certain amount of workload to make that happen. And I'm just not sure he's going to get the chance to do what no man has ever done in NFL history. I believe he is more than capable of doing it. He has the abilities, and I think he has the body type, right? He can do it because he has proven he can handle the rigors of week in and week out and the nastiness that is the National Football League, right? It's tough. And we talk about so many guys that their bodies just can't sustain. They can't sustain the hits, the beating that your body takes.
But he's a freak of nature.
Can. He is. He's a freak. His body can, at least for now. And so I believe he's capable of doing it. I just don't believe he's going to get the chance to do it.
If he does it, the next question is going to be, if he does it back to back, and he was at 2027 last year, let's say it's somewhere around that mark with the extra game, then is it going to be, but he had the extra game, you're going to have those people. I mean, still, no matter what, it would be a huge accomplishment. But I think 1,800 is probably more realistic with him, because you got to factor in all the other weapons they have and that they're going to use. So, but the longevity part with him, the fact that he wasn't used a whole lot early in his career, both at Alabama and in the NFL, that helps it on the back end, and he's taking care of himself.
I don't believe Eric Dickerson was playing 16 regular season games, was he?
Would he have been 14?
I thought I've got 14 in my head, but I don't know that 100% sure.
You know, a
if
name.
the answer is yes, he did it in a 14-game regular season, then would there be asterisks next to?
No, he did it in
everybody?
it was 16.
Was it 16?
Yep. He did it in 16.
When did they go to that? I thought it was after when he did it.
Well, it was in 1984 when he did it. His second year in the league, 2105. It was 16 games, 379 carries.
Okay.
He actually had more carries the year before in his rookie year and went 1808.
Wow. He's pretty darn close too.
Yeah. Gale Sayers is an interesting name when you talk about guys that didn't do it very long that are in the Hall of Fame. Different era.
Yep.
Different era, but
Jim Brown and Barry Sanders both walked away.
Yeah.
They still had many really, really good years left, and they walked away. So
yeah, Gale Sayers only had 2 years over 1,000 in his career.
Congratulations, David from Nashville. David was lucky caller 6. David will be at the band Camino, or we'll see the band Camino at the Ryman on August 31st. Thanks for listening, David. Good job by you. We'll come back. Hour number 2 next.
This is Rocco Grimaldi, and this is Smashville.
Long clear. Poked out. Now here's Grimaldi with a breakaway. Rocco Grimaldi moving in. He scores!
You're listening to the flagship of the Nashville Predators radio network, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Hey, Willie here to tell you about our friends at Bojangles. The exciting news, they're launching their first ever food truck here in Nashville. The big kickoff this Saturday at Centennial Park. The food truck will serve Bo's brand new hand-breaded chicken sandwich to the first 200 people. As they say, it's so clucking good. They'll also have some great giveaways and activities for the whole crew to enjoy. That's this Saturday, August 14th, starting at 12:30 until supplies last. They'll be right behind the Parthenon. And don't forget to follow Bo Food Truck NVL on Instagram for more details. It's Bo time.
Weight management is an ever-increasing field that's full of empty promises, yo-yo dieting, and dangerous diet supplements. At Cool Springs MD, they provide a safe and effective weight management solution with the support of Dr. Jeffrey Lodge, a board-certified physician, and wife Daphne, a registered nurse. Every individual is different, and the professional staff at Cool Springs MD are passionate about giving each person the one-on-one attention they deserve. Call Cool Springs MD today for an appointment at 615-660-6900 or visit coolspringsmd.com.
If you missed the latest edition of Preds Insiders,
you're in the shoes of UC Saros. I'm once again in the shoes of David Poyle. I am offering you, UC, a 3-year deal worth $15 million, which is $5 million per season. Justin, or should I say UC, deal or no deal?
No deal.
That was a quick one.
That's a quick one. I mean, we see right now how Igor Shesterkin has got a 4-year 22.6. That's an AAV of 5.65. Jussi Saros dragged this team to the playoffs. All of it is in his hands right now, what he can demand, really. And I would be looking at 4 years minimum if I'm Saros. 4 years minimum.
Search Preds Insiders today on your favorite podcast platform. The newest edition releases every Monday at 6 on ESPN, 102.5 The Game, and the Game Nashville app.
Contest rules for 102.5 The Game and ESPN 94.9, including on-air, online, and text-based contests, are available by visiting the contest rules page at thegamenashville.com. Good luck, and thanks for listening to 102.5 The Game and ESPN 94.9.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT FM Peterborough, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUZ HD2 Laverne. Online at thegamenashville.com. We are
ESPN
102.5 The Game. Live from the Wholesale Link Studios, powered by RumbleOn.com. It's time for Darren, Daunic, and Chase. With hosts Darren McFarland, Willie Daunic, and Chase McCabe. On Nashville's best sports talk,
ESPN
102.5 The Game.
Second hour, Darren, Daunic, and Jace here on this Friday. Darren McFarland, Willie Daunic. Willie is going to be back with us on Monday. Chase McKay, Max Hers manning the board at our Wholesale Link Game Studios, powered by RumbleOn.com. Don't forget, you just made the list. Coming up in the third hour, beginning high noon, West Durham at 12:30, talking about the Dirty Birds. KO, Kevin Owens in the final hour. And at the bottom of this hour, Phil Steele. His magazine is out, and we're going to talk all things college football with Phil Steele. So
got mine right here.
And I do too. By the way, you said you found yours on a rack?
Yeah. So I've been looking. You know,
I'm telling you, I can never find them on. I had to order mine.
Well, and that's what I was about to do. But I saw on his website that there was a specific bookstore that carried them. And I was like, well, there's one right by my house, so I'll go give it a shot.
Wow.
So I go yesterday and I'm looking at the magazine rack where all the sports mags are, and I cleaned up. Like it wasn't just his. I went a little crazy yesterday with some different ones. So I got a few, but I could not find his, and so I was like, well, I guess I'll just have to order it. So whatever. So I walk up to the checkout, and I'm laying everything down to check out. And I just happened to turn to my right. And you know how at most checkouts, they have a couple of different magazines that are usually sitting there. And there was one left. And it was sitting right there by the register.
And where was this?
Books A Million on Charlotte.
Wow.
And it was sitting there on the rack. I was like, well, that's what I came in for.
If you remember, we were in Gladeville at the Nashville Super Speedway on that Friday, the day that his mag came out, and we had him on. That was the last time we've had him on. We were in the press box way atop there at the Speedway, and I remember, by the way, it felt good in there that day, didn't it? It was cold. It was ice cold. It was great. Anyway, it was hot outside, cool inside, and we had him on, and I remember, so that was the day that it was coming out. So I remember searching for weeks, every place I went that I knew was a chance that they would carry it. Nowhere. I mean, for weeks, I tried and tried and tried and tried, and I was just like, I give up. So I just ordered it. I've yet to find one on the rack.
Well, I got lucky, I guess. But I'll take it. I'll take it. I was ready to order it too.
You sure it says 2021? You sure it's not 20? It doesn't say 2019?
Yeah, it says 1998. Has Philip Fulmer on the cover.
Was it on sale?
No.
You sure you didn't get that on the clearance rack?
Yeah, no, it was good. 2021. We're good.
2005.
I did. I checked that too. I was like, all right, is this the right year? What year are we in? Okay, no, I think we're good.
Okay. Good by you. I was not that lucky.
I love this thing. That's what I did a lot yesterday. After I got it, I just sat and read through different things. This thing is so good.
Hey, we're not far from college football season beginning.
I know. A couple of weeks. I mean, what is it, 2 weeks?
I was going to say, isn't the first slate of games the end of August, right? The Saturday, the August 28th, right? There's games.
That sounds right. I mean, Tennessee opens on September
Nebraska,
2nd.
Illinois play on Saturday, August 28th. Hawaii, UCLA. There's a lot. No, I'm sorry.
UT's September
Yeah, that's
2nd.
right. Those were all Saturday, the 28th. UTEP, New Mexico State, UConn, Fresno State. Then you've got some on. Then the next week they start. So we probably won't do anything with silly underdogs. That's it. So that's what, about 6 games?
They give you that teaser week.
Yeah, they give you just a little nibble. Little nibble.
And
that
then,
a lot of people take it. By the way, Nebraska, Illinois is on Fox. Hawaii, UCLA is on ESPN. And it looks like some of these other ones like Southern Utah, San Jose State, UConn, Fresno State are on CBS Sports Network.
I'm here for it.
We'll start silly underdogs the following week. Right.
Yeah, it was good to hear Kelly on as trash talking will begin here very soon. I mean, Chris Sanders has already started it because he's already guaranteed a win, which is not good.
No surprise there.
No. Mouthy wide receiver, confident quarterback. I mean, that's what you expect.
That's kind of how it works, right?
Oh yeah. Kelly's been good at it though. I mean, Kelly is methodical. He's like a quarterback. You know, he's very methodical.
He will pick you apart. Yeah.
Yep.
Just
so
slicing and dicing, moving the ball downfield. Because he rarely takes the sexy games. He'll just come out of there with a Colorado State. It's like, huh? You know, and then he'll give you a Louisiana, La Tech. It's like, what? And he wins them. A lot of times, most of the time, it is not the big sexy games. Most of the time.
Right.
So looking forward to that. Okay. Play Mike Vrabel tonight for the preseason game. How would you handle, not what he's going to do, but, we talked about how much Kyle Pitts. How would you approach playing time? Because you already said yesterday on the show that you don't agree with holding out Dak Prescott. Like the way the Cowboys are doing it. It sounds to me like you play players.
Well, that's practice. That's practice.
Okay.
That's practice.
True.
So that's different. That's a different strategy. I don't have an issue with Tannehill not playing because he's been practicing. He's been out there. You're not going to learn that much tonight. And again, this is a game, even though it's a preseason game, it's live hits. There's no red jersey that says don't touch my quarterback and all that stuff. So that's a little bit different. I don't expect you to see much of any of the starters tonight. Like maybe, he's already said that Tannehill won't play. But any guys that will, I expect a series. If that, that's probably what you'll see. Now some of the offensive line, Sombrero could maybe I'd be okay with that, or Radens obviously needs to play. Let's see what
definitely.
he can do. He's got to play. So I would expect him to play a lot. Kendall Lamb, where there's some questions. I'd be okay with Jackrabbit playing a series or two.
Really? I don't know if they're going to. I don't know.
Series or two.
Okay.
The young guys is really what I'm wanting to see. Those are the guys that need to play.
You play Brian Hill against his former team?
Yeah. Yeah, Brian Hill's going to play.
Yeah.
Darrington Evans probably play a little bit, even though he's gotten a majority of the reps in practice because Henry hasn't been doing a whole lot.
Coach Henry's been coaching.
I know. I love that, though.
Yeah.
I love that. Coach Henry.
Mm-hmm.
So that's become a thing. And I would expect – I wonder if they'll show him tonight with a headset on. I could totally see him wearing a headset working with the running backs. But I mean, he's gonna handle it like I think he's gonna play it safe. You're just not gonna see a lot of guys. This is the game to watch the depth guys. This is where you're going to see like John Simon. I guess you'll probably see him. But this is where you're going to see the middle to end of the roster play to find some of those spots that there are some position battles, which is necessary. I'm interested in that.
Titans Falcons 6:00 tonight at Mercedes-Benz Stadium down in Atlanta. So the first preseason game for those two teams. I think I saw Falcons by a point. If you're messing with preseason games, yikes, be careful, enter with caution. Bills are up in Detroit taking on the Lions at Ford Field. I think the Lions are favored by 1. That means Buffalo left half their roster in Buffalo. And the Cowboys are out in Glendale to take on the Cardinals tonight. I think that game is on NFL Network. I think both Bills, Lions, Cowboys, Cardinals are both on NFL Network. And that game will be at State Farm Stadium.
Yeah, I'll watch the Cowboys after the Titans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So 0-1 Cowboys.
0-1 Cowboys, calling it, huh? Cardinals favored by 2.
No, Well, no, the Cowboys are 0-1 because
Oh,
they lost
you're
the
right.
Hall of
They've
Fame
already
game.
lost to the Steelers. That's a good point. Yeah, they have to play 4.
Yep.
They have to play 4. There's a national morning show that Keyshawn Johnson is a part of, radio show. You can watch it. You can hear it. He had an interesting breakdown of his quarterback pecking order. Take a listen.
Now you get to number 9. I like Derek Carr. I like him a lot. I think John Gruden has learned to like him. All he's done is put up numbers despite who the coaches have been. In and out. He's had Jack Del Rio, defensive-minded coach, had them on the brink of going deep into the playoffs. He gets hurt. He could have been an MVP. Then he all of a sudden has a bad year. John Gruden comes in, blows everything up. There's rumors that he's going to move him around, but that didn't happen. All he does last year is throw for 40-plus 100 yards. It's not his fault that they were 8-8. That defense was horrible. Now you get to another interesting spot at number 10. A young guy who was thrusted into the lineup in Justin Herbert. Because Tyrod Taylor had a little incident going on with a little punctured wound there. Sabotage. And so he gets an opportunity to show the world what he could potentially be at number 10. I like his youth. I like his size, his ability, everything about him. In fact, he was my top quarterback on the board a year ago came draft time. Number 11, Matty Ice. Veteran player that I think a lot of teams would love to have at the quarterback spot. Now, here's a spot for me. Number 12. Based on everything that the New England Patriots have done, I believe Cam Newton is going to have major success both on the ground and in the air because they are making and putting an emphasis in to being successful in New England. He'll be the starting quarterback. And now I get to Ryan Tannehill.
13.
But that's just my money. Doesn't mean I'm right. But look, in the end, I'll take Ryan Tannehill. He's a hell of a quarterback. There's no question about it. But I don't think that any quarterback or any team right there from 1 to 12 would trade their quarterback for Ryan Tannehill.
Okay.
New England wouldn't trade Cam Newton for Ryan Tannehill? Really? I'm going to disagree with that.
I'm going to say you're way off.
I'm going to disagree with you. So just to recap, Keyshawn Johnson's quarterback listing, his order. Number 9, Derek Carr. Number 10, Justin Herbert, 1 year. Okay, interesting. Number 11, Matt Ryan, who will be his team will be playing tonight. Number 12, Cam Newton. And 13, Ryan Tannehill. What's interesting is listen to what his breakdown of Ryan Tannehill. If you could, Max, I'm putting you on the spot. If you could just have Keyshawn's breakdown of Ryan Tannehill at 13, his added perspective. Can you do that for us?
Well, as he pulls
I want you to hear.
And now I get to Ryan Tannehill.
Listen to this.
13.
But that's just my money. Doesn't mean I'm right. But look, in the end, I'll take Ryan Tannehill. He's a hell of a quarterback. There's no question about it. But I don't think that any quarterback or any team right there from 1 to 12 would trade their quarterback for Ryan Tannehill.
That's it. I mean, I like him.
I can translate. You want me
I
to
can
translate
take him.
that?
I don't really have anything to add other than I think the 12 guys I named before him, their teams wouldn't trade for Ryan Tannehill. That's what you. I mean, how about you tell us what you don't like? I mean, why would he be behind?
Because he doesn't know.
Cam Newton.
Because he doesn't watch him. That's the translation. He doesn't watch him. He has no idea. He hasn't watched a Titans game in I don't know how long. And that everybody that I'm not going to say everybody. A lot of these guys that hate on Tannehill and don't give Tannehill any credit for what he's done since he's been the quarterback of the Titans, they're that way because they don't watch him. Because they watched him in Miami and they're basing everything on their opinion or lack of on what he did in Miami. They don't watch. Keyshawn Johnson doesn't watch. And he's throwing out the sexy names of either the past or because Justin Herbert had a really good year, so you had to see him. You had to know what he was doing. He's in LA, so that certainly helps. And now it's like, oh, yeah, Justin Herbert, he's better. Cam Newton. Yeah, you watched Cam Newton 5 years ago. 5 years ago, of course, I'd take him over Ryan Tannehill. Not now. He's probably going to get benched within a month by a rookie. Like, come on. To reference an old segment that Keyshawn Johnson used to be a part of, come on, man.
Yeah, it's just I don't. And by the way, his glowing of Derek Carr. I mean, really?
What has he been watching?
What is? I mean, if you're just looking at production and stats and what they've done in the last 2 seasons, like Ryan Tannehill has, I mean, he's run circles around these other. I mean, Justin Herbert had a really good rookie year. It's like I get why you would probably go with Justin Herbert.
I'm buying the hype.
Rookie. He's a second-year guy. He's young. He looked good, but we'll see. I mean, we've seen young and rookies look really good early on, and then it just goes kaput. It goes bye-bye. It splatters. It happens. I'm not saying that's going to happen to him. I've already admitted on the show. Both of us have admitted, as of today, we're wrong about Herbert. We're wrong because I said I wouldn't draft him that high. I would. What everybody was projecting, I was like, not me. I'm out. I'm not taking him that high. And right now, I'm wrong. He looks like the real deal. He looks like the real deal. So I don't have a problem with the Justin Herbert. I think there's 2.
But above Tannehill?
The other 3, I think I've got real issues with. I mean, I'm just saying I can understand that. He's younger. He looks like his upside is going to be really, really good. He had a really, really good rookie year. And maybe Keyshawn believes, like I'm sure others do, that he's not only going to duplicate that, he's going to have even a better second year. So if you believe that, then I could see why you would have him in front of him. But the other 3, like, give me a break. Honestly, give me a break.
And again, I go back to my original point. Here's the problem. If somebody is actually watching and paying attention to the entire league like a good national analyst should, like Tim Hasselbeck that comes on this show, he is in tune with all the quarterbacks. He watches the film. He does his research, and he
talks to people.
He's very high on Ryan Tannehill. If somebody like that does that research says, I have so-and-so ranked above Tannehill because my biggest concern with Tannehill is when the game has to get on his shoulders in the postseason, he hasn't come through yet. That he hasn't done it without the help of Henry. If Henry gets taken out of the game, he hasn't been able to make the big throws and win the game. That is completely fair. That is a fair assessment, and that is the biggest knock, I think, in the 2 seasons in which he's been in that position as the Titans quarterback. But for Keyshawn Johnson, the guys that he's listed ahead of him that we were just talking about, Carr's in Vegas with Gruden. So Gruden's his boy. And so obviously he knows what's going on there. Yes. That's easy. That's a layup. Don't have to do any research there. Matt Ryan has been around for a long time. He's done it at a very high level. He's not the same Matt Ryan that he was 3-4 years ago. But again, no research there. You're basing it on what he's done in his career. That's easy. Nothing there. LA, Justin Herbert, 1 year. He's the sexy pick around the league. Everybody's drooling over him, got the hype because of what he did in his rookie year. Again, no research. Very easy layup. Cam Newton, it's the same thing. You're relying on the Cam Newton of old and the fact that he's with Belichick. And you're just going, oh, yeah, now that he's got a full training camp, he's going to go back to, yes, we can, and the MVP. And that's just not going to happen. And he hasn't watched a Titans game. He's not paying attention to what the Titans and Tannehill are doing. So he's giving him that disrespect. And then he's going, oh, yeah, he's solid. I don't mind him.
He didn't have anything to really say.
He had nothing to back it up. No, because he's not watching.
Yeah, the Cam Newton one is pretty ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, it's ridiculous. Like there's nobody on this planet who watched Cam Newton last year, has watched Cam Newton the last several years, and see what Ryan Tannehill has done the last several years, and really put Cam Newton in front of Ryan Tannehill. Like and the Patriots wouldn't trade Cam Newton for Ryan Tannehill. Bill Belichick couldn't say yes fast enough. Are you kidding me? Give me a break with that. And the Derek Carr thing, What do you think? You think John Gruden would say yes to Ryan Tannehill over Derek Carr?
In a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat.
Because
in a heartbeat.
We've talked about this. I don't think Gruden likes Derek Carr. I just think he's stuck with him. But I threw out, if you think next summer, if Rodgers is available, you think that Mike Mayock and John Gruden are going to go hardcore after Aaron Rodgers? You bet you know what they are. So will other teams, but he doesn't like Derek Carr. So I just come on, man. Come on, Keyshawn. You got to be better than that. If you're going to be on the platforms that you are, and I like his work. Like I like watching Keyshawn Johnson. I think he says silly things sometimes, just like this. But if you're going to be at that level, you got to do more research on a guy
better.
You got to be better than that. I mean, this is a guy that has put up in certain categories better numbers than Mahomes in his time as the Titans quarterback.
Yeah.
You got to know that stuff, man.
Pretty silly stuff, but we thought we would pass along. We'll come back. We'll switch gears and talk a little college football with the best, Phil Steele. We do that on the other side. Darren, Daunic, and Chase, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Hang out with us every weekday starting at 6 a.m. with Robbie and Rexroad.
Looking fly today on the streaming. That's exciting.
Darren, Daunic, and Chase from 10 to 2.
I don't know what they do, really. You have all of this talk.
I mean, we got to look like we're doing something.
And Stillman and Company from 2 to 6.
I'm on a sports show.
That girl, we like her.
Watch live on Periscope, Twitch, and YouTube. Tune in anytime on the Game Nashville app or your home speaker. This is Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game.
Betting fans want great up-to-the-minute information to wager your next bet? Tune in for Moneyline every Friday night at 6 p.m. on 102.5 The Game. Chase McCabe and Ryan Porth will give you an hour of betting information. Brought to you by Twin Spires. Download their betting app today.
This is Stan Harrison, CEO of Apple Collision Centers. We understand that no one likes to deal with auto body repair and the inconvenience it becomes in your day-to-day life. I want to personally invite you to stop by and let our experienced staff see how we can help you make your vehicle look good as new. Apple Collision Center has 3 convenient locations, Old Hickory, Hendersonville, and Gallatin, ready to serve you. Come by and see us or visit us online at applecollisioncenters.com.
312 Pizza Company is a proud sponsor of Nashville Sounds Baseball on ESPN Radio.
If you know someone impacted by cystic fibrosis, you may want the new Tennessee license plate. We need 1,000 ordered before production. I'm Jim Mitchell, and we have ordered several. Details are available at cureforourfriends.org. Please order today.
The Cut Truck is Nashville's new mobile barbershop on wheels for all ages. The Cut Truck Mobile provides waxing, haircuts, beard and mustache trims, traditional shaves, cuts, barber steam facials, and even hot leather head shaves. And all inside the truck. Whether you're at home or the office, they'll come to you providing excellent, affordable service. Book now at thecutTruckMobile.org. No car, no problem. The Cut Truck Mobile, where you have control of the time and place. Look good wherever you are. Make your appointment now at thecutTruckMobile.org.
Today, buying new furniture isn't like it used to be. You'll find you have to wait at least 6 months to even enjoy your new furniture purchase. Feel like you're buying furniture out of a drive-thru with only 4 combos to choose from to go? Well, it doesn't have to be that way at Social Furniture. Buy your new furniture your way from a packed showroom full of the best furniture styles, ready for same-day delivery and pay no money down. Visit Social Furniture in West Nashville. Forget the big box store. Support local. Support social.
You purchased a fine European automobile because of the amazing drivability and great looks. Then someone slid into you during a rainstorm. European Collision Repair is Nashville's premier location for collision repairs. Their state-of-the-art facility is certified by 30 vehicle manufacturers. The best part is their customer service, and they can provide an estimate simply by you sending in a photo of your damage. If you have a fine European automobile, have the repairs done at European Collision Repair. Go to EuropeanCollisionRepair.com.
Zines First is the official sign company for 102.5 The Game. Go to sfnash.com.
Sunday night, a crucial 3-game series in Queens finishes in primetime when the Los Angeles Dodgers take on the New York Mets. Coverage begins at 5 on ESPN, 102.5 The Game, and the Game Nashville app.
What's happening in Nashville? This is Scott Van Pelt. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
We talked about it. Tomorrow's going to be 2 weeks. 2 weeks. College football season will begin. A little nibble. We'll give you a little bit of a nibble, a little appetizer of college football on the August 28th weekend. Back here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase. Darren McFarland, Chase McCabe. With you, the man, the myth, the legend when it comes to college football. His magazine is out. Phil Still's College Football 2021 preview is on stands. In fact,
it's in my hands.
Chase did something we talked about earlier that I'm going to tell Phil I've never even heard of, because I don't ever see it on the stands because it's always gone. He actually purchased, he said he got the last one.
I did.
And a Books A Million on the west side of Nashville. He found one on the stands. I told him, I said, I have to order them. I can never find them in stores, ever. They're always sold out.
Yeah, it's a nice problem to have, but it's a tough problem to have because, the magazines hit the market and boom, they're off the shelf. Then it takes about a week and a half to get restocked, and then boom, they're off the shelf again. So, Chase, I appreciate you finding that last one. And they're at Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, Giant Eagles, places like that this year. But, a lot of sellouts this time of year. Appreciate you sharing that with me.
Yeah, absolutely.
No doubt about it. So there's a team that's intriguing here in the SEC that I want you to tell us if you are buying the hype, because it started really at SEC Media Days and it's carried over. We had Greg McElroy on the show yesterday. He believes in the hype. He says they're really good. They're really talented. But I want to find out from you, how good do you really think Texas A&M and Jimbo Fisher's team is? Can they really be good enough to be there vying for a spot in the college football playoffs, in your opinion?
Absolutely. In fact, last year they were coming off a 5-loss season, and I had them my number one surprise team in the country. And my surprise teams are non-top 10 teams that I think can make the playoff. And they got to 9-1. There it was, Selection Sunday. They're right there with Ohio State, and they just missed out making the playoff last year. Now, they had a great defense. Their defense last year allowed 317 yards per game. They got 9 starters back on the defensive side of the ball. In fact, I rated the number 4 defense in the entire country, led by my number 6 rated defensive line and number 6 secondary. Offensively, you love their running back core, Isaiah Spiller and a chain. They can also bring wide receiver Anais Smith in there. And last year they had a young receiving core that's now experienced. So all that's good. Your 2 major question marks you have with Texas A&M are the offensive line and the quarterback. But when I talked to Coach Jimbo Fisher last year at the end of the year, we're going over his offensive line. We were talking about the Joe Moore Award because he was a finalist, and I'm on the Joe Moore Award committee. He told me at that time that he felt this year's offensive line would be more talented and have more NFL prospects in it. So I thought, okay, I'll wait till after the spring is over. So after the spring was over this year, I asked him again, how we doing on the offensive line? And once again, he feels they're more talented on the offensive line. Despite losing 4 starters, only one of those guys got drafted. He feels all 5 starters this year are drafted guys. So this is a very good offensive line. I like Haynes King, a quarterback. He's a guy that can hurt you athletically, but he's also a solid quarterback. And playing for Jimbo Fisher, he can take coaching. So add it all up, I'm circling October 9th. They host Alabama. And last year they lost to Alabama by 28. But go back and watch that game, guys. And if you watch the first half, I thought they played Alabama even. They just had about 4 plays go against them. And all of a sudden they were trailing at the half by 2-3 scores, I believe it was. I think they're going to give Alabama everything they want on October the 9th.
That is going to be very interesting. You're right. We should circle that date for sure. I'm always curious, life after, in this case, Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne. I mean, they had a great team, and Trevor Lawrence is one of those, I don't know how you replace a guy like that. We got a little bit of a glimpse of his replacement in the Notre Dame game, in that crazy game in South Bend, and a loss. But I know the Clemson, year after year, those teams like Ohio State and Alabama that are constantly there every year, Phil, they just reload. They've got a stable of 5 stars just waiting for their turn. Is that the case in Clemson? At Clemson, do you think they can stay at this level, or how is life after Trevor Lawrence going to look like, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think they're going to stay at that level. And DJ Uiagalelei is a guy that he's massive. I mean, this guy is 6'4", 250, 260 pounds. So he can take a hit. He's got everything you want arm-wise. And he put up 38 points per game in his 2 starts last year. he has arguably a better surrounding cast than Trevor Lawrence had last year. Last year, Clemson had just 5 returning starters on offense, 5 on defense. He's got my number 1 rated defensive line on the other side of the ball, led by Brian Brzee, Xavier Thomas, Miles Murphy. They've got my number 3 set of linebackers and number 8 secondary. And then offensively, last year Clemson was very young at the receiver position, and then they lost Justin Ross prior to the year. Well, Ross is back, Nagata's back, Brandon Galloway's back. I think they have one of the top receiving corps in the country. In fact, I rate them number 3. The offensive line's in better shape than it was last year. I rate it number 14. They do have to replace Travis Etienne. But remember, Etienne wasn't quite the same, especially down the stretch last year. Rarely had a 100-yard game in their final 6 games. I think they've got good running backs to replace them. So, yes, this is a reload for Clemson. They'll be favored in every game. I do think the toughest game they face all year, right out of the box against Georgia, that game in Charlotte. And I rated a toss-up. I think it's going to be a heck of a game.
There's some Bearcats fans in these parts, and it's Mike Vrabel's BFF, Luke Fickell, who is going into his 5th season in Cincinnati. They went 9-1 last year. Big expectations again this year. How good do you think Cincinnati can be, in your opinion, this year, Phil?
Well, the 14 playoffs been around for a while, and it's going to be around for 2 more years, this year and next year. I think if there's ever going to be a group of 5 team that gets into the 14 playoffs, Cincinnati has that chance this year. They're going to enter the season number 10 in the country in the AP poll. So that's a good start. They've got 7 starters back on defense. I rate it the 7th best defense in the country. They get the pass rush with Myjai Sanders and Darian Beavers, my number 10 rated offensive line. And how about the secondary? I rate it the 2nd best in the country. They've got a pair of shutdown corners in Ahmad Gardner and Kobe Bryant. You look at the quarterback spot, I thought Desmond Rinner started out last year a below average quarterback his first couple of games. But then as the season went on, he became an NFL prospect. If he continues on that ascent, look out for Cincinnati's offense. And I think Jerome Ford, the Alabama transfer, does well at running back. Luke Fickell is doing a phenomenal job building this team. Now, here's why I think they have a shot at making the playoff. Week 3, they play Indiana, ranked, on the road. Right now, they're actually favored in that game in Vegas by 1.5. And I think they have the potential to pull the win. It's a nearby trip. And then 2 weeks later, they play Notre Dame in South Bend. And Notre Dame only has 9 returning starters. Build a bit of a rebuilding year. Cincinnati, if they win those 2 games, they may go from 10, maybe up to 8, maybe up to 7. There's a couple teams lose in front of them. They could get there. And they showed last year in the Peach Bowl, playing Georgia, leading the majority of the game, only losing by 3, that they can play with the big boys. That's why I give them that opportunity. They do have to win at Indiana, at Notre Dame, but I think both games are winnable.
Interesting. Okay, let's stay in that state. The Ohio State. How do you think the Buckeyes are going to be this year?
I got them coming in 7th in the East. It's a clear rebuilding season for them.
I see what you did. You want to see if we were paying attention. I got it.
That's right. I did want to check. They've got an interesting stat at quarterback. They have 0 career pass attempts. It's the first time that's happened since 1952. At the end of the year, C.J. Stroud's going to be a Heisman contender at quarterback. He's throwing to the best set of receivers in the country with Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. On the offensive line, they have my number 2 rated offensive line. Trevion Henderson's the number 1 running back out of high school. He does well. Defensively, they actually gave up 402 yards per game last year, but I think they get that fixed. I actually have Ohio State a double-digit favorite in every single game this year. Probably the toughest game for them is going to be Wisconsin in the Big Ten title game. But yes, I believe it or not, I've got Ohio State to make the playoff this year.
So the usual, they just run away with that conference again.
Yes, even though Penn State and Indiana are good, they're not up to the Ohio State level of good right now.
Okay, so I'll stay in that conference then, based on what you just said. Phil's still here with us. What about Michigan? I mean, are they ever going to be in the conversation of fighting with Ohio State again?
I thought their window of opportunity was 2019. 2019, Ohio State had a brand new head coach coming off a season where they had a weak offense. Michigan had a lot of close calls against Ohio State. Michigan got Ohio State at home. They had a veteran team with 8 returning starters on offense. And the final score of that game was 56-27. They lost 4 games that year, and that was their opportunity. I think when you look at Michigan, they'll be better than last year. Of course they will. Michigan was 2-4 last year. But defensively, I like Aiden Hutchinson, Chris Hinton up front. I think they can give them a pass rush. They've got potential in the secondary with Brad Hawkins, Daxton Hill. They should get better quarterback play after last year using 3 different guys. This year, maybe Cade McNamara, maybe Alan Bowman. But I don't think they're as good as Indiana or Penn State, which are above them. And when you look at their schedule this year, it's not easy. They have to play Washington at home, and Washington's my number one surprise team. They play Wisconsin and Nebraska both on the road, Penn State on the road, Ohio State at home. I think the ceiling for Michigan, if everything goes perfect, it's probably only 9-3. And meanwhile, the floor is probably 5-7. I went with about a 7-win season for Michigan. I think they get back to a bowl game, but it's not the Michigan of 10 years ago. It's a different Michigan this year.
Phil, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, or maybe it's a hottie toddy, but I'm all about the Mississippi Rebels, the Ole Miss Rebels, in Lane Kiffin in year 2. I really like Matt Corral. I like that offense. The defense is the biggest question mark for me. Are they going to be able to stop some of these opponents that they're going to put up a lot of points on? Their first 3 games: Louisville, Austin Peay, Tulane before a bye, and then at Alabama, as Lane Kiffin looks to be the first assistant to beat his former boss. What are your thoughts on the Rebels and how good they can be?
Yeah, I don't think anybody in the SEC wants to play Ole Miss after what they did versus Bama last year, 42-42 in the fourth quarter. And that was Alabama team of a lifetime and an Ole Miss team that had a first-year head coach that didn't have the benefit of spring practice. Now you've got Ole Miss with 17 returning starters. The defense last year only had 5 starters back and was working in a new defense, gave up 519 yards per game. They are not going to be a top 20 defense, but they could be an average defense as opposed to a poor one with Jalen Jones at corner, Jared Springer at strong safety. So I think they do have the opportunity to have a better defense and get into that average category. Pair it with that offense, which, as you know, will be potent. And you touched on Matt Corral, Jerrion Ely, a solid offensive line. I think they're dangerous to almost any team they play. I've got them an underdog at Alabama, at Auburn, a slight dog, in Texas A&M. I've got a couple of toss-up games on the schedule when they host LSU and play Mississippi State in the Egg Bowl. So I'm probably looking at an 8, potentially even 9-win season for Ole Miss this year. I think they will be a tough out.
Is Corral the best quarterback in the SEC?
He'll be the most productive quarterback in the SEC numbers-wise because he's going to be throwing it more than everybody else.
So you think they'll steal one somewhere against one of these big teams like Alabama, LSU, or Texas
I see what you
A&M.
did there, Chase. It was good. Steal one.
I like that. Thanks. Yeah,
I'm going to take credit for it.
Yeah, LSU, they could have that opportunity clearly because that game is at home.
And then LSU, speaking of them, I mean, it looked like perhaps Miles Brennan was going to be the quarterback. He gets hurt, turned to Max Johnson. Do you think that's going to be enough for them as they've kind of rebuilt? You've had these young players that have gotten some experience after one of the best teams in college football history a couple of years ago. Can Ed O and company get them back to where they need to be?
Yeah, absolutely. And they do have that. LSU Mississippi game is huge for both those teams because LSU's got the potential of a 10-win season if they can get past Ole Miss in that one. I think last year, you look at this team, they lost, 15 guys to the NFL. Then they had opt-out here, opt-out there, this player out for the season. They were one of the least experienced teams in college football with just 5 returning starters coming back, 2 on offense, 3 on defense. And then up on philsteele.com, I list all the teams that lost the most starts due to injury last year. LSU had 54 starts lost to injury. That was the 4th most in college football. This year, 9 starters back, both offense and defense. I think that Max Johnson will do well at the quarterback spot. It improved across the board, a much more veteran unit. And then you look at the schedule. They got UCLA, McNeese State, Central Michigan. I believe they'll be favored in their first 7 games and be 7-0 when they travel to face Ole Miss and Oxford. So I'm looking at a 10, potentially 10-win season for LSU and a big bounce back year.
I'm curious of your thoughts on this team. I mean, I think we all feel like Georgia's going to win the SEC East. And then the question is going to be what team's number 2? A lot of people say Florida, but what do you think about Kentucky? And especially how their schedule lays out, even though they do have to play Florida, LSU, and then at Georgia.
Yeah, well, I think the key for them finishing second in the East would be October 2nd when they host Florida. If they can get that one, I do believe they probably finish second in the East. The one thing for Kentucky is they're going to have improved quarterback play. And, Will Levis is a guy that at Penn State did well off the bench, but didn't do too well in his 2 starting roles. But talking to the coaches at Kentucky, they love him. They think he's got elite arm strength, legitimate. I mean, this guy's huge. Size-wise, he's 6'3", 231. He can run the football, but he can also throw. That's going to open up the offense. The addition of Wan'Dale Robinson, I think, at the wide receiver spot as a wide receiver, kick returner, punt returner, jet sweep type of guy, I think that's going to be huge. They all of a sudden develop a passing game to go with the run game. They've got the defensive front seven. They added Ole Miss's top tackler and Jacquez Jones coming in there. I think the Florida game is going to be huge. So if they can beat Florida at home, they're potentially second place. I think if they lose to Florida at home, then I think third is their ceiling in the East this year. And I do think Georgia has the schedule just laid out for success in the East. When you look at them, they only have 3 true SEC road games this year. They're all against teams that have first-year head coaches in Auburn, Tennessee, and Vanderbilt. And they've got a great returning talent with 8 starters back on offense, my number 3 rated defense. They're going to be an underdog in one game this year, Clemson in the opener. After that, they'll be favored in every game.
All right, the Heisman. I know you like Spencer Rattler at Oklahoma to win it, but give me the long shot. Who's somebody that we're not talking about that we will be when this is all said and done?
You know, I always think that the quarterback for a team that's undefeated at the end of the year is a great shot at winning it. And we've got 3 guys that are basically first-time starters. So DJ Uiagalelei of Clemson, Bryce Young of Alabama, or C.J. Stroud, who hasn't even won the job yet at Ohio State. I'm going to go with C.J. Stroud as your guy that would be the long shot because, he still has not been announced as a starter. They just signed some hotshot freshman who foregoed his senior year in Ewart. I think when you look at it, I'm going to say C.J. Stroud would probably have the best odds.
Let's finish with this. You've been at this for a long time. And one of the things that's really cool is, one, you can tell with this in-depth magazine how much work you put into this. 2, you talk to the people at these schools. You talk to these coaches. So you've dealt with these coaches for a long time. I have to believe that you had many encounters with Bobby Bowden over the years. It was sad getting the news last weekend of his passing at age 91. Did you have any Bobby Bowden? Did you have a Bobby Bowden story for us?
Not a great story, but probably my favorite was after talking to Coach Bowden for years at Florida State would be one time I was talking to his son, Terry, when he was at Akron. And I thought that Terry was up here at Akron. So I'm talking to Terry on the phone and all of a sudden he's like, "Hey, my dad says hi." And there he was in the living room of Coach Bowden. And so I got to chat with him after he was retired, which was really nice to catch up with him again, just out of the blue like that when I wasn't even expecting it.
Oh, that's great.
But
story.
I tell you what, Bobby Bowden was just you say a lot of good things about someone when they're gone, but he's deserved of everything that's said about him.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent, the stories you get, right, of what he was like to deal with. Just didn't meet a stranger. I mean, we've had people on the show this week, and everybody kind of tells the same story, which says a lot about him. He was consistent over the years, and what you thought he was, that's who he was. And so that's pretty cool. Phil, always appreciate it. Good info as always. And we'll make sure people grab this incredible magazine. College football is just around the corner. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, just 2 weeks. Hey, a lot of fun talking football with you guys today. Really enjoyed it.
No doubt about it. That is Phil Steele. His
Thanks,
college
Phil.
football preview is out. You need to grab it. 2 weeks from tomorrow, the college football season begins. And if you want the info, this magazine has every bit of it and more. We'll come back, wrap up the second hour next.
Cool King Henry stiff arm into the earth this year.
Derrick Henry would do this to a lot of guys, but he just made Josh Norman. You can see it right now. He wanted to play again.
On his way to another 2,000 yards.
He gets the ball, he goes straight ahead, he knocks you down like a bowling pin.
Touchdown, Titans! What a run by Derrick Henry!
We're getting you set for the most anticipated Titans season in 2 decades on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
From Fox 17 News, this is a Code Red weather alert.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. Slightly cooler today, high 93, heat index around 100, but storms could be on the stronger side this afternoon and evening.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the happy face truck today.
Hey everyone, Joe Rexrode here, inviting you to add some excitement to your sports watching experience by betting on all the action on the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook. So many reasons why. It's a simple to use app with great odds in all different betting markets. Unique fun bet types like the same game parlay, which is exclusive to FanDuel Sportsbook, and exclusive always on promotions like enhanced odds boosts on the biggest events so you can get the most out of every game day. Plus, if you win, you get your winning safely in as little as 24 hours. Again, live betting, odds boosting specials, all kinds of great product features, and your first bet's risk-free up to $1,000. Place a bet on any game. FanDuel will refund you up to $1,000 in site credit if you don't win your first bet. No strings attached. Any bet you want. If you win, of course, you win. If you lose, you get back up to $1,000 in site credit. Never tried FanDuel Sportsbook? What are you waiting for? Download the FanDuel Sportsbook app, get started, and be sure to sign up with promo code Joe102 so they know I sent you. That's FanDuel Sportsbook. Promo code Joe102. You must be 21 or older in present Tennessee. First online real money wager only for risk-free bet. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable site. Credit expires in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See sportsbook.fanduel.com for details. Gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line, 800-889-9789.
Hey everybody, Robbie Stanley here, and I want to tell you about my good friends at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. They're locally owned and operated, and right now they're running a great tune-up special for one system for only $55. You heard that right, a great tune-up special for only $55. It's one of the many ways you can save at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, and right now you can get 6 months, no interest financing available on repairs. Spring Hill Heating and Cooling, offering premium service without the premium price. Do yourself a favor and check them out today at springhillac.com.
Jared Stillman.
Dad, why are we doing this? Because I said so. That's how Mike Vrabel is running the operation, at least with the fans.
And company.
Getting the because I said so answer doesn't give us anything.
Tune in Stillman and Company for your drive home. Weekday afternoons from 2 to 6 on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN.
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app. Interact with Darren, Daunic, and Chase. Call or text the show at 615-737-1025. Driven by Wilson County Hyundai.com.
Here on the DDC, you just made the list coming up just around the corner. Don't forget, Sounds Baseball tonight on 94.9. They take on Carson Fulmer and the Louisville Bats. That's tonight. Pregame show begins at 5:45. First pitch at 6 o'clock p.m. Sounds Baseball on 94.9, presented by 312 Pizza Company and Farm Bureau Health Plans. Next hour, you just made the list in West Durham. Fun hour.
Can't wait.
Phil Steele, man. Good as that.
I know this magazine. Well, because think about it too. You know, I use this for doing some future bet research. I mean, the breakdowns that he does, and you know, he has a spot on all the schedules for you can put the line in there, and you know, he's set some odds, and so there's just a lot of things that you can use as a tool to help you along the way.
I think what's interesting about his magazine is he gives you a 5-year window, and you get to look at every team's last 5 seasons. And I think that's so cool when you're talking about, you know, success or failures of a coach or a program, and you could just boom, turn to them in this magazine, and you see in 2020 LSU went 5-5. You see in 2019, we know they went 15-0 and won the national championship. You can then look at their 2018 season and realize they went 10-3. And it's not just their record. It's literally a breakdown of every game that season, the score, the outcome, where they were ranked, who was ranked in that game, and the spread going into that game.
Yeah.
Like that, that is so interesting. Like, you know, give me like the 2018 game. Remember? In fact, it was Tennessee Vanderbilt played earlier that day. And the reason I remember it so well is because Vince came up from Knoxville. He covered that game, and then he came to the house. And me and him sat around because it went on forever. And we watched the LSU Texas A&M game. Remember the 7 overtime game?
Yeah. Yep.
Texas A&M was getting 3.5 in that game. Texas A&M won 74-72.
And that was 2018?
2018. Yeah.
So that was Sumlin's last year. Is that right?
Well, what is this? What is this year? And that's another thing. You can just flip to Florida State and or Texas A&M and tell you this is Jimbo's 4th year. So no, that
So
would have been Jimbo's first year.
Jeez,
yeah, first year.
You know, okay, so I'm sure you've done this over the years when you've had Phil on, because you've been talking to Phil Steele for a long time.
15 plus years.
Yeah, where you go, you pull up, you look at the magazine, you go, dang it, I wish I'd asked him about this team because I just did that. UCF with Gus Malzahn. Curious about them. I was flipping through and I had meant to ask him about the Gus bus going to Orlando. I mean, they were obviously in Heupel's last year, 6-4 last season, but you know, we know the history of UCF, but what does the Gus bus do with them? I would have been curious of his answer, and I messed up.
Me too, actually. What's their schedule look like?
So Boise, they open at home against
intriguing.
Boise. Yeah. Bethune-Cookman.
Not intriguing.
No, at Louisville. It's interesting. Then they're off, and then they're at Navy. East Carolina at home, October 16th at Cincinnati. Not easy.
Well,
Memphis.
not after listening to Phil still talk about Cincinnati.
Yeah,
they may have the best secondary in the country.
Yeah, they have Cincinnati and Memphis back to back. At Temple to round out October, and then Tulane at home. At SMU, UConn at home, and then USF to close out their season.
That is not a friendly schedule. I wouldn't say that's a friendly schedule. There could be a lot of hiccups. By the way, that Boise State game will be a Thursday night game, so I'm sure we'll be able to watch it, right?
Yeah, they have and then the Louisville game's a Friday night game.
Yep,
the Memphis
that's
is a Friday night game.
Be able to watch those games.
Yeah,
for sure.
So I don't know.
You do wonder, because you know it's only natural that people are going to track Josh Heupel and Gus Malzahn, right?
Sure.
And I get it. Different programs, different conferences, different schedules. But if Gus starts tearing it up at UCF and Heupel is struggling, you know that's going to come out, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, and Gus, I mean, especially if Gus tears it up in his first year, he's going to be right back in the mix for a Power 5 job. There's no doubt. Now, whether he takes it or not, you know, who knows? But I mean, we've talked about it. When he became available, if you were a Tennessee fan, you would have been crazy not to say you wanted Gus Malzahn, because he did win. He did have success at Auburn. He just, for whatever reason, that fan base just expects a lot.
I mean, the last 2 years, Scott Frost went 13-0, and they won a national championship. Excuse me.
And they beat who? In the bowl game.
In the bowl. Well, I mean, okay.
But still.
Whatever. LSU. Is that the one you're talking about?
No,
right?
I'm talking about
Auburn. The Auburn. That's right. It was the Auburn one. Yeah, because they lost to LSU. But they beat Auburn. Whatever. In the Peach Bowl. But they went 13-0 and 12-1. Those were the last 2 years. And then Heupel comes in 10-3. Okay. 10-3.
Not his team.
But that's sliding, and that's going right. That's a dip from 13-0 and 12-1. And with all of Frost's roster, and then last season, 6-4.
Yep. And then
6-4.
And those losses were Tulsa, Memphis, Cincinnati,
and the bowl game? BYU.
Bowl game. Yep.
All right, we'll come back. Tell us who or what is on your list to begin the third hour of Darren, Daunic, and Chase. That's next.
from all-day talk.
You can roll with that team. That's good enough to win a lot of football games.
To the biggest games.
The Los Angeles Dodgers have won the World Series for the first time since 1988.
Nashville's best sports talk is always at your fingertips. Just search the game Nashville in your app store and download today. And keep it locked on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
When you purchase a certified pre-owned vehicle from Mercedes-Benz of Music City, you have the power of the star backing your car. To meet certification standards, a car has to be less than 6 years old with less than 75,000 miles. All certified vehicles come with 24/7 personal assistance and an extra 12-month unlimited mileage warranty. Right now, you can get 1.99% financing for 36 months on select 2017 to 2019 certified models at Mercedes-Benz of Music City. See more at mbofmc.com.
Hey, Willie here to tell you about our friends at Bojangles. The exciting news, they're launching their first ever food truck here in Nashville. The big kickoff this Saturday at Centennial Park. The food truck will serve Bo's brand new hand-breaded chicken sandwich to the first 200 people. As they say, it's so clucking good. They'll also have some great giveaways and activities for the whole crew to enjoy. That's this Saturday, August 14th, starting at 12:30 until supplies last. They'll be right behind the Parthenon. And don't forget to follow Bo Food Truck NVL on Instagram for more details. It's Bo time.
Contest rules for 1025 The Game and ESPN 94.9, including on-air, online, and text-based contests, are available by visiting the contest rules page at thegamenashville.com. Good luck, and thanks for listening to 1025 The Game and ESPN 94.9.
Patients go to Houston Clinic Orthopedics after they've exhausted other pain management treatments, like physical therapy or lifestyle changes. If you suffer from chronic pain, interventional pain management may be the solution. With interventional pain management, the physicians at Houston Clinic Orthopedics use a variety of quick, minimally invasive procedures. The goal is to disrupt the pain cycle and reduce or alleviate your pain. Schedule your appointment at tn.houston.com. When experience matters, trust Houston Clinic Orthopedics.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT FM Pegram, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUC HD2 Laverne, online at thegamenashville.com.
ESPN
1025 The Game. From the Wholesaling Studios, powered by RumbleOn.com. It's time for Darren, Daunic, and Chase. With hosts Darren McFarland, Willie Daunic, and Chase McCabe. On Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game. Are you angry? Really? Has that one person got you fuming? Call them out. Now's your chance to tell them.
You know what? You just made the list.
You just made the list.
Here we go.
Let us know who's on your list. Call 615-737-1025. You just made the list. Now, on Darren, Daunic, and Chase.
All right, it's therapy time here on this Friday. Third hour. Darren McFarland, Chase McCabe with you. Max Hers manning the board. Our Wholesale Link Game Studios, powered by RumbleOn.com. Now it's time for you to call in, participate, and put somebody on the list or something on the list. You've been thinking about it all week. You know what's happened. Something's made you mad. Let's hear about it. 615-737-1025. 615-737-1025 is our phone line. Driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. We've got 2 tickets on the line to see the band Camino at Ryman Auditorium. Great place to see a show, and that'll be on August the 31st. But you're going to have to call in and tell us who or what has made you mad. Do you want me to start, or would you like to have
I'm ready.
Others?
I'm ready to go.
Well, take it away.
This one, I think, is one that we see far too often. It is a problem in our country, and it's something that needs to stop. When we go to a store, you have these vast parking lots, right? And a lot of times they're pretty packed, especially these days. Things have reopened. You know, you've had tax-free weekend recently. You've had some sales. So, you know, a lot of people going out. You may have to walk. You may not find that perfect parking place. But the thing that I cannot stand and I will not tolerate is when I do find that parking place and I get really excited about it and I'm about to pull in and I realize the reason that it's open. And the reason that it's open is because you have been too much of a lazy person or a jerk, or there's some baggery involved because you're over the line. You're taking up 2 parking places. And
I thought you were going leaving the cart in the parking space, which is something I would like to. I think people should be flogged publicly.
Oh,
do
yeah.
that, especially
No.
when you have the corrals.
Yeah,
everywhere now.
that's a good one, but no. And some people may go the short car, which if you have a short car, a small car, like whatever. I get frustrated with that. I think, oh, there's one, and then there's a tiny car that's in there. No, mine is when, and a lot of times it's a larger vehicle, large SUV, kind of like you drive, Darren, or a truck, and they've just pulled over the line and they don't fix it. They don't adjust, and they have wasted a parking place. Now, if it's busy, the odds are that place wouldn't have been open, but it's the principle of don't take up 2 parking places because of your vehicle and you don't want to readjust. I will admit this. I'm not a very good parker. I have to pull in and then straighten up, but I take the time to do it because I know that I'm not very good at it. And so I take the time. I make sure that I'm well in between the lines and both sides have room to do what they need to do too. So for those of you that take up more than 1 parking place with your vehicle,
You just made the list.
Happy with that park?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
You're way outside the line. You're taking up 2 spaces.
I'm like an inch over the line.
No, you're a foot over the line. You're taking up 2 spaces. And the next car is also going to be taking up 2 spaces. Then you're going to leave. And then that car is going to get blamed. This is chaos. Society can't function like this. What?
It's true, Larry David. It's very true.
That's too good.
Well done,
You just made the list, made an episode of Larry David, man.
Yes,
very well done. Well done.
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Gosh, that's a great show. Mine was in my travels, which is pretty easy. It's if you travel these days. This is pretty simplistic and pretty easy to figure out, but yeah, you can't figure out why others can't see how simplistic and easy this is to follow the rules. But yet this continues to happen. Now, this is the first time I've been on a flight, been on a plane since in an airport since the pandemic hit. So it'd been probably the longest maybe I've ever gone. I don't know. Maybe that's incorrect. I mean, I've gone at least a year and a half of flying. So it'd been probably closer to 2 years since I had flown. And so we don't always go this route to fly Southwest. We fly other airlines, just depending on the availability or what have you. So you don't really have this issue with other airlines, but the way Southwest does it, and there's a lot of people who can relate, listen to this show because they understand how Southwest works. You have corrals, right? Not Matt Corral, the quarterback for Ole Miss. You have corrals where people, I call them cattle cars because that's what Southwest flights are. Typically, they are sold out and they're packed to the rim, right? Actually, I will tell you this. Neither flight to Miami or back, Chase, sold out. In fact, the one we went down to on Saturday was half full. I've never been in a Southwest. We sat in the second row, which is another thing I don't think I've ever done. I've never been in the front row, right? We have all the leg room. I never get the front row.
Did you have the putts that wanted to sit in the middle seat anyway?
No.
Okay,
We wouldn't have allowed it. We're like, get out of here, man. This half flight. They made it clear it's half full. Like, get out of here. Like, we're not going 3 deep here in this row. Get the heck out. I would have sent somebody packing.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't have let them. Well, I didn't even give them a choice. I actually put my back. I had a carry-on because I had
I did
so I
that
put
once.
it in the middle seat. Like, you're not even welcome. Like, I'm not even going to allow you to attempt. Like, the plane is half full. Like, get out of here. Get behind us.
Yeah, I had that happen one time where I had my bag in the middle seat and this person was going to come scooting through and was like, can you move that? And I just kind of gave them the blank stare of, are you serious? Like, have you looked around? And the flight attendant, before I even had a chance to say anything, was like, "Yeah, it's not a full flight. You don't need to sit in the middle seat." Oh,
once again, like the fact that you have to tell somebody when they've announced it's not a full flight, folks, like they do that because they are more than happy to tell you when it is a full flight. Like there is, you're going to have to, when you find a seat, sit in it. We've got a full flight. Okay. There's not going to be any seats available. So don't wait around for a primo seat. Get in, find a seat and sit down. This was not the case. But anyway, even with that being said, still this happened. So you have corrals, right? Where you've got the A's, okay? And A's, 1 through 10 or whatever, 1 through 20, 21 through 34, however they number. You've got a number system, right? You have to get in your correct corral, like cattle, okay? It's not a new concept. I can't imagine these people had never flown Southwest before and did not understand. But I can't tell you how many times the attendant at the counter that the beeps your ticket, then lets you go down, right? Go head to the plane. I can't tell you how many times I saw somebody turned away because they were like B79 and, oh, by the way, we're at A30, we're in the A30s. Like, yeah, you're not even close. Like, go have a seat. But yet they just walked right up and handed their ticket. And I probably saw it happen 3 or 4, probably 4 times where they're like, yeah, we're not even close to being there. So go sit down and wait. Like, how do you not know how this procedure works by now? Like, you weren't just kind of off. Like, oh, I didn't realize we had moved, I didn't realize we were only in the 20s and I've got the 40s.
Right.
No, you're like in the wrong letter group. Okay, you've got a ways to
because
go.
they're trying to beat the system.
Exactly. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They got caught. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
So to those folks that I witnessed, they were just trying to beat the system. They were just trying to say, you know what? I'm going to disregard how far back I am because I didn't check in earlier than you. I just want to get on the plane ahead of you because I was lazy or I didn't put any importance, any significance into checking in earlier. But now I just want to be ahead of you because I don't care. So for those folks that I witnessed that,
you just made the list.
Yeah.
Shame. No, that's a good one.
Shame.
That's a good, because remember I told
the list.
I told the story that time of these people that jumped in front of me and they knew, and they just looked at me and were like, yeah, we just did that. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah. Well, luckily, they were doing their job, the attendant, and said, nah. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Get to the
615-737-1025 is our phone line, driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. That's all you have to do is just tell us who or what has made you mad. And the best one will reward you with tickets at the Ryman on August 31st to see the band Camino. By the way, it's a great venue. Let's go to Adam. Adam, get things started. Who's made you mad?
Man, I don't know if this is going to make any sense, but my neighbor, I'm putting him on the list today. It's so crazy, man. I come home after taking my family out, and I get along with this guy really well. He has cut my grass for me, and I don't know how to approach him because we've never talked about him cutting my grass before. But it's really awkward for me, man. I don't know if I should apologize that he had to do it or offer him gas money. It's just weird, man. He's never done it before, and we usually get along. So yeah, I got a really awkward conversation with this guy.
Okay, so hold on. Let's go through these steps because I'm trying to
more on this.
Yeah, I'm trying to sift through the steps here. So your neighbor just decided on his own that he was going to come over and just mow your yard?
That's exactly right. So as a man, I'm just like, man, that's not good for me. My kids seen this. Like, they've seen somebody cut my grass, man. It's really crazy for me. I don't know how to recover.
Well, I've got 2 thoughts now that we've decided, now that we understand how this played out. So is it being wow, this is the neighbor of the year and they're doing a really cool gesture, or they are sending the message to you and your family that they were not satisfied with the level of length of your grass and that they needed to address it because they didn't feel like you were addressing it? What do you think is the answer?
I would tell you if it was super bushy. It wasn't. That's the thing. Like I usually do it on like Saturday morning. So I planned on doing it, and we come home and it's nice. He done weed eated. It was everything. It sucked, man. Like it's a punch in the gut. It's not as nice as you would think it would be. I'm just like, I owe this guy an explanation, you know?
It's overstepping.
So
like,
what?
It's a
no,
little
hold
bit
on.
overstepping.
So yeah, let's find out. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I can call you back and let you know. I kind of talked to my wife about it. I'm like, should I offer him $10? Like, he's a retired guy. Like, should I offer him gas money? Should I apologize? Should I give him an excuse and tell him when I was gonna do it? Like, I don't even know what to say to him. So
wow, I really am curious to see how this plays out.
Yeah,
I am
just
too.
know,
I want to
It's
follow
weird.
up on this.
Now that you said this, I just kind of feel like maybe he was just bored and he wanted to, he thinks you guys are nice too, and he just wanted to help out a neighbor. I think that's what it was.
I hope so, man. He's an old military vet, man. Him and his wife are super cool. But yeah, man, he just led me to a really awkward conversation with him. I have no idea how to approach him. So
I really would like a follow-up. I think we need a follow-up to this.
You know what's funny though, Adam? You're not the first person to tell me a story like this recently. Like this has happened to a couple of people that I know, but this is interesting. It's because you don't know, is it nice or is it overstepping?
yeah, I've not. Like I said, I'll let you guys know how she plays out, man. I have no idea.
So you are going to address it this weekend for sure, right?
Yeah, probably as soon as I get back to the house right here, man. Set up for some lunch. I think I'm just gonna go and just make it awkward and wing it. See what happens.
we need a Monday phone call.
Make it awkward.
Yeah, we need a Monday phone call.
I'll let you know. Y'all have a good weekend,
All
man.
right, thanks. You too. That's I wasn't sure but once we got a little bit more details, I just think it's maybe a guy that's got a lot of time on his hands now, and he just wants to be a nice guy. That's what it feels like.
I kind of feel like you say something before you do it.
That is strange. Like just to go into your neighbor's yard and start cutting, right? Like that is, I'll grant you that. Like that is,
because like, what if
it's a nice gesture, but maybe you say something before you just start going into your neighbor's yard.
Yeah, like what if he weed eats something that he wasn't supposed to weed eat? Yeah. Like if you think, because I say this because I made this mistake when I was mowing my my mom's lawn one time. I thought it was it was my grandmother's. I thought it was just like weeds, but it was some plant that I just completely mowed over, and so I got in trouble for that. Trying to, but so there's things like that.
No, there's no doubt. I mean, they could be maybe finicky about their yard, like certain things. Maybe they do certain things to their yard, or they mow it at a certain length. I don't know. I mean, there are particulars with people's grass. My yard needs a lot of help, so I can't really say anything. Like right now, you're not mowing a lot because my grass is dead. It's not a good yard. I'm working on it though, Chase. I'm working on it. Let's go to Vince. Vincent in Dixon. Vincent, who or what has made you mad?
All right. The people that make me mad, and it was one specific incident yesterday, but these people drive me nuts. When you pull into a parking spot for a little quickie mart or something like that, pull in the middle, pull in between the lines. I pulled up yesterday, and there was a car that was all but on the line. And I thought, well, I'm going to be that guy. And I just pulled smack dab in the middle of my parking spot. And I went in, got a cup of coffee, a couple scratchers. I come back out to my car. I'm sitting in my car, scratching my tickets. And here comes this woman out of the store. And to put it politely, let's just say that Golden Corral gets nervous when they see her walking in their doors. Okay.
Gotcha.
And so she's squeezing in between the side view mirrors, between my passenger side and her driver's side, squeezing. And to myself, under my breath, I said, I just said, suck it up, Buttercup, you can make it. And, but she squeezes through there. And then she has the nerve, she looks down in my window and says, could you have parked any bleeping closer?
Oh.
And I thought, well, now you just made me into that guy. Yeah. So I got out of my car, went around to the back side of the cars, and I said, look at where you're parked in correlation to that line, and look at where I'm parked with that line. And then I said, and I don't really think it has so much to do with where that line is as it has to do with that 300 pounds of behind you're toting around.
Oh,
and she just huffed and puffed and got in her car, and I thought, well, You're the one that parked like a knucklehead. You're the one that started the commotion. So don't start none. There won't be none. That's all I got to say. You gentlemen have a wonderful day.
You
just made the list.
Wow. Okay. He went
So
there. He just didn't stop at how she parked.
she's on his list. He's definitely on her list.
He's definitely on her list because
Lot
he
of
went
lists.
there. He went there.
He went there.
He didn't have to, but he did. But it is interesting that you would park like that and then have the nerve to say something, right? Like your poor parking job. This is, by the way, this is exactly along the same lines as yours, right? This is the same thing.
Yeah. I mean,
and then you have the nerve to say something about it, because there are people, and I will say that I know what Vincent's talking about, because there's been times when I said, you know what? I'm not going to let you dictate where I park because you suck at what you just did. So I'm going to do it anyway. And I'm going to park. And I've done what Vincent has said, but I get a little bit nervous that somebody's going to just not care. I do have to know what kind of car it is, because if it's a car that they don't care about, they won't care about what they do to my car. So I'm probably not going to do it. You know what I mean? Because they're just going to open up the door and just smack it into your car because they don't care. But I have done that before. I've just said, well, you know what? I'm not going to let you dictate where I park because you suck. Let's go to Nate. Nate, who or what has made you mad?
So first on my list is myself. I just called Max Elijah, even though y'all said it in the pre-show.
That's okay.
You just made the list.
That's acceptable.
Get
although
it right,
Max just hit the sounder, so I guess not.
No.
Yeah. Now the next two, they're real quick. The first one, I think her name was Leisha, but it was spelled Lisa. I'm not going to say the restaurant name because I don't want her to get in trouble. Yesterday, me, my fiance Amanda, and her friend Chelsea were eating at an establishment in Cool Springs. Chelsea had ordered a side salad, and the Alicia said that she was not going to bring us any salad. She was not going to bring anyone any salad because it looked bad in the back. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
So she's on the good list.
Okay.
On the next bad list are my wedding nerves. I'm getting married Sunday, and I couldn't sleep last night. And you know how it is, Darren.
Yeah,
I don't.
I've been
so
there.
That's true.
I've been there. I know that feeling. You'll be fine though, man. You're gonna be fine.
You got this.
You just
Nate. I
made the
believe in
list.
You guys got this.
Just take a shot of Jaeger before, and you'll be fine.
Something to calm down
Actually,
your nerves.
I will be drinking something before, but I don't think it will be Jaeger.
Yeah,
That's probably
don't
good.
listen to Chase. Don't do Jaeger.
Well, you
Don't
know
do
why I
Jaeger.
say that, because I ran into Nate at a bar one time, and
No, I
he
know.
bought me a shot of Jaeger, and I thought I was going to die. So.
But don't do that on your wedding day. Don't save the
No.
Jaeger for the reception.
I'll
Or
save
just
it for Chase
don't.
again.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations,
Y'all-
Well,
Nate.
Nate, congrats.
Y'all
You
have a good
guys
one.
have an awesome day this week. I know you're gonna have a great weekend.
Thank you.
All right, that's funny. Put somebody on a good list. Good for him. 615-737-1025. How about Alden? Alden, who or what is on your list?
Hey
Is
guys, I was calling just kind of piggybacking off of the neighbor one earlier, the over nice neighbor, I guess you
Okay.
could call it. I got a similar situation where I got a neighbor that's retired, lives next to me, and there's been a couple of things. One, the main thing was, in Metro, you have your trash you put out on Friday, or in my neighborhood, it's Fridays. They come pick it up, whatever. Well, our trash can lid broke off one time when they picked it up. So I called Metro and they said, yeah, we'll put another one on there. Just leave your trash can out this whole week. And whenever we have a chance, we'll swing by there and put one on there.
Yep.
Well,
Just did
he
that.
kept rolling it around behind my house, I guess, like trying to help me out. But I had to put a note on the trash can to be like, hey, leave it out here. I'm leaving it out here for a reason.
You just made the list.
That's actually funny. As they're trying to do something nice, and you're like, dude, I'm just trying to get my trash. By the way, I just did this, so I know what you're talking. I literally this week they had to replace my trash can too because they jacked it up. And so you're right, you have to leave it out there. And that's funny that they kept pulling it back in. So did you miss it, or did it still happen?
No, I eventually got it done because I put a note on it because I think it was this one neighbor, but I went over and knocked on his door and he said he didn't know anything about it. So I put a note on the trash can and said, like, thank you, but just leave this here, please.
Oh, so you don't even know who was doing it?
No, I'm pretty sure it was this guy though. He's the kind. Whenever I go out there and I'm like, literally got my AirPods on, I'm weed eating, or I got the chainsaw running, I'm cutting stuff up, and he'll come over and just start waving and try to have a full on conversation with me. And I'm like, man, like I'm trying to get stuff done right now. Like I appreciate you being nice and everything, but come on, man. Like approach me at a time where I'm not in the middle of something.
All right, good stuff. Hey, good call. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
All right, thank you guys. Y'all have a good one. Yep.
That's funny.
That is
I think
funny.
it's probably funny to me because I can relate. I literally just did that. Although I didn't have a neighbor keep dragging it back up and put it. Well, I put mine in the garage, so it's out of sight. But everybody does it differently, right? I guess some people have built in like little areas on the side of their house. You know, little concrete
mine's
area.
in like a little covering on the
Yeah.
side.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. Good stuff.
I'll put somebody on the good list.
Okay.
Congratulations to friend of the show, Mr. four-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves. He is going to be inducted into the Motorsports Hall of Fame next March in Daytona.
You just made the list.
Cool.
So well deserved for Elio.
And by the way, happy birthday, Philip Forsberg. 27 years
Nice.
old today.
You just made the list.
No, he didn't make the list. I guess the birthday list.
You just made the list.
Thank you, Max.
All right, we'll come back. Wes Durham, he is the voice of the Falcons. We'll learn a little bit more about this Atlanta team. The Titans are taking on tonight. Kickoff set for 6 o'clock our time. But right now, I want to talk to you about my friends at Cool Springs MD. Yeah, been going there for years. They've been helping me for years become healthier and happier and improving my quality of life. And that makes me happy for sure, because it gets tougher as we get older. Dr. Jeffrey Lodge, who is the board certified physician over there, his wife Daphne is the registered nurse, and their experienced staff can tackle a variety of things with you. You'll see that for yourself once you go there. It's a state-of-the-art facility there in Cool Springs at 1642 Westgate Circle. Maybe right now you're in that patch in your life, that little area in your life, because we've all done it as adults, where we've tacked on some unwanted pounds and we need to shed them, right? Well, this is a good time with the weather being hot. It's a lot easier to do it, but they can help you get rid of those unwanted pounds. Weight loss management is important to them, and they've got programs and products and people that can get you back on track and headed in the right direction. Your appearance should be important, and it gets tougher and more challenging as we age, and rejuvenation is something that they can discuss with you. PRP, hair removal, Botox, hormone therapy. Go there and get your levels checked, because maybe they've dipped, which is natural as we age. Maybe they've dipped to all-time lows, which can affect you in many areas, whether it's your drive or your energy or just the way you feel, your mood swings. All these things could be in play, and their experienced staff would love to discuss BHRT, testosterone, estrogen. They do it all. If you need to schedule an appointment or a consultation, pick up the phone and dial this number, 615-283-7291. That's 283-7291. Or you can learn everything about them by going to their website, coolspringsmd.com.
Titans training camp is underway.
Quarterback competition's not over yet. I know.
This is the most anticipated season in 2 decades.
Defense looked pretty solid. I saw Logan Woodside get picked off on the goal line. Nice interception there.
For the best Titans coverage, keep it locked on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN.
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hi, this is Dr. Lewis. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction and sick of taking pills? Well, we finally have a medical breakthrough that is helping thousands of couples restore normal intimacy in the bedroom. We use the most advanced form of wave therapy, clinically proven to repair blood vessels and increase blood flow. We can now effectively treat the root cause problem of erectile dysfunction. Our technology is science-backed and has been shown by Cambridge University to be highly effective. As a medical doctor, I can say that this technology is the new standard of care care for erectile dysfunction.
Thanks, Dr. Lewis. Guys, if you'd like to eliminate your frustrations in the bedroom, call Hillside Medical Clinic right now. And not only will the exam and blood flow ultrasound be free, we'll also give you a gift proven to produce immediate results in the bedroom. This is a $600 value, free to those that call now. 615-576-5000. That's 615-576-5000. Call Hillside Medical now to qualify and put a stop to your ED. 615-576-5000.
Hey, it's Jared from my friends at Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. It's August, which means grilling and chilling season, and my friends at Hiller are celebrating all month with special deals for their customers. Get your free grilling must-haves when you make your home improvements, like a free Yeti Tantra cooler with the purchase of a new tankless water heater, a free Traegerwood pellet grill with the purchase of a new whole home generator, and free Traegerwood pellet grill with the purchase of select new HVAC system. My friends at Hiller back their work with the Happy You'll Be or the Service is Free guarantee. These deals are only happening now for a limited time, so you have to call now. Hiller, proud supporter of the Preds and the Vols.
We all make plans. Big plans, little plans, plans to save, plans to walk the dog, plans for after work. Even plans for when our plans go wrong. It seems like we make plans for everything, except ourselves. At Farm Bureau Health Plans, you are the plan. Your health, your smile, your spring in your step, and your family. And that is the best plan of all. Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan on us. Visit fbhp.com.
Housing prices here are through the roof. That means you're probably sitting on a ton of home equity. Maybe it's time to turn that equity into cash you can use now. Hey, Willie Daunic here talking about Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto can refinance your loan at a super low rate, pay the closing costs for you, and get you a bunch of cash out. I mean like tens of thousands of dollars. So don't just sit on that home's new value. Use it to pay off credit card. Use it to consolidate other debt. Use it to make your home even more valuable with a new kitchen or bathroom. Loan Pronto's all-digital platform makes it fast and easy. You can get a big check in 2 weeks, and if you act now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. 615-499-5780. That's 615-499-5780, or go to loanpronto.com. Ask about the Loan Pronto zero-cost cash-out refi. Loanpronto.com. 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender. NMLS 1661781. Subject to lender approval. Zero-cost option not available on all loans.
Tonight, the Nashville Sounds continue their road series up north against the Louisville Bats. Coverage begins at 5:45 on ESPN 94.9 and the Game Nashville app.
Hey, Nashville, this is David Poyle. You're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Don't slip up or get got. Why not, man? I'm coming for that number one spot. All right.
Back here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase, ESPN 102.5 The Game on this Friday afternoon. Hope everybody's having a good day. Darren McFarland, Chase McCabe with you. Willie D will be back in the saddle with us on Monday off vacay. Let's go down to Atlanta, the voice of the Falcons. Titans and Dirty Birds tonight at 6 o'clock kickoff our time. First preseason game of the year. He's also Mr. ACC. He's Wes Durham, and he now joins us. Wes, how the heck are you?
What's up, fellas? How's everybody doing?
How's your summer been?
Quick.
Isn't it always?
Yeah, there wasn't much of one this year. It doesn't seem like. I mean, we've obviously had our fill of name, image, and likeness. We've had, potential college landscape reshuffling with Oklahoma and Texas apparently being in the SEC now, and we got the restructuring of the NCAA. We've got a Delta variant. I think we got a few things going on here. It just hadn't felt much like summer, to be honest with you. And here we go tonight with preseason football, and we're getting ready to find out how coaches and teams are going to handle 3 of these rather than 4 of these, and kind of what all that means too. To be honest with you, I'm kind of curious as to see who shows up, who plays, and kind of how they go through the evaluation process tonight.
Before we talk about this game, I do want to go back on something. We had Phil Still on last hour, and I did ask him.
Phil,
about,
all right.
Yeah, and I did ask him about Clemson and how life would be after Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne and all the guys that they lost. But, I mean, they're one of those programs that just keeps reloading. But I'll ask you, he was still very, very high on them. I mean, are they going to be right up there with the likes of Alabama and Ohio State and the usual suspects again this year, or is there a dip?
I don't know if there's a dip. Look, they've got things they need to clean up, just like I'm sure Nick Saban and Ryan Day would say the same thing. And probably Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma. But I think this is the year that if you're going to get them, you better get them, because defensively, I think their front seven is as good as the crowd that won the national title a couple of years ago out in Santa Clara. Offensive line wise, they need to run the ball better. I mean, you can look at their analytics and some of the metrics that we use to measure their run game. They need to be better running the ball for sure. I think Uiagalelei is a different cat now. I mean, you're talking 255 pounds on a 6'5" frame. He's a handful. He's got a big time arm, by the way, the quarterback. So I think that you look at their ability to run the ball. I think the Georgia game fits right in their wheelhouse, though, in terms of what they want to be. So they need to play that game. If they were playing, and no disrespect to South Carolina State or Furman or other people they've opened up with in the past, or a MAC school or something like that, I think they'd probably ease their way into the season. But I think in some ways Dabo likes having this game to open up with, because Georgia's getting a lot of love now. I mean, if somebody hadn't won anything in 42 years, they're getting a lot of love. So it's and I did say that as the 18-year voice of the Jackets too. So make sure.
I was about to say, tell us how you really feel, Wes.
No, I got no problem. I mean, we get it drilled in our head down here 350 some days a year about how great they are. They've won more August national championships than any school in college football history. But I mean, Kirby's got a really good team, and Daniels had a great finish to the season. But to answer your question, Darren, I think Dabo likes having this kind of game. They need to be better running the ball. The other area I would tell you to pay attention to on opening night is their corners and a little bit of their secondary. I think it was the Ohio State thing, a mirage, a one-time deal, or was that somebody finding something that people can exploit going forward? We'll see.
Does Kyle Pitts play much tonight? And what is?
If you know, let me know. Can you tell me who got on the plane to come down here? Because I'm hearing all sorts of things about guys aren't even, I mean, because of the variant, because of the way things are going, I'm hearing guys may not travel. I'm hearing, I won't know literally until we get there. I'm going to guess that he plays, but that's it. What are we talking about? 12:35, 12:36 your time? By the time we get to 6 o'clock your time for kick, who the hell knows what's going to happen, to be honest.
How much hype is there? I mean, he's a tight end drafted really, really high. And, we all watched him at Florida. He was unstoppable. He was that good. But, whether it translates to the NFL, we're about to find out. But how much hype truly is there down there about Kyle Pitts?
A lot. And from what I've seen in the 3 practices I've seen live, it's deserved. It's deserved. I mean, he can line up anywhere, out, in, backfield, slot. I mean, he is. And I use this as an analogy, okay? And I don't mean this literally, but they put Kyle Pitts in the Hall of Fame last Saturday night, except this guy is 10 pounds heavier who lines up tonight, okay? I mean, same size, 12 pounds roughly heavier is Kyle Pitts and Calvin Johnson. That's who they put in the Hall of Fame the other night.
Wow.
Kyle Pitts is physically ready to go at this thing. He's got a lot to learn, and he's going to have to experience the prep and the business of football. And this is now a job, and I'm sure it was at Florida too. But this is and playing in the SEC at that level and that kind of intensity helps guys at this level. I've seen it transpire in the years that I've been doing the games. But I'll say this: it's deserved, and I'm glad they took him. I'm glad they didn't, wander off and not take a guy who I think can change their dynamic in the red zone. I think he's done a marvelous job understanding, having a veteran quarterback who's getting ready to start his 14th year tonight. If you follow me on this, I just think all those things kind of factor into where Kyle Pitts ultimately can go. And yeah, to me, the hype's worth it, Darren. I mean, he is the real deal when it comes to catching balls and being in the middle of the field, and the ability to line up and change the game and affect the game. Yeah, I think if he stays healthy, he can have a hell of a year for sure.
Wes, you know this better than most. The whole Clemsoning term drove Dabo Swinney absolutely bonkers, and it fueled his fire to change that narrative. And obviously, nobody says that anymore. this Falcons team, and this is where I'm going with this, is they just could not close out a damn game.
Oh no!
I mean, they would get up, and as you know, and they just could not hold on to a lead. Since then, they've got a new coaching staff, and we're very familiar with their head coach and Arthur Smith and Dean Pease over on defense. The question I have, though, Wes, is how much have they heard that? How much are they aware of that? Or is it even discussed down there?
Oh, it's discussed, but I think really what, Arthur deserves a tremendous amount of credit, and Terry Fontenot, the new GM, Darren Chase, deserve a lot of credit because they came in here and didn't sit on the term rebuild, okay? They've sat on the term of we're here to get better and win. Because they're looking, I give them a ton of credit because they look forward. They're not looking back. They don't, what happened here last year and what happened here in the 3-4 years since the Super Bowl doesn't matter to these guys. It just doesn't. They were not here, right? I mean, Terry Fontenot saw the Falcons twice a year. Arthur Smith saw them once every 4 years. I mean, maybe in a preseason game prior to that. It just doesn't matter. And I give them a lot of credit. There's one coach who stayed from the previous staff. One coach. I mean, and to be honest with you, the trainers knew, the film guys knew, the player relations guys knew. I mean, Terry and Arthur basically, I don't want to say cleaned house, but they moved a lot of people around. And some people were here. I mean, they moved 3 guys that were here combined 72 years. So, I mean, you can look at it a couple of different ways here, but in my mind, they've done a really good job of moving forward here. And I think that that's one of the things they want to accomplish in small bits and pieces, starting with something like tonight. A meaningless preseason game for most of us just watching it is not meaningless to them in the evaluation and the building process of what they ultimately want this franchise to be. And here's the other part too, and you guys know this from where we are now as media members covering teams, right? It's hard to get any day-to-day residual of this because we're just not close enough, right? Yep. We don't have those convenient conversations coming off the practice field like we used to. So it's hard for me to tell you how far are they along that path. But I do feel good about what they say and at least their public directive at this point going into a preseason game tonight and certainly the next 2 before they put it on a tee for real.
What is the perception of Arthur Smith down there with the fan base? I mean, it was a guy that was just always around. It didn't matter if the head coaches and the staffs had changed. Arthur Smith stuck around, and then he got an opportunity to be an OC, and nobody knew truly how it was going to look or play out because he was everybody just knew it was a guy that had been around for almost a decade. And then, it looked really, really good. So we got to know Arthur, and I feel like he's going to be really good at this. He's a very smart man. He's very calculated. He thinks things through. But what is the perception of the hire down there?
The perception is that just what you said. Number one, he's very smart. Number 2 is that he's not going to play his hand publicly. They're not going to, as I jokingly told somebody yesterday, they're not going to build this football team through the media. I mean, he's not going to tell you, by the way, guys, we signed X because we're doing this. Does that make sense? I mean, he's just not going to tell you what they're going to do every Sunday through the media. And in all honesty, I respect that because he has no reason to. Sure, he's reserved, but man, you don't talk to anybody that doesn't interact with him on a regular basis that tells you he's not impressed. And the couple times I've been around him, I'm very impressed. And I think he's got the right tact, the right cadence about what his expectation is. And I think that so far the players seem to have a really good reaction. I think there's obviously a strong percentage of the fan base that's in a wait and see mode, to be honest, guys. And I understand that. But look at his worksheet and the fact that he worked for 5 different head coaches in Nashville.
Yep.
I mean, the fact he stayed around and was exposed to all those different things and moved up the tree in the process speaks worlds of what they thought of him and obviously why Arthur Blank and Rich McKay thought he would be a perfect fit here. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of excited to see how he builds it. And Terry's the same way. Terry just worked for one organization for a long time in New Orleans. And kind of we went behind enemy walls. If you look at the Falcons' relationship with the Saints, we went behind enemy walls and got a guy, right? And I think that's something that, that people are also interested to see kind of what happens here too.
We're talking to Wes Durham. He is the voice of the Falcons. So do you know, is Arthur going to call the plays, or is that Dave Ragone?
Yes. No, Arthur's calling the plays. That's every indication that I've been given is that he's definitely going to call the plays.
Yeah, I was just curious on that. You mentioned the 14-year quarterback going into his 14th year, and Matt Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
How much with this offense that I think is going to fit him, and with Arthur coming in, how much do you think is truly left in the tank of whether this is a rebuild or a retooling or whatever you want to call it for Matt Ryan to potentially make another run at things?
I think there's enough left that he's heard, and Matt is an incredibly competitive guy. I mean, ultra competitive on the football field, super competitive on the golf course. And I've seen that one firsthand in a good and a bad way. So I would tell you this. I think that, Matt Ryan would have to be deaf and blind to not have heard some of the things that were said last offseason about it's time to draft a quarterback, right? And I think that does nothing but fuel the guy because that's been his entire career. Darren, we had these conversations a long time ago when they chose Matt Ryan, and the first 5 years were, well, he's not Michael Vick. Well, no kidding. I mean, it doesn't take Lombardi to figure that out. I mean, he's not Michael Vick, but he turned into a really good quarterback, a consistent Pro Bowler, and was a league MVP a few years ago. But I think all the stuff on the outside does nothing but drive him. Now he needs to get off to a good start, and I think he's enjoyed the relationship. And I think he's interested to see just how Arthur's, and you can't tell in training camp because nobody goes to the ground anymore. But I think he's interested to see kind of how the schematics are going to work in the preseason and then what they evolve to be once the regular season starts. And I think that's an important part about what, Matt Ryan is, and especially a guy going forward like that.
Wes, you're all franchise wide receivers now here in Nashville.
Yeah.
Julio
Is
Jones.
he on the plane, by the way? Does anybody know if he's here tonight?
I doubt it, but it's a
I
good
doubt it
question.
too.
I know the only thing Vrabel said is you won't see Tannehill. So that's
Okay.
really
Well, that's two of them then. So there we
Yeah.
go. Why would you use Logan Woodside to sling it to Julio tonight? So
Right.
yeah, I would agree with you.
But what is that room, that receiver room, or the locker room as a whole, going to look like now that a guy that is given blood, sweat, and tears to that franchise? And do you think that Calvin really is ready for the extra pressure of now he truly is the number one? There's no Julio anymore.
Yeah, and talking to Calvin last Saturday in an open practice, and Dave Archer, my partner, and I were afforded an opportunity to visit these guys a little bit, in a non-formal setting, if you will. And I think Calvin's enjoyed kind of ramping up to know that, the chips are on him. And there's an expectation level of him that he hasn't probably seen since he was in Tuscaloosa because Julio was there. But also remember this too, fellas. We're talking about a guy who had to be the number one a good bit of last year because Julio just did not go. And so Calvin has already taken the reins on that. Now, did it help Calvin in the early stages of his career before he got hurt as a rookie and a little bit a year ago and so forth, that all of a sudden Calvin was involved in the packaging of coverages that featured Julio on the field who took a guy and a half every snap? Absolutely. Will that guy and a half be on Calvin? Yeah, until Russell Gage can prove it, or the aforementioned Kyle Pitts can become a factor. And I think there's some. I think there are guys who realize, their spot and their timing, and I think Calvin is a pretty good example of that right now for sure.
Now, you mentioned how smart Arthur Smith is, and I think we'd all agree that the smartest thing he did was the first phone call he made was,
yeah.
Hey, Dean, how you doing? Arthur, what's up? You bored? I know it's hard to say because you haven't seen a game yet, but just the impact that hire of Dean Pease coming in, again, with a team that they're not calling a rebuild, they're calling it a retooling. Even if he's there a year, the type of impact that can make.
I think it's huge, and I think you're right. I think that I've had more than one person tell me it's the most important offseason acquisition Atlanta made. How's that? I mean, you draft a generational tight end fourth, and yet the defensive coordinator, I've been told, is the most important piece here. So I think a lot of people realize it. You don't spend more than about 5 or 10 minutes talking to him and realize just how impactful Dean Pease can be. And I think that means a lot to Arthur, that he had enough of the relationship with Dean that he was willing to come out of retirement. I think there was also, to a degree, Dean missed the game, right? And it's going to be fun to watch. DJ Shockley, who will do some television coverage in our preseason, we were talking at practice one day, and he said, only thing I can tell you about Dean Pease is I was in Baltimore as a rookie free agent trying to make the team, and looked across in the fourth quarter of a preseason game, and he had 9 guys standing up looking at me. And I said, "What'd you do?" He said, "I tapped the center on the rear end and said, which one you gonna block?" So, I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of that. And look, I've seen in practice, I've seen 6 stand up and 5 stand up, and I've seen the guys who never stood up in his career stand up in Tuioti Mariner. So I think we all have to understand that there's personnel mixing and matching going on here. But Atlanta's got some good talent. Do they have enough? They got Grady Jarrett and they got Deion Jones, who are guys that have been to Pro Bowls. And I think Deron Harmon has a role here, who they got in free agency, because he's been a part of some successful teams. And, let's see where it grows. That's the intriguing part for me. And I've been through this a couple different times now. One that, showed you a lot of excitement and enthusiasm, and one that you just kind of knew in 07 was going down a narrow track that might crash and burn without Michael Vick and Bobby Petrino's 13-game career here. But there's a different vibe about this where everybody understands they're not going to be talked about. They're not going to be shown on national TV really during the regular season except a Thursday night. And what's this ultimately going to look like, right? And I think that's one of the things that intrigues people like me, and I think it intrigues a good bit of the fan base. And when I say, that a lot of people are in a wait-and-see mode, I think it's out of curiosity more than it's expectation, if that makes sense.
Did you get a chance to check out Field of Dreams game last night?
Yeah, I was there 6 weeks ago. We're on the real
Were you really?
crazy strokes of genius. Yeah, I was in Dubuque, of all places, for a few days with some fellow broadcasters, as they say. And you may wonder, why were we in Dubuque? But that's another story for another time. But Dyersville is about 25 minutes west of Dubuque. And Roman Weinberg, who is the kind of the property manager, if you will, of the Field of Dreams movie site, invited us over. And we got a chance to go see the movie set, which was incredible. The site of the ball game, the field there, and the house, and that kind of deal. But we also got a backdoor tour of what they were building. And Roman said, quote, "If the weather holds, it'll be a spectacular night for the 8,000 people and for television." Well, the weather held, and it was a spectacular. It was as gorgeous a television event as I've ever seen. Of sports. And I kind of like the idea, Darren. I don't know if I want to. You know this because you guys follow the NHL. They have the Winter Classic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
you're going right where we started the show with. I know, Chase. Is he not going exactly how we started the show? I know.
No doubt.
Wes is
No
going.
doubt.
Yeah. I mean, would you do it once a year? Would you do it there every year? Now, see, I think you can wear out. Like, I wouldn't walk Kevin Costner and players through corn next year. Okay, you've done that. That's just me. But I think you can play 2 Midwest teams there and get 8,000 people and have a really good environment. But you know what? What's the harm in moving around the country and playing in intimate settings in Major League Baseball? You don't have to play in the 40,000 seat stadiums every night. Go play in sub 10,000 seat minor league ballparks, or do something. Take the game to America to recapture it with America. And I'll be honest with you, I think the NBA ought to do it too, but they'll never go for it because they got too much hooting and hollering and all sorts of light shows going on in the NBA. But I think that, and I tried to say this morning on our show with Packer on ACC Network, that Sanford Pentagon in the Dakotas where they take a college basketball tournament every year,
mm-hmm.
I don't think that thing's more than 5,000 seats, and people up there love that thing. And I think that's what you have to do a little bit in the marketing of sports, professionally or collegiately at the higher level, is take it places where you can, where you can get some intimacy about it and have some value to it. But I thought it was a gorgeous event and a hell of a game. Good Lord. I mean, most baseball strikeouts are home runs. And last night we had lead changes, home runs in the corn, and a hell of a finish. Good Lord, that ninth inning was as dramatic as 6 outs of baseball or whatever you've seen in a long time, I think.
Yeah,
and thus they've got the highest ranking. I think the TV ratings out, at least the prelim, it's the highest rated regular season baseball game in more than 10 years.
Has to be, no doubt. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that's the early return.
Yep. I think you're spot on. The problem with everything you just threw out there is it made just way too much sense. And usually Major League Baseball and the NCAA, if you throw out things that make way too much sense, they trip over that. So I gave Major League Baseball credit for last night. I did it even before the game. I did it on yesterday's show, and then today was glowing about it. But everything you just said makes a ton of sense. And let's be honest, the NCAA and Major League Baseball don't exactly think outside the box too much.
Oh, no kidding.
So maybe this is their wake-up call.
The NCAA still thinks we have to jump the ball at center court after every made basket. I mean, come on, man. That'll.
Yeah, I think NCAA only takes check or cash, right? I mean, they've never even heard of PayPal, Venmo, or any other, Apple Pay, any other ways that we paid. Forget debit card or credit card. They still do cash and check only. That's how far behind they are.
But it was a beautiful night and a great game, and it's a win for American sports, but it's really a win for baseball. Sure.
No doubt. Couldn't agree more. Hey, great stuff. By the way, just real quick, I want to go there now. I've always wanted to go there, but now it got ramped up even more after last night. So just it sounds like the way you described it, it is so worth it to go there and do the visit.
Yeah, it's really cool. The movie set is it's just like you think. We left Dubuque after playing a round of golf, and Gary Dolphin, the voice of the Hawkeyes at Iowa, is the one who took us over there. And he said, boys, we're going to ride through this stuff, and it's just like you're going to think we're going to nowhere, and we kind of are. And the last 6.5 miles was 2-lane country road with cornfields. It was the coolest thing and I kept thinking, and I was with, and you'll know some of these names, Don Fisher, the voice of Indiana, Matt LePay does Wisconsin, and myself. There were 4 of us. And Gary was the one taking us to meet Roman, the guy that runs the place. And Don's a huge Pittsburgh Pirates fan. And he grew up in kind of Illinois and that kind of deal. And Don, as we were riding through the cornfields, Don said, this is like being in the movie. It's like being one of the cars going to the, if you build it, they will come type.
Right.
And it was an amazing place to go because I was a huge fan of the movie and still am. But you get there and you see the house, and there's some things around it obviously now, but there's a baseballism store. If you're familiar with baseballism, it's a website where they do unique kind of shirts and things like that. Well, they've got a baseballism store that's basically at the Field of Dreams site. And so you can go there for souvenirs and things like that. But to see the movie set was cool. And then fortunately, we were with Roman, and he took us over to an area where, the public wasn't going, but we were able to go see the site they were building for the stadium, and they're leaving it. They're leaving the stadium.
Oh,
they're
wow.
taking the bleachers
that's
down,
cool.
but they're leaving the dugouts, the pitcher's eye, and the batter's eye in the background that look like the barn, scoreboard. All that's going to stay. And Dyersville uses the movie site field for local baseball championships and youth leagues and things like that. But they also, as you might imagine, 501c3 kind of for-profit place, right? They rent the movie site out to corporate people about 40, 50 times a year.
Wow.
And you can take your company, like, you guys could load up from Nashville, take a celebrity game up there and play on the movie set. It's cool. It's really pretty neat. The day we were there was just like a Sandlot game taking place. And, everybody was kind of in the bleachers like in the movie and stuff like that. It was really, really fun. And I would tell anybody, if you love baseball, and I'm not a huge baseball guy, but I enjoyed being there because I was such a fan of the movie. And really cool.
That's awesome. Wes, always appreciate the visits. Thanks for the good info. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk to you down the road.
Come on, man. It's preseason. We're going to get through this. That's the bottom line.
I was trying to build it up.
Yeah, I know. Take care, guys. Be well.
Wes Durham, the voice of the Falcons. And it is a preseason game, but people get excited. So there'll be a lot of people tuning in tonight. It is something. Titans and Falcons, 6 o'clock kickoff our time. We'll come back. Fourth and final hour of Darren, Daunic, and Chase next.
ElectronicExpress.com. We make it happen.
From Fox 17 News, this is a Code Red weather alert.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. We are under a marginal risk for severe weather this afternoon and evening, so we could see a few strong to severe storms. Main threat, damaging winds.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
You think sports season in Tennessee is over? Think again. Nashville Soccer Club is on a roll in its second season in Major League Soccer, and we want everyone in to cheer on the boys in gold at home.
A big goal for Nashville. They've done it again.
The summer of soccer continues on Wednesday, August 18th at home. Don't miss the excitement as Nashville SC takes on Orlando City SC at 7:30 p.m. Tickets on sale now from just $22 at NashvilleSC.com.
Hey everybody, Willie here. We've got some exciting developments from our friends at Bojangles. You've heard me talking about this throughout the week. We know they've got their 22 area locations, but the big news is they're launching their first ever food truck right here in Nashville. It's going to be serving the Bo's favorites, along with their brand new hand-breaded Bo's chicken sandwich that fans have been anticipating for months. This sandwich is legit. Make sure you check this out. Here's where you need to go. Centennial Park this Saturday, 12:30 p.m., and get there quick because the first 10 visitors, $100 gift cards. And the first 200 people are going to get that tasty new chicken sandwich for free. Test it out. You are absolutely going to love this. They'll also have all sorts of games and activities for the entire family. And Bo's head chef is going to be there, Marshall Scarborough. He'll be in town to greet the fans. So come on over, have some fun, and don't forget to follow Bo Food Truck NVL for details on Instagram. It's Bo time.
Frontier, the all things basementy company, is the one to call for expert foundation repairs. Did you know that foundation problems can negatively affect your home's safety and value? Foundation issues only get worse over time, so repair your foundation before it becomes a bigger and more expensive problem. If you have settlement, sinking, wall cracks, or uneven floors, call Frontier, the all things basementy company, for a free inspection at 866-682-4420 or visit trustfrontier.com.
It's time to get back to school, and Electronic Express has what you need. Get your student ready with huge savings on computers and tablets, printers, Bluetooth speakers, and more. Trick out the dorm room with up to 50% off brands like Samsung, Sony, Microsoft, Lenovo, Cuisinart, Hue, and more. Appliances are covered with up to 50% off, in stock and ready to deliver with up to 36 months free financing. Save on back to school and so much more at Electronic Express. We make it happen.
Hey, it's Jared for TriStar Moving. If you're looking to move, you need to give my friends at TriStar Moving a call. At TriStar Moving, you'll get 5-star service throughout the entire process. Everything will be taken care of, from covering your floors, banisters, railings, front door thresholds, furniture, TVs, and more. They took great care of my move and made it as stress-free as possible. If you're looking to move, give TriStar Moving a call, 615-640-1219, or visit them at nashvillemoving.org/radio and get 5% off your entire move. TriStar Moving, my official movers.
Creating the finest award-winning tequila means starting with the best ingredients. Camarena Tequila is 250 years in the making from Arandas, Jalisco, Mexico. You see, at Camarena, they wait for their 100% blue Weber agave to reach maturity before harvesting each and every plant by hand. This allows them to consistently produce one of the smoothest and best-tasting tequilas in the world. Experience Camarena Tequila today, available at a fine liquor store near you. Camarena Tequila is the official tequila for the Nashville Soccer Club.
If you're an experienced salesperson looking for a new sales adventure that includes sports, music, and major events, then you're going to want to listen to the rest of this brief message because we're talking to you. I'm Dennis Guazdon, Vice President and Market Manager for Cromwell Media, the local owner of this radio station. We're looking for talented individuals to join our growing sales team. Cromwell is a company committed to personal and professional growth, and the fact that we have employees who have been with us for 5, 10, 15, 20 years is pretty strong evidence of that claim. Look, if you're listening to this radio station right now, you're already a fan of what we do. Why not help businesses find more people like you? Using our radio and digital assets, we offer marketing solutions that can be tailored to any type of business at any budget. If you're already selling for someone else and this sounds like a career path you'd like to pursue, let's have a conversation. Shoot us an email at together@cromwellmedia.com. Let's see if we're a good match. That's together@cromwellmedia.com. Cromwell Media is an equal opportunity employer. We hope to hear from you.
5G is here, but the big carriers want you to sign a pricey long-term contract to get in on the action. Well, no more, because Straight Talk Wireless has rolled out 5G coverage nationwide with plans starting at just $35 a month with no contract. And get a Samsung Galaxy A32 5G for only $299, all on America's best networks. 5G coverage, 5G phones, less money. Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. 5G capable device required, actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Prescription products require an online consultation. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information.
My husband's ED was affecting our marriage. HIMS was our answer. HIMS connected my husband with a licensed provider online. He got medication to treat his ED at a fraction of the price of the name brand, delivered right to our door. Thanks to HIMS, we got our intimacy and our marriage back.
Right now, get your first online provider's visit free when you go to forhims.com/joy. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Nashville's best sports talk, locally owned, home of our Nashville Predators. WPRT FM Grove, 97.5 Murfreesboro, WBUZ HD2 Laverne. Online at thegamenashville.com.
ESPN
102.5 The Game. From the Wholesale Link Studios, powered by RumbleOn.com. It's time for Darren, Daunic, and Chase. With hosts Darren McFarland, Willie Daunic, and Chase McCabe. On Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
102.5 The Game.
Rolling into the final hour. Darren, Daunic, and Chase here on this Friday afternoon. Kevin Owens will join us shortly. WWE Superstar. It's coming back to Nashville. We'll tell you all about that here shortly. Don't forget all of our Titans training camp coverage here on this station, presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans and Frontier Basement Systems, the All Things Basement Company, the Trenches Shop Gallery and Boutique, the Cut Truck Mobile, which is Nashville's new barbershop on wheels. You have control of the time and place. Book your appointment at thecutTruckMobile.org. Darren McFarland, Chase McCabe with you. Good stuff from West Durham, as always. So I'm going to do this before KO calls in, because we are going to do something that you saw on ESPN Plus after him. But I was looking at the schedule. We haven't talked about this in a good while, but give me your top three, and I'm putting you on the spot. You haven't had time to really put this together, but give me your top three intriguing games on the Titan schedule this year in order. The three games that intrigue you the most, starting at 3 and work your way up to number
1. Okay. It's a good question. I would say number 3 on my list would probably be the Rams on Sunday Night Football Week 9, because there's so much hype surrounding the Rams, and everybody thinking they could be a pick out of the NFC. I think that's going to be a tough one, obviously on the road in prime time. 2 years in a row, the Titans have been scheduled for a Sunday Night Football game. First time in the history of the NBC Sunday Night Football, I believe that's happened with them. Number 2 on my list.
Like actually scheduled. I think that's correct.
Yeah,
like they've been flexed into that, but I don't think they've been actually on the original schedule.
Correct. Number 2 on my list.
By the way, it's about to. I mean, it's dark
about
here.
to rain here too.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. It's dark and thunder, a lot of thunder, loud thunder, and so anyway, go ahead. So 3 is the Rams Sunday Night Football, November 7th.
Yeah. Number 2 will be Monday night game here in Nashville against Buffalo. The Bills. Are the Bills, Josh Allen, are they going to be able to repeat, what they did last year? The Titans had their way with them in what became a primetime game, the COVID game, after being away for a couple of weeks. Titans came back, hosted them at Nissan Stadium, beat the you-know-what. We all know about the stiff arm. that Derrick Henry had, but that one's intriguing because Buffalo's supposed to be a player in the AFC just like the Titans. And then number one, I don't know how you couldn't say this. It's Kansas City because that's the measuring stick. The Kansas City Chiefs, especially in the AFC, and it's the next week in Nashville. And in the regular season, especially in Nashville, the Titans have been able to take care of Kansas City. But I think that's going to be a true murderer's row test, that stretch, because notice all three games I named are from week 6 to week 9, which is Buffalo, Kansas City, at Indy, at the Rams. That is a tough stretch of the Titans schedule. So those are my intriguing matchups.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to this because I want to give my answer too, but I think we must go to our very special guest, which should make you very excited, Chase.
Oh, yes. Got to hit the music. We say hello to Kevin Owens, WWE superstar who is on the line with us. Monday Night Raw returns to Nashville for the first time in oh so long, October 4th. Tickets are going to go on sale next Friday, August 20th at 10 a.m. We say hello to Kevin Owens. KO, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic. I know I'm excited as a wrestling fan just to be able to go to a live event again, but as a performer that you all had to go through this just like everybody else, not having a live audience. What's it like being back in front of the fans again?
Well, you know what's ironic is since we've been back in front of fans, I've actually only had the chance to be in front of a live crowd 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it just works out that you don't have a match that night, so you end up just, being backstage, but feeling the energy of the crowd, even when I don't get the chance to go in front of the actual live audience is really, it's a hard feeling to describe. It's kind of something you don't really, we always loved, feeding off the energy of the fans, but now that it was taken away for so long and we have it back, it's really something we appreciate with a whole new level of appreciation,
Yeah, and I know you got the teaser, I guess it was, with WrestleMania and having that in Tampa, but it's still it still wasn't the full crowd. But I'm actually going to be in SummerSlam at SummerSlam next week, so I'm really looking forward to that at Allegiant Stadium to see. So it's having the I think people don't understand that with you all in wrestling, you do feed off the crowd. I mean, it makes the match. You all are doing the moves in the ring, but the reaction to the crowd is what makes it truly something, especially to watch, whether it's in-house or on TV. So how did you, in those months that there wasn't a crowd, whether it was the piped-in noise or the screens, how did you try and make up for that, or could you?
Well, so for me, I was kind of lucky in a way because it took me a good 15 years wrestling on the independent circuit before I got to WWE. And, through those 15 years, I ended up wrestling in front of very small crowds sometimes, like as little as 20 people sometimes. So when we got into that setting where we were wrestling practically in front of, 15, 20 crew members, and that's about it, it wasn't that foreign to me to wrestle in front of a very small crowd. So what I did was I started using those people, the camera crew, the tech guys, everybody, the announcers. I started using them as my audience because all those guys have been with WWE for so long. So if I know that what I'm doing is entertaining them in some way, shape, or form, if after my match or whatever I'm doing on the show, those guys come up to me and say, hey, that was good stuff, they've seen it all. So I know that I'm putting out quality work, and then the people at home are most likely enjoying it as well. So that's kind of how I attacked it. But honestly, the main benefit of the crowd, besides bringing so much energy to the show, and it just makes it way more interesting when you're watching at home when there's a live crowd in the arena, is that it makes everything hurt a lot less. Because the adrenaline and the rush of the crowd is very helpful in taking those beatings and those hard falls, but getting back up. But when there's nobody in the building, those falls and those hits, you feel them a lot more.
Kevin Owens is on the line with us, WWE superstar. You mentioned NXT is that was your first foray in WWE after being on the independent circuit. A lot of people knew who you were when you came in there, but that's really when the KO show was born. Was in NXT. How important was that time to your career?
I mean, it was really crucial because even though I was only there for a few months, really, I got to work with so many, and like I said, I was 15 years in by the time I signed with WWE, and then I went to NXT, so I had a good bit of experience already. But NXT and the Performance Center, which is where you go, once you sign with NXT, where you kind of start owning your craft and learning the WWE way of doing things. That building, NXT, as a brand, it's all about development, like developing skills and talent and giving them a new level of skill. And guys like Dusty Rhodes and Robbie Brookside and Terry Taylor and all, I'm just naming those three, but there's so many great coaches there. So even though I was only there for about 8-9 months, I really benefited from being there and learning from those guys, so that, once I showed up on Raw, I went toe-to-toe with John Cena immediately. But those few months there were crucial in getting me ready for that. So it was very important to my career for sure.
What's it like working with Cena?
It's pretty amazing. He's, I don't know if anybody noticed, but he's pretty good at what he does. And, to be in the ring with him, it's like a different kind of energy from the crowd. There's few people that bring this kind of energy, where people are so passionate about, the performer and some one way or another. Some people, especially at that time and back in 2015, some people really love John Cena and some people really dislike John Cena, but nobody was kind of like, there's nobody in the middle. People used to either love him or really despise him. So the energy he would bring along with him from the crowd, where people are almost competing against each other. Some people are cheering him, and then the people not cheering him are trying to be louder than the ones cheering him. That really, that level of energy is really special. So to be in the ring with him and feel that is really special. And, not to mention that, like I said, he's a pretty fantastic wrestler. So those are really great memories that I'll always look back on fondly.
We're talking to Kevin Owens, WWE superstar, another guy that you know quite well and have worked with so many times in your career, especially within WWE, is Sami Zayn. And whether you two are tag team partners or you're the heel, he's the face, or vice versa, you always put on some high quality matches. And I know you've worked with him recently. So what's it like being able to get in the ring and whether it's actually wrestling or cutting promos against Sami?
Yeah, we've been doing this for so long, like you said, as rivals, as teammates. Getting to do it at WrestleMania this year, obviously, and you mentioned earlier, we actually had the crowd there for that. And, WrestleMania is as big as it gets. And even this year, even with the reduced audience, it's still 25,000 people in that stadium. And it was still in a stadium, and the magnitude of the event, getting to do that at WrestleMania with him was really cool. And, he's one of the guys that I wrestled in front of 20 people back, all those years ago. So to go from that to the level that we've been, been having the chance to do it in front of the audience and on the stage that we get to do it now, again, I sound like a broken record, but it's pretty special. And I've been doing this now for almost 22 years. I've been wrestling for almost 22 years, and those are, some more memories that I'll really, I'm not sure how much longer I'll be doing this for, but those are memories I'll look back on fondly as well.
You're Canadian. You're from Quebec, and one of my favorites growing up, the Hart family, Owen Hart, especially, always enjoyed watching him. I know he means a lot to you in your career. The name Owens comes from your son, but also from Owen Hart. So how special was he to you?
Yeah, I mean, the Hart family name in itself is pretty legendary. And, I'd say at the head of that, that family in terms of recognition for their talent would probably be Brett. But if you ask Brett, he'd say himself, I'm pretty sure, and I think I've read interviews and heard interviews. He'd say that Owen was actually, in his opinion, the better wrestler of the two, and Owen probably never got the credit he deserved while he was, still alive, unfortunately. But I think, especially in recent years, people have gone back and watched his work and realized how fantastic he was. As a kid growing up watching wrestling, I had seen that immediately. I was such a big fan of Owen Hart, and I think, funny enough, a lot of it came from the fact that I had an older brother that was, that was better than me at hockey, at playing hockey, way better than me. And he was 10 years older, but to me, it was still just like, oh, I'll never be as good of a hockey player as he is. And so I got that like little brother complex, which Brett and Owen would tell, their story throughout their WWE careers with each other. So I think that's why I gravitated toward Owen so much. And, he was a really entertaining character and really good wrestler. So sure enough, he had a big impact on me. And, after he passed away, I always said to myself after that, if I ever have a son, I'm going to call him Owen. And that's exactly what happened. And, thankfully my wife was on board, so we called him Owen. And then when came time for me to choose a name for WWE, Kevin Owens just seemed like a logical choice as a tribute to my son, but also obviously Owen Hart. And, I'm very proud to be able to perform under that name. And hopefully, I've talked with Hart family members that have told me how much it means to them that I have that name, and that really, that's a pretty special thing to hear from them. So I'm lucky to have the name, and I'm very very honored to have it as well.
Yeah, and I know your family is very, very important to you as well, and being on the road as much as you all are in normal times, I should say. Now that we're getting back to that, how I guess how difficult, but also not difficult at the same time, is it to be able to balance that family life that that you want to have, and also perfecting your craft as a wrestler?
Well, it's obviously always been the hardest part of doing this, is the traveling and being away from the family. But I'm lucky. I have a phenomenal wife who puts up with the sacrifices that we have to make for me to get to live out this career. And my kids are also very understanding. They've kind of never known otherwise. They, like I said, I've been doing this for 22 years. My son's 13, my daughter's 7. So to them, daddy's always gone on the road for work. So they adjusted to that, and it's just kind of, what it's just kind of our life. So, I'll still get the odd, oh, I wish you didn't have to go on the road, for my daughter here and there so much. But, she gets over it quick, and they just understand that that's part of what my job entails. But, the last year and a half with the pandemic, obviously, it was, terrible for everybody. But I hate to say this because, it's hard to see any kind of positive from what happened in the last year and a half. But for us as wrestlers, there was kind of a silver lining, because I live in Orlando, and obviously WWE throughout the year and a half had all their shows from Orlando. So I never left home, really. I would drive 20 minutes to, the arena, have a match, come back. So I got to spend the last year and a half going to bed every night next to my wife, waking up in the morning, getting to see my kids. That's something that I would have never dreamed of as a WWE superstar before. So as awful as the last year and a half was, there was a silver lining there for us. For me, it's, as a wrestler, getting to still enjoy my career and getting to be with my family so much. So now getting back on the road is obviously going to be a little difficult, but we have, all that time we got together to look back on, and that was really great as well.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun having you all back in Nashville. I know you're a SmackDown guy, but we'll see what the roster looks like.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I've been thinking of trying to, I watch Raw every week, and I feel like Raw could use a good infusion of the KO show. So, who knows?
Hey,
if I feel like Nashville is the right place to do it, and I really do enjoy Nashville quite a bit, maybe I'll show up.
One of my favorite shirts that I own is the old Raw logo, but says the Kevin Owens Show. So that's one of the best shirts you've ever put out. But we'll see. We'll hope to see you here October 4th. But thanks for taking the time today.
Thanks a lot. Take it easy.
He is Kevin Owens, former champion, WWE superstar, and again, Monday Night Raw returns to Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, October 4th. You can get tickets starting next Friday at 10 a.m., August 20th. Ticketmaster.com. And if you've listened to the show long enough, you know that I'm a huge wrestling fan. Very excited that WWE is going to be coming back, and I will be in Vegas next Saturday for SummerSlam. So looking forward to that. But a lot of fun things out of that. Hockey guy. So as you can expect, growing up in Quebec, we will have much more coming here on the show, including this thing that ESPN Plus has put out, the top 100 college football coaches in the last 50 years. Some interesting names on that. We will talk about that when we come back. But first, it's my time to tell you about BetMGM. You can score a major payday with BetMGM because it's the best time to sign up for the king of sportsbooks. They're giving new customers a shot and an easy $100. So this is what you need to do. When you register, use the code 1025game100 and you can win $100 in free bets when you place a $1 moneyline wager on the Braves or the Nationals. If either team hits a home run, you win. That's simple. Whether you're raising the stakes on baseball or wagering on your favorite soccer team, BetMGM is always ready for action. Enjoy innovative parlay selection builders, daily promotions, boosted odds specials, and more. Download the app or go to betmgm.com. Use that code 1025game100 to win $100 when you bet just $1 on the Braves or the Nationals and either team hits a home run. It's only at BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks. New customer offer, paid in free bets. You must be 21 years or older. Must be in Tennessee. Visit BetMGM.com for a full list of terms and conditions. For problem gambling support, call the Tennessee Red Line at 800-889-9789.
Titans training camp is underway.
Really encouraging to see Bud Dupree out there and coming off the PUP list.
This is the most anticipated season in 2 decades.
I actually expect the defense to be better.
For the best Titans coverage, keep it locked on Nashville's best sports talk.
ESPN
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
The Nashville Soccer Club enters its second season with another run to the MLS Cup playoffs. Tune into ESPN 94.9 all season long for the action brought to you by Camarena Tequila. The best place to bet on soccer is Twin Spires. Download their app today and place your bets.
The year's best diamond buying opportunity is right now. For a limited time, Genesis Diamonds is doing something unheard of. They've cut the price on the largest and most beautiful selection of GIA diamonds you've ever seen. Now through August 22nd only, all GIA certified diamonds have been marked down an extra 20%. 20% below Genesis' already guaranteed best price on all GIA certified diamonds. It's Genesis Diamonds' spectacular GIA Diamond Extravaganza. Your chance to buy a GIA certified diamond the same way jewelry store owners buy theirs. Don't be surprised to see other jewelry store owners, even diamond wholesalers shopping alongside you at this event. It's for a very limited time, and you need to shop now for the best selection. Rounds, ovals, princess cuts, cushion cuts, pear shape, even fancy yellow diamonds. From a half carat to 10 carats, from $1,500 to $500,000. For a limited time, get Genesis Diamonds guaranteed best price minus another 20% on all GIA diamonds. Don't miss this chance to get access to diamond prices rarely offered to the general public. Now through the 22nd only, and only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding stress. But a good night's rest helps boost your overall health and wellness. And it couldn't be easier. The new Sleep Number 360 smart bed senses and automatically adjusts to keep you both effortlessly comfortable. The result? You wake up ready for anything. Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 50% on the new Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus special financing. Ends Monday. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Saturday night, Mookie Betts and the LA Dodgers visit Javier Baez and the New York Mets for a National League showdown. Coverage begins at 5:30 on ESPN 1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Hey, Nashville, this is Rick Stockstill, and you're listening to Nashville's best sports talk, ESPN 1025 The Game.
I ain't got much to lose. I've seen better days. I've seen better days.
Whoops.
I've seen better days.
Launching their first ever food truck here in Nashville tomorrow. They got their big kickoff. Centennial Park. Food truck will be serving Moe's brand new hand-breaded chicken sandwich to the first 200 people. Great giveaways and activities for the whole crew to enjoy. That's tomorrow starting at 12:30 in the afternoon while supplies last. That's right behind the Parthenon in Centennial Park. Don't forget to follow Bo Food Truck NVL on Instagram for more details. It's Bo time. Back here on Darren, Daunic, and Chase. Special thanks to Kevin Owens, WWE superstar, for joining us, announcing that WWE is coming back to Nashville. They'll be at Bridgestone Arena at the beginning of October 4th to be exact. Good stuff. And I know a lot of people are excited about that.
Me being one of them.
And you being one of them, and I know several others, as
Oh,
do
yes.
you.
Oh, yes. It's going to be awesome.
As do you. Well, it is coming down here. I don't know about your place.
Not yet. It's cloudy, but it's not doing anything yet.
Quite honestly, I thought I was supposed to do this all week, but we really haven't seen anything here all week. But finally, I guess it's arrived. We could use some rain, a little rain, maybe cool down the temps a little too, maybe. Just saying. So let's recap your top three again. 3, 2, and 1. Let's recap that. And then I'm going to tell you the 3 games that intrigued me the most on the Titans schedule.
Okay.
So go 3. You started with the Sunday night affair against the Rams.
Yeah, and all 3 are from this stretch of there are 4 games starting with week 6. But number 3 for me was the Rams on the road. It'll be the first time the Titans make a trip to that beautiful new stadium. So Sunday night football in prime time. I think the Rams are picked by many people to be one of the best out of the NFC, possibly win the NFC and make their way to the Super Bowl. So I think that's going to be a good measuring stick at the end of that tough stretch. Second for me, game in Nashville against another team that is picked to be one of the best in the AFC. That's the Buffalo Bills that the Titans beat last year in the regular season. But Buffalo, of course, went to the AFC title game against the next game, the Kansas City Chiefs. The defending AFC champion lost to Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl week 7 in Nashville. 2 of those 3 games are in Nashville, but that one October 24th against the Chiefs. That's the measuring stick. You want to be considered top caliber. You got to hang tough or beat the Chiefs. And so that's the most intriguing one that I have.
The reason I bring this up is because when you look at the Titans schedule, and now that preseason's underway and now these preseason games are underway, we're getting a little bit better feel of how these rosters are constructed. And it's a little bit different, just a little bit, not much, but just a little bit different than the initial schedule release where everybody gets excited. And then, we start looking at the games and you're like, that's a win, that's a loss. And that's kind of silly, when it comes out. But now that we're in preseason and training camp and you start seeing these rosters starting to take shape and form a little bit, I think it's a lot more fun to do it now before the season begins. And we'll probably do this again. But the real reason.
Whoa.
Are you there? Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
I
heard that.
Yikes.
No, I heard that. I could hear that through
I was about to take off running the other way. That was close.
I can see the lightning going through.
Man. Okay. Well, Chase, you and Max get ready because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. But anyway, I think their schedule is really interesting. I mean, really interesting. I think, honestly, it is really hard and probably unfair because I think there's way more intrigue than just 3 games. Like some of these games I'm not going to mention. I'm like, how in the world am I leaving them off this list? But I'm only doing a top 3. I could have made things a little bit easier with a top 5, but I chose to make things more difficult. Yeah, I wanted to make things more difficult with the top 3. So I'm going to start in this order, okay? I'm actually starting with the Rams at number 3, the Sunday night game in L.A. There's a lot of hype about L.A. Of course, they made the trade for Matthew Stafford. People believe they're going to.
So you have that just like me.
I have that at number 3. Yes. It's also in the middle of the schedule. I'm very curious to see where both teams are in the middle of the schedule, right? Mm-hmm. Where are they both at that point? So I've got real intrigue with that game because it's the first week of November and both teams have hype. The Rams have more hype, but both teams have hype. And I'll be very interested to see where they both are on that big national stage on November 7th. So I have that 3, but I did contemplate it being higher. But I'm going to tell you why the other 2 are just a little bit higher, because I also am very intrigued with how the other 2 will play out. And I'm going to start with number 2 by saying, okay, now let's go at the beginning of the schedule, because we always talk about, right, when you're 0-1, what the percentages are. When you're 0-2 or you're 1-1 or whether you're 2-0, what your percentages are, because we'll get all that stuff, right? Man, you've got an 84% chance of being a playoff team if you start off 2-0. Well, that second game of the season is out in Seattle against the Seahawks. Another team with a lot of hype, a place that the Titans have not had good success in. They have just not had good success against Seattle. And boy, it's an afternoon game, second tier game, the 3:25 kickoff, and it's the second week of the season. Not sure. What are the Titans going into that game? Are they 1-0? Are they desperately needing a win and they're 0-1, right? So I find that game very, very interesting, because I don't know where the Titans will be. And we get all those silly stats early on. And I say silly because a lot of times it's exactly how it plays out. And then other times, they buck the trend. And while all the numbers are stacked against you or in your favor, it just doesn't play out that way. But if they lose to Arizona here, how many people are going, Titans can't start off 0-2? Do you know if you start off 0-2, like you've got like a 16% chance of making the playoffs? Like you can't lose this game. And this is a really, really difficult game. Like we'll get all that chatter, right? Or if you get that first win, man, do you know what the odds are of getting into the playoffs? If you start off 2-0, especially if you've beaten Arizona and Seattle, they're really good. And this is a place that they've struggled. Boy, this would be a huge win. So that is my number 2 game, because it's early in the season. That. And then my number 1 game, you're like, really? This is kind of a lot of people are going to be like, really?
I might have an idea where you're going, but go ahead.
Now I'm going to go to the end of the schedule and start off the first Sunday in January. And there's going to be a home game, the final home game of the year here against the Dolphins. And I really, really want to see what's on the line, because there is a chance both teams are vying for playoff spots. There is a real chance. Miami won 10 games last year and didn't make the playoffs. And while a lot of people aren't really on the Miami hype train, I think the Dolphins are going to be better than most people suspect, because I'm not writing off Tua like a lot of people are, or they're very, very unsure. I'm still a little bit unsure. I don't know what they have, but I don't feel like, it's time just to throw Tua out with the trash, because I think it's way too early and way too premature to do that. Did he look good at the end of last season? No, he did not. He looked bad. But I don't think that's how this narrative is going to be this season. So I'm really, really intrigued of what is on the line for that final home game this season at Nissan Stadium against Miami. What is on the line for both teams? How big is this game going to be on January the 2nd? So that is my order. Rams 3, Sunday Night Football out in LA. Seahawks out in Seattle, week 2 is my number 2. And my number 1 is a home game, the final home game of the regular season against the Dolphins.
There's a game that I thought you might put on there that I kind of looked at and went, maybe I should have included it. At New England at the end of November. Because I think you can ask the same question. What are the Patriots at that point? Are the Patriots right in the mix of things for a wild card spot, or potentially the division? Even though I think Buffalo is going to win that division. How important is that game on the road between Belichick and Vrabel, which we've seen some interesting matchups between those two here in a short time span. But I like you said, you could have made it 5. That would have been easy, because there are several intriguing games, basically because this schedule's not easy. This is a tough schedule for the Titans. But when you have success, that's what you get. You have to play a tough schedule, and they know that. So I think that all the games that we named are going to be interesting just because of how tough this schedule really is.
Oh, there's so many. The Buffalo game, the Kansas City game, as you talked about,
Arizona.
the Saints game, the Arizona game. These are all the Patriots game. These are all very, very worthy candidates. I'll tell you what, the Patriots game is intriguing. I'll tell you another one right before Christmas, a home game here against the 49ers.
Yeah.
What do the 49ers look like? Who's their quarterback? Is it Trey Lance? Is it Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, who is their quarterback? Who are they?
That's a really good question.
What are they? I'm very intrigued. The 49ers could have easily been on my list. That's right before Christmas. I want to know what's going on in that game between San Francisco and Tennessee here. And by the way, when's the last time we saw the 49ers here?
Been a minute.
Right?
I listened yesterday. I was listening to Sirius XM after the show to, the NFL channel. They jump around to different training camps, and they were at 49ers training camp. And so they had John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Trey Lance was on the show. And what I took away from John Lynch, even though a majority of his interview was about the Hall of Fame because he just went in the Hall of Fame, but one of the things that I really took away was he's being old school and smart about it, that they don't want to rush Trey Lance into it. But at the same time, you almost want Trey Lance to make that decision, that that they want him to do enough that by the time they get to week 16, he is the guy. But I think that's very, very, very big of what they are intriguing and what they are. But also the game the week before at Pittsburgh. I'm not high on Pittsburgh. You know that. I think they're going to take a step back, but what if they're, the Titans do not play well in Pittsburgh either. So what if Ben has got it going and they're still keeping this thing clicking and they're vying for their division in the North? Are the Titans coming off a loss in Pittsburgh and need a win at home against a good 49ers team, then followed by the Miami game? So
if I'm looking at this correctly, Chase, and I'm talking about the regular season, this will be only the third trip ever San Francisco's made. They've only been here twice to Nashville since they've been in this town.
So that's starting.
So the last time I've got, did I miss something in 2019? They weren't here in 2019, right? I didn't look at 2019. 2013, they were here on October 20th, and the Titans lost 31-17 in 2013. That was that Malarkey? I mean, Munchak? Who was 2013? No. Was that Wiz?
That
wasn't Wiz.
Was that? Yeah, that might have been Munch's last year.
I think that was Munch's last year. So 2013 and 2005, is that right? 2005, the Titans beat them in late November here, 33-22. And well, of course they're here. This is the only two times they've been here, and then they lost. So they lost in 2013. They won in 2005. If I'm looking at this correctly, I think that's the only two times they've ever been to this market.
Huh.
So this will only be the third time San Francisco has been to Nashville in a regular season game.
Did they play him in 98?
Well, I don't remember. So I'm just going through my head. I know the Bears were here. I know the Chargers were here. I know the Vikings were here. The division games were here. I don't believe so. No. Because think about the division. They were doing Bears, Vikings.
Well, I was at that game. The last game ever as the Oilers was the Vikings.
Cold. It was cold. It snowed.
Yep.
Day after Moss's rookie year. I don't believe. No, San Francisco wasn't there.
No, you're right. Yeah, I got it.
So twice. That's it. So I may have actually. If I'd have known that, I knew it wasn't much, but if I'd have known that, I think I may have bumped it up in there because now I'm really intrigued. It's
Yeah.
only the third time ever they've come here. What's going to be on the line 2 days before Christmas? Between
99
those
they
two
played
teams?
there.
Yeah, I'm talking about here.
No, I know. I
Yeah.
thought it was
No,
interesting.
they've made a couple trips out there as well. So they haven't played the 49ers much. There's no doubt about that. It's pretty limited history between the two teams since they've been to Nashville. But is Trey Lance your starter? Who's under center for that game?
That
who we
one's
talking about?
tough. I mean, that one's tougher because I said I think Newton's benched in a month. So I think by the time they play the Patriots, it's Mac Jones. I don't know. That one's a lot tougher. Maybe. Does Jimmy G stay healthy? That's the question. If Jimmy G's healthy, I think he keeps the job this year. And I think that they're going to play this like Andy Reid and the Chiefs did with Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes. Don't call me Pat. I think that they're going to try and play it like that. That Shanahan, that in their mind, in John Lynch and Shanahan's mind, they are going to have Jimmy G be this year, be the guy, and then next year it goes to Trey Lance. In a perfect world. But again, can Jimmy G stay healthy?
It's a big if.
Yeah. I mean, I guess those two, New England and San Francisco, would really be the only quarterback questions unless Jameis just really stinks in New Orleans. Is he still the quarterback by the time they play the Saints?
See how hard it is to come up with the 3 most attractive games when you could really have a list of about half of their schedule.
Yeah. You could.
Well, actually more than half. I mean, you toss out the 2 Jags games, although, you may be intrigued with, everybody's going to want to see Trevor Lawrence. Everybody's going to want to see it.
And Urban.
And Urban, right. So there's intrigue
Ohio
there.
State connection there.
Like, what is really the only game that, is there any game that really has no, I guess the Jets maybe? Like, what game is literally just a throwaway game where there's no interest? I'm not
Probably
sure.
Houston.
The Texans, maybe it, right?
Yeah. And I don't know, or people that
the Jets, maybe. I don't know. I guess if Zach,
it depends on what they
people
look
are going
like.
to want to see what Zach Wilson looks like. He's been
if they're
disaster so far, but
are they 3-0? Are they 1-2? Are they 2-1? Are they 0-3? I think it kind of depends on what they are at that point.
Yeah. We'll come back, get the best shots of the week, and put a bow on Friday's edition of Darren, Daunic, and Chase. But first, I'm going to talk about my friends at Cool Springs MD. You've heard me talk about them for years because I've been going there for years, and they've been helping me for years improve my quality of life and help me become healthier and happier. And I know that I want that, especially as we all get a little bit older. Who wouldn't? And maybe you're in that category as well. And you've heard of me talk about all the things Dr. Jeffrey Lodge and Daphne, his wife, the registered nurse, and their experienced staff can do for you. They've got a state-of-the-art facility out in Cool Springs. If you've never seen it, you should go check it out. 1642 Westgate Circle. And maybe you've tacked on some pounds that you would love to shed. Well, they've got weight loss management programs and products and people that can get you back on track and headed in the right direction ASAP. Rejuvenation, your appearance. Maybe you feel like you've noticed some things sagging on your face or what have you, and you would like to maybe get a lift to look a little bit better, and it gets tougher as we age. Well, they can discuss PRP, hair removal, Botox, hormone therapy. Maybe you've been feeling a little bit off and you've never experienced this before, or maybe you have and you just haven't really taken a deep dive into what's really going on. You're like, it'll pass. And you realize it hasn't. Get your levels checked. Maybe they've dipped. Maybe they've dipped to an all-time low, which does happen as we get older. Your levels tend to dip, and you can discuss BHRT, testosterone, estrogen with them, with their experienced staff. If you need to schedule an appointment or a consultation, all you have to do is pick up the phone and dial this number, 615-283-7291. That's 283-7291. You can always learn everything about them by going to their website, coolspringsmd.com. Bellevue.com.
From Fox 17 News, this is a Code Red weather alert.
I'm Fox 17 News Code Red meteorologist Dan Guthrie. We are under a marginal risk for severe weather this afternoon and evening, so we could see a few strong to severe storms. Main threat, damaging winds.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Let me tell you, the most expensive mistake a homebuyer can make is not shopping for the best mortgage. Hey, I'm Roger Moore, founder and CEO of Loan Pronto. It's a fact. Homebuyers who choose Loan Pronto save an average of $3,500. That is a ton of money for furniture or moving expenses. How do we do it? First, we don't charge our clients thousands in junk lender fees and closing costs, and our all-digital platform streamlines the process so you close faster and easier. Realtors love working with us, and we will work with your existing realtor, but don't make a decision about the loan until you call us. Listen, not all mortgages are created equal, and it pays to get a second opinion. Even if you've already started the process, we promise to beat your current offer, or we will pay you $1,000 for your time. So check us out at loanpronto.com or call us today at 615-499-5780. Lower rates, lower costs, and a stress-free experience. Again, loanpronto.com or call us at 615-499-5780.
Equal housing lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval. Not all loans apply.
Hey, Willie here to tell you about our friends at Bojangles. The exciting news, they're launching their first ever food truck here in Nashville. The big kickoff this Saturday at Centennial Park. The food truck will serve Bo's brand new hand-breaded chicken sandwich to the first 200 people. As they say, it's so clucking good. They'll also have some great giveaways and activities for the whole crew to enjoy. That's this Saturday, August 14th, starting at 12:30 until supplies last. They'll be right behind the Parthenon. And don't forget to follow Bo Food Truck NVL on Instagram for more details. It's Bo time.
The year's best diamond buying opportunity is right now. For a limited time, Genesis Diamonds is doing something unheard of. They've cut the price on the largest and most beautiful selection of GIA diamonds you've ever seen. Now through August 22nd only, all GIA certified diamonds have been marked down an extra 20%. 20% below Genesis already guaranteed best price on all GIA certified diamonds. It's Genesis Diamonds' spectacular GIA Diamond Extravaganza. Your chance to buy a GIA certified diamond the same way jewelry store owners buy theirs. Don't be surprised to see other jewelry store owners, even diamond wholesalers shopping alongside you at this event. It's for a very limited time, and you need to shop now for the best selection. Rounds, ovals, princess cuts, cushion cuts, pear shaped, even fancy yellow diamonds. From a half carat to 10 carats, from $1,500 to $500,000. For a limited time, get Genesis Diamonds guaranteed best price minus another 20% on all GIA diamonds. Don't miss this chance to get access to diamond prices rarely offered to the general public. Now through the 22nd only, and only at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills and Cool Springs. See store for details.
If you've missed any of today's show, just search Darren, Daunic, and Chase on Apple, Spotify, or on your favorite podcast platform.
All right, Dave, bring us home. It's been a good week. Let's hear our best shots of the week. Kelly Holt, former MTSU Blue Raider quarterback, longtime NFL quarterback.
I can remember one of the first few days we ran a sluggo route, which sluggo route is a slant and go by the one receiver, and then on the backside we would have a seam by number 2 and a hitch by number 1. So, they wanted us to take a 3-step drop. Everything was under center then, but they wanted us to take a 3-step drop, fake it, and then take 2 steps back. And Peyton could not get that, and Fuzzy was our film guy, and he asked Fuzzy to stay afterwards, and I'm like, this guy right here is a nerd. I'm like, he is a straight geek, but that's what made him good. I mean, that's what made Peyton really, really good, and that's why he donned the gold jacket the other night.
We're talking to Coach Philip Fulmer.
He comprehended the system. He understood blitzes and zone blitzes and coverages. He saw most things before it happened. It was wonderful. We had a game against Georgia that we were winning pretty handedly, and I was going to take Peyton out at the beginning of the fourth quarter or some late in the third quarter. He came over to me, hey, Coach, we hadn't really played great this year on offense, so we got it going. Let's have another series. And I said, all right, Peyton, we'll do it, but we're not going to throw the football. I mean, the game was out of reach, and we're not going to throw the ball. Okay, good. So we go in and run it a couple of times, and sure enough, Georgia brings a corner blitz, and his answer is to throw the blitz read. Well, he does what he's supposed to do, throws it out there, Peerless makes the corner miss and zip, zip. And every next thing, we got another score. Yeah, he looked at me as he came off and went as far to the other end as he possibly could.
But when you have a history of this, a long history of this, you don't get the benefit of the doubt anymore. And so while that tweet may be harmless to a degree, I still think there was a little bit of a reason that A.J. Brown had the right to defend his teammate. I also say you don't get to he gets to defend that because there's a long history of that. So you don't get a break.
What's a good week? Yeah. Yeah, it's strong. Yeah. Like to keep it fun.
Stillman & Company is delivered by TriStar Moving Fireball Hot Take Friday. Caroline Fenton is here. Hello, Caroline.
Hello, how we doing?
Good. Ian Safar is here. Hello, Ian.
What up, what up?
Season opener today, at least the preseason, for the Tennessee Titans in Atlanta, taking on the Atlanta Falcons tonight at 6 o'clock on News 2. Corey Curtis is in Atlanta. He will be on the broadcast. He will join us today on the program. So, who's jazzed up today? Who's jazzed up for Titan football? Are you?
I'm jazzed up. Last night felt like a little bit of a Titans appetizer with the preseason games going on yesterday. The Field of Dreams game was
I didn't watch those
cool.
preseason games. I flipped to them, and then I flipped off of them.
Well, that's fair. I mean, the Field of Dreams game, it was honestly very hard to flip back and forth. And I watched a bit of each of them, but wasn't really that interested in both of them. But it felt like a nice little appetizer, and it was nice to have football back.
Ian, how jazzed up are you?
I don't know. I think I was more jazzed last night. The jazz is kind of slowly fading away today. The realization of lack of playing time, I think. But
okay, I think that's fair. I think that there's probably 3 reasons you can get jazzed up for this game. The first one is, oh, yes, the Titans. Yes, they're back. Oh, yes, it's good to see the Titans. And even though it's not Henry and Tannehill and Jones and Brown and Lewan and Dupree and Farley and Byard and Simmons, even though it's probably not going to be any of those guys, there are going to be grown men in Titan jerseys and Titan helmets. And I know that's exciting for some people. So that's the first reason why you can be excited. That's not why I'm excited, though. There's the second reason, which is to see who's going to make this roster. You all have listened to us that have been out at practice. You've heard the TD Power Hour. You've read the articles, Joe at The Athletic. If you have a subscription, you all know that we all think Marcus Johnson and Chester Rogers look great, and Dylan Radins and Des Fitzpatrick don't. Well, now you get to see. So if you're into the second string and the third string and who's going to make the roster and how are these kickers going to perform today, then that's a reason you can be excited about the game. And I think there probably are some people who are excited for that reason. I'm not one of them. Maybe a little bit. But what you can't do is you cannot watch today's game and come away from tonight's game with any sort of feeling about what it means for the 2021 Titans. Ian, you remember we brought this up yesterday, a handful of years ago, Mike Mularkey's last season as coach of the Titans. They had a preseason opener against the Jets. And remember that the expectations that year were through the roof. It all started when Peter King put out his spring power rankings, and he ranked the Titans, who barely missed the playoffs the previous season, as the number 4 team in the league. I remember when they opened training camp and Mike Mularkey was having to talk about the fact that this team hadn't accomplished anything. And then all of a sudden, they're out there on the field. They're playing the Jets. It's Mariota. I don't think DeMarco Murray played because I think he was hurt. Derrick Henry, Eric Decker, Rashard Matthews, Corey Davis. We remember that group. And they're out there on the field. And the Jets just crushed them. Robbie Anderson, wide receiver for the Jets, he ate up Logan Ryan. And Ian, you remember the outrage that following Monday. An F I gave that team for their performance in that preseason game. Then later when they had that, the dress rehearsal at that time, the third game against the Bears, it was so bad that Mike Mularkey thought about bringing the starters back out in the second half. It was that bad. And boy, were we worked up. I remember Brian Arakpo, who's got the deepest voice I've ever heard. Brian Arakpo having to say, I don't care about the preseason at all. And I get it. But we then, because there were enough starters out there, we could, in theory, evaluate the 2017 Tennessee Titans. You cannot watch tonight's game and evaluate the 2021 Tennessee Titans. But there is somebody you can evaluate tonight. And it's John Robinson. I don't know what the Falcons' plans are as far as, are they going to play their starters? Is Matt Ryan going to give it a go? I mean, he's got a new offensive coordinator and coach in Arthur Smith. Maybe you want him to take some snaps. He's also played for about 37 years in the NFL, so it's not like he needs to get out there and do it. Are they going to play Kyle Pitts? Are they going to send out their first units? I don't know. I don't know what Atlanta's planning to do on defense either. Remember that defense was a mess under Dan Quinn, and they've had to totally redo it with our guy, the old pawpaw Dean Pease. Are they going to send them out there, the starting defense? I don't know. And I don't really care, because the guys that are going to play tonight for the most part are guys that John Robinson is banking on if this franchise is going to have success at the level that it's going to require for them to compete at the level that you believe in. When the Titans made the trade for Julio Jones, I asked what fan expectations were now that the Titans had traded for Julio Jones. Was it to win the division, get into the playoffs, and then whatever happens in the NFL playoffs happens? No. Was it get to the AFC Championship game for the second time in 3 years? No. It was Super Bowl. The majority of fans on the poll said they believed now the Titans had a good enough team to get to the Super Bowl. Well, in order to get to the Super Bowl, you're going to have a decent coach, and the Titans have that. In order to get to the Super Bowl, you're going to have solid quarterback play, and the Titans have that. In order to get to the Super Bowl, you're going to have at least a passable defense. We'll see, not tonight, but we'll see overall. But you're also going to have depth, because guys are going to get hurt. And John Robinson has made a lot of picks over the last couple of years, and so far, they really haven't done much. We know Isaiah Wilson won't be out there tonight because he's not even in the NFL anymore. But what about the rest of that 2020 class that didn't have a preseason last year? Christian Fulton was hurt, didn't play much. He'll probably be out there tonight, and he's competing for a starting job week 1. Darrington Evans pulled a hamstring last year. He didn't play much behind Derrick Henry. He's probably starting, and if I had to guess, he'd probably play most of the first half tonight. We need to see what Darrington Evans can do. I've been told Darrington Evans is the perfect third down back out of the backfield, and I've been told that he's a great backup as far as potential is concerned to Derrick Henry. Well, we're going to need to see that. Tierre Tart and Laurel Murchison. Tart undrafted last year, Murchison in the 5th round. I've seen in practice they look improved. Well, guess what? Simmons and Autry probably aren't playing tonight, so we'll get to see them. Can they really play? Can they really be rotational players so that Jeffrey Simmons can get a rest, so that Danico Autry doesn't have to play the whole game like we looked at last year where Harold Landry and Simmons and those guys are playing the entire game? They were playing more than Frank Clark and Chris Jones in Kansas City were. That can't happen this year. What about Chris Jackson in the 7th round, who is fighting for that starting nickelback role? I bet he's going to be out there today. So that 2020 class that gave you virtually nothing last year on the football field, you will now get to watch in this preseason. I don't know if it's Falcons starters. I don't know if it's Falcons backups. But you'll be able to evaluate them. Was Darrington Evans a bust? I don't know yet. People forget that Andre Woolfolk, after being taken in the 1st round in 2003, had an injury, got an opportunity to start in 2004 and 2005. It didn't take the Titans long to realize they whiffed on that pick. Christian Fulton might be in the same boat. What about these rookies this year? Caleb Farley won't play today. That's okay. But Dylan Radin's 2nd-round pick, we thought he might be able to compete for a right tackle. He's going to play a lot. Vrabel already said this is a big game for him. My guess is Dylan Radins probably plays the whole game tonight. So we'll get to see if he's any good. Is he a guard? Is he a tackle? Can he block NFL players? When it's actually 100% go, 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 we'll see. What about Dez Fitzpatrick? You know, we've been looking at Dez Fitzpatrick and saying, he doesn't do anything in camp. Is that just us not noticing? Or is that a sign that he's not ready to compete in the NFL right now, and the Titans might have to carry 7 receivers? They traded up in the 4th round to get him. When they drafted him, all they had was A.J. Brown and Josh Reynolds. We thought Dez was going to have to come in and play right away. My guess is John Robinson probably thought that too. Monty Rice in the 3rd round out of Georgia. We were stunned when they picked that guy. We had never heard of that guy. Had you ever heard of Monty Rice when they picked him?
No.
Ian, had you ever heard of Monty Rice when they picked him?
Can't say I have.
So there were tight ends to be picked, and there were other linebackers and defensive linemen and pass rushers and tight ends. And they picked this guy, who we've never heard of. Remember the meltdown that Chris Sanders egged on at Boomba's Craft Pizza and Tap House that night?
He had his head in his hands, shaking his head. He was so disappointed.
Oh, my goodness. So you've got that. So this is it tonight. You're going to get to see John Robinson's guys play. You're going to get to see the draft classes. No, Jared, just give it time. Just give it time. I know Isaiah Wilson was a bust. He wasn't any good. Fine. I'm with you. Fine. There was no way they could have ever known about Isaiah. Well, fine. I don't believe that, but that's what they say. What about Fulton? What about Evans? What about Murchison? What about Jackson? What about Dylan Radens? What about Monty Rice, Des Fitzpatrick, Rashad Weaver, who's going to play a lot tonight? What about those guys? So that's how I'm watching tonight's game. And I'm not going to watch tonight's game, and if those guys don't play well, say, they got fired John Robinson. I'm not going to do that. Though it is Fireball Hot Take Friday, and you know I like to get worked up on Fireball Hot Take Friday. I'm not going to do that. But I would say this. If we are to believe that this organization is going to make it as a legit competitor, a legit competitor in the AFC, you're going to have to do it through your draft class. You know, the Titans signed one veteran corner this year that could start Jackrabbit Jenkins. They released 2, Malcolm Butler and Logan Ryan. If Fulton and Farley don't pan out, you will have lost in the last 2 years Butler, Jackson, and Logan Ryan, your 3 starting corners, and replace them with Jackrabbit. That's why tonight is a big deal. I need to see if these guys can play. I've been to practice, and I know what the limitations are in practice. I remember a couple of years ago, that great 2019 class John Robinson had. Jeffrey Simmons, A.J. Brown, Amani Hooker. That was a great class. Maybe one of the best classes Robinson's ever had. Maybe and you all know how much I love Floyd. Maybe one of the greatest classes the Titans have ever had. Nate Davis in the 3rd round. David Long Jr. in the 6th round. When they had the preseason in 2019 after that class, I remember watching the 4th and final preseason game against the Bears. I had gotten off of a flight with my family coming back from Jamaica, and I watched the game, and I was, that feeling when you've been flying all day and you're literally just sitting there, and you're like, oh, my goodness.
You're like in a daze. You're so tired.
So and David Long Jr., number 51, just happened to make every tackle that night. I'm like, you know what? 51. He looked like he could play. It's a 6th-round pick. Guess who was on the field in the divisional round against the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson? It was David Long Jr. That's how I'm evaluating tonight's game. This is a big one for Robinson. This really is. And I know I love John Robinson, and you do too. John Robinson has had 5 seasons as a general manager of the Titans. He's had 5 winning seasons. They've made the playoffs 3 times. They've won the division. They've been to the AFC Championship game. They've found a franchise quarterback. He drafted the best running back in the history of the NFL. Take that back. In the NFL right now, excuse me, definitely not the best running back in the history of the NFL.
Could be.
Sorry, Emmett. But he's done all of that, and here you are today wondering how good you are. If those guys can play, it makes everything a lot better. Now, I'm going to say this, too, and being fair. Not every guy is going to be good. That's the case with every draft class, is you're not going to hit on all of them. So when everybody gets mad about the 2020 class, and I'm with you, I'm mad about the 2020 class, too, I'd say, what about 2019? Because starter 1st round, starter 2nd round, starter 3rd round, starter 4th round. Like, that is an incredible draft that John Robinson drilled out of the park. Well, then you're going to have a misstep somewhere, here or there. I always laugh. People get on Floyd when they talk about the fact that he drafted Vince Young. Vince Young, terrible bust. Now, that leaves beside the point that Vince was, I think, 32-19 as a starter. It leaves behind the point that the 1 year Floyd was general manager, rookie of the year, went to the Pro Bowl. But in that same draft in the 7th round, they drafted Cortland Finnegan. Last time I checked, he was a pretty good Titan. So they're not all going to be good. They're not all going to pop tonight. In fact, I'm not expecting all of them to pop tonight. But I think that's the way I'm approaching tonight's game. If Robinson thinks these guys can play, and he sells to us that they can play, because right now Christian Fulton is starting against the Arizona Cardinals in week 1. And if they can play, we'll see tonight. 615-737-1025. What are you looking for tonight in the preseason game? And again, I'm leading off with this. I am evaluating John Robinson tonight, more so than I am Mike Vrabel, more so than I am Todd Downing or Shane Bowen. Tonight's a Robinson night. 615-737-1025. Fireball Hot Take Friday. We're live from the wholesaling studio, powered by RumbleOn.com. We'll get Caroline's thoughts on tonight's preseason game as well. Ian, too. Stillman and Company. And how are you approaching tonight's game as far as what you're actually going to see when you know that most of the good players aren't even there? We'll get to that next. We're live from the wholesaling studio, powered by RumbleOn.com on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. It's Stillman and Company on ESPN 1025 The Game.
Coming into preseason training camp, did you have a plan to handle the 3 preseason games, and has that maybe changed because of health condition of the team at this point?
I mean, I think what you do is you try to have a plan on how much guys are going to play and how much work they get into the preseason and practice and the games. and then reserve the right to change that as you work your way through practice, depending on how much work they get, or maybe you want to look at somebody else on the roster, for that game. So I'm sure Friday's game will look differently than what the Tampa game will look like, or what the third one will look like.
There you go. That was Mike Vrabel saying nothing.
Classic Vrabel.
Saying nothing.
Saying a whole lot of words and saying nothing.
Fireball Hot Take Friday. So tonight I'm evaluating John Robinson. Caroline, what are you watching for tonight? How are you, what is your motivation to watch tonight?
I think my biggest thing tonight, I'm not putting a whole ton of stock into it, but I think I'm looking at the depth. Because we're looking at the season.
So you're the second person. So you're that second, because I said there were 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
There's people that just are excited to see football pads and helmets.
I'm there, but not 100%. I'm just excited for football, yes, but more than that.
There's people who care about the second and third teamers.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's me, who's looking at the general manager, knowing that all of his draft picks, except for Farley's, probably going to be out there tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And quite frankly, none of those guys have done anything in the NFL. Kevin Mawai said this one time to me when he was talking about Taylor Lewan. And this was early in Taylor's career. So when it was all the Taylor without the Pro Bowls, and he said, and I'll just say it how he said it. He said that he hasn't, talking about Lewan, he hasn't pissed 2 drops in the NFL. And so you got to go out there and you've got to prove that kind of thing. Well, I don't know about you guys. Fulton hasn't done anything. Farley or Evans hasn't done anything. Murchison really hadn't done anything. Chris Jackson hasn't done anything. Radens hasn't done anything. Monty Rice hasn't done anything. Des Fitzpatrick hasn't done anything. And those guys really in practice have not done anything. As somebody who's been watching, they haven't done anything. Rashad Weaver hasn't done anything. I mean, so that's how I'm looking at it again. So you're the second that's looking more at the depth.
I'm looking at the depth because I'm not going to count out injuries as a very possible thing that could happen this season. I don't want it to happen, knock on wood, but it's a very likely scenario that there is one position group that is hurt and you have to dip into the second and third guys. COVID could still become an issue that you have to dip into the second and third guys. So I think I'm looking at it tonight through the lens of, I know I'm not looking at A.J. Brown, Julio Jones, and Derrick Henry, but these are the guys that could possibly step into those starting roles if the starters get injured, sit a game, whatever it may be. So I'm looking at it through the lens of, what are the Titans working with beyond their starters?
Ian, how are you watching tonight's game?
Well, I am a little bit of the first category. It is going to be exciting.
It's hard to not be.
Yeah, just to see some of, a familiar uniform. Even just seeing some of the uniforms last night on Twitter, seeing some videos, just seeing football and watching the Titans run around out there. Honestly, that will feel pretty cool, just because it feels like it's been forever. But I think as far as I hear what you're saying on the John Robinson thing, I think I'm a little bit more when it comes to category 2 about Logan Woodside and some of those other wide receivers and see if they can move the ball. Can Logan Woodside get them in the right plays? Do they look somewhat competent? Are they always, kind of scrambling to figure out what they're doing? I want to see how Logan Woodside, and if he can just kind of move the ball a little bit on a regular basis there, and just to see what he kind of developing so far.
So I'm going to say this. Tonight's a big night for Logan Woodside. And I think there's a lot of reasons why it's a big night for Logan Woodside, but I think sometimes, and the Titans are decent with this, where they block out all the noise. But the truth is, in society, you never block out the noise. You never block out the noise. I'm reading a book about a former president one time. And in it, they could not block out the noise. Because it was, even though presidents and coaches and general managers, and they'll always tell you that they never read anything, they never see anything, they never hear anything. This president was hearing, oh, okay, this is what they were saying about me on the news. Okay, this is what they were saying about our decision to do this on the news. And it was affecting public policy.
Mm-hmm.
And you would hope that when somebody gets elected or somebody's a head coach or somebody's a quarterback, that they wouldn't do that. But Logan Woodside has been the backup to Ryan Tannehill now for 1 year. So he was on the practice squad, I believe, in 2018. He was in training camp and on the practice squad in 2019. And he was the backup quarterback in 2020. This time last year, we looked at Logan Woodside, and we thought, Well, I mean, he's not going to be the backup to Tannehill. I mean, eventually they're going to go get a veteran guy who's played in the league, who can be behind Tannehill, because with COVID, you're not going to have preseason games. You try him out, and the only starting experience Logan Woodside has is in the AAF, and, they weren't going to make it the backup. They brought in Trevor Siemian, and I thought Trevor Siemian was going to be the backup quarterback of the Tennessee Titans. I thought he was clearly here. I thought they were like, all right, they've seen enough of Logan. They thought they'd give it a try. Simeon's going to be the backup. Logan beats out Siemian. They bring in Deshaun Kaiser. Well, he's the COVID quarterback, so he's in quarantine away from the other two quarterbacks. In case something happens, then he can play quarterback. Then it's an offseason. Now Kaiser's in the mix. Kaiser's the third guy. Maybe Kaiser's got a shot. And then all of a sudden, we go to practice. Kaiser is clearly not as good as Woodside.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm convinced of something, which is this. And it doesn't matter how I feel about Logan Woodside, and it doesn't matter how you feel about Logan Woodside, and it doesn't matter how Ian feels about Logan Woodside, and it doesn't matter how the fans feel about Logan Woodside, and it doesn't matter how the national media feels about Logan Woodside. Because if Ryan Tannehill had surgery today, knock on wood, if Ryan Tannehill had surgery today and you flipped on SportsCenter, this just in, Adam Schefter reporting Ryan Tannehill has a broken elbow. He will miss 8 weeks at least for the season. That'll put the Titans, their backup is Logan Woodside. You'd see every talking head telling you about how bad Logan Woodside sucks. They've never once seen Logan Woodside play. But they would tell you how the Titans couldn't go forward with Logan Woodside. And we'd be hearing talk about Blake Bortles and trading for Mariota, and all of that would come into the fray. So the fans right now don't have an opinion on Logan Woodside because they've never seen the guy play. So tonight is the first impression, the first real non-third string, he'll be practice squad, he doesn't matter impression that Logan Woodside is going to have on the entire fan base. And I think that matters because as much as you can try to block out the noise, again, if you're president of the United States, you're trying to block out the noise. As much as you try, confidence and the confidence of people that are around you, that's something you can feel. And I think that's in any industry of life. You can feel it. And so Logan's going to, if he plays well tonight, I think there's going to be some confidence from the fans that when Vrabel says things like, yeah, he's our backup quarterback, the fans say, all right. Titans had a backup named Billy Volek, who was a third-string guy. This was back in the old day when the third-string quarterback was on your active roster. You'd make him inactive every game day, and if the two starting quarterbacks got hurt, then the third guy could come in, but the other two couldn't come back. And Billy Volek, for a handful of years, 2 or 3 years, was the third guy behind Steve McNair and Neil O'Donnell. Well, then they're up against the salary cap, and Volek's been on the team for a while, and Billy Volek beats out Neil O'Donnell and becomes the backup. And a lot of us, myself included, praying that Billy Volek didn't have to play in a game. Steve McNair got hurt, didn't play a game, I think it was a December game at home against Buffalo, and it was a big one. And Buffalo had a good defense. And Billy Volek played. And Billy Volek won them that game. Now, he ruptured his spleen in that game and was done for the season.
Whoa.
And they had to bring Neil O'Donnell back. But that game, I think, gave all of us confidence that, hey, Billy Volek can be the backup to Steve McNair. Okay. Logan's in a similar spot now. Logan's the backup to Ryan Tannehill. We've never seen him throw a meaningful snap outside of a fake punt against the Ravens. Logan's the backup. Logan goes tonight. Logan probably plays a half. If Logan plays well, I think the confidence that the fans have in Logan, I think it's a factor. So I'm with Ian on that. I think there is something to having Woodside in the mix tonight, and if they can move the ball. And Marcus Johnson will play, and Chester Rogers will play, and we've been talking a lot about those guys.
Yeah,
every
and
single one of
Batson
us.
and Westbrook, Akina, just kind of see how those guys kind of fit in. That rotation at the back end is getting interesting.
So I think that is absolutely something to watch in tonight's game. So that's on the table. What do you have? This is the question for you guys. Are you watching it because you're just excited to see the Titans play? Yes, it's Titan football. Is it because you want to, as Ian brought up, evaluate Logan Woodside, as Caroline brought up, evaluate the second and third stringers, the depth on the team? Or is it me looking at these young guys who haven't done anything in the NFL and looking at John Robinson saying, okay, can these guys play? 615-737-1025 is our phone number. We'll go to you. It's a Fireball Hot Take Friday, which means it's your day. We'll go to you next. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Plus, why, I think there's a little baseball feel in tonight's Titans game. We'll get to that coming up. Stillman and Company right here on ESPN 1025, the game Fireball Hot Take Friday. We're delivered by TriStar Moving, and I have been telling you about TriStar Moving for a hot second. TriStar made my most recent experience with moving absolutely stress-free. Like most people, I hated moving. I really did. But it's a lot easier when you have TriStar do everything for you, which is exactly what I did. They are TriStar movers with 5-star service. From the initial phone call to the final signature, moving became a breeze. They offer home protection, covering your floors, banisters, railings, door jambs, even the doors themselves. They're always upping the game when it comes to mover training. All of the furniture and belongings were wrapped perfectly. They put mattresses in protective bags and TVs in protective boxes. They even have a state-of-the-art TriStar moving storage facility in Mount Juliet. The owners, Garrett and Robert, true Nashvillians, and they care about helping their hometown. TriStar Moving is the real deal and on the rise quickly, all due to the high standard they hold, which I can attest to because I use TriStar Moving. If you're looking to move, give my friends at TriStar Moving a call, 615-640-1219, or visit the website, nashvillemoving.org/radio. They'll give you 5% off your entire move. That's TriStar Moving, nashvillemoving.org/radio. Tell them Jared Stillman sent you 5% off your entire move. TriStar Moving, my official movers. How excited are you to see what you've seen on the field in practice but this time in a little bit of a real game, real tackling, real refs, real catches, real fumbles, and real kicking.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really exciting to be able to finally see what they're doing in practice carry over to the game. That's one of the things I always love to see, because even within practice, the drill work carry into 7-on-7 and team, and now it carries to the game. So, yeah, man, I'm excited. I'm pumped. Mercedes-Benz Dome, it's going to be another good opportunity to check that place out. And there's a bunch of guys that I'm looking forward to seeing how they react when those lights go on.
There you go. That was TD talking about tonight's game. Why are you watching tonight? Again, I'm looking at the rookies. Really Dylan Ravens, right?
Yeah. I mean what I saw from him in camp wasn't great, but I'm willing to give him the BOD if he performs well tonight.
See, I'm not doing that with Des Fitzpatrick.
Why not?
Because Des hadn't done anything. Because
there's Dylan Ravens.
Because wide receiver you can see in practice.
Yeah.
You can see who can play wide receiver in practice. Went out there first 3 days. I'm like, AJ Brown's ready.
Oh yeah, day one when I went out there, I was like, yep.
Marcus
That's
Johnson,
good, ship him off.
Chester Rogers, Mason Kinsey, those guys have played well in training camp. Des Fitzpatrick has been a ghost. I mean, he has been nothing. So I'm not giving Des Fitzpatrick benefit of the doubt. Radens and Rashad Weaver giving benefit of the doubt, because how much can you take away from offensive and defensive linemen when sometimes they don't have pads on and they're not allowed to tackle, and how much can you? So here you go. I promised you your phones for tonight's game, so that's exactly what we're going to do. 615-737-1025, phone line driven by WilsonCountyHyundai.com. Text line, Fireball, Hot Take Friday. What do we got?
Ben texts into the text line and says, running back Evans is the most important thing for me tonight. When Henry is off the field, we got to have a backfield threat so we don't telegraph plays as receivers only.
So I saw that Dion Lewis retired today, and all I could think about was when DeMarco Murray left in free agency after the 2017 season, before the 2018 season, when we would sit there and look at the free agent running backs that they could bring in to pair with Derrick Henry. And I remember bringing up Dion Lewis, and the old man said, "Oh, I don't want to do that." And I said, "Why?" He goes, "You're telling defense what you're doing." And he's right. If you have Derrick Henry in the game on 2nd and 4, you're yelling, "Hey, defense, we're running." And if you have Dion Lewis in there on 3rd and 8, you're saying, "Hey, defense, we're passing." But those are run downs and passing downs. But on 1st and 10, if Dion Lewis is in the game, "Hey, defense, we're passing." But even if we're running, you don't have to worry about it because Dion Lewis is going to fumble because he freaking sucks. And I guess that after a while of that, I'd had enough. But the predictability element of it, you cannot have in the NFL. Now, Derrick Henry's probably not going to improve his pass-catching ability. The truth is they're going to have to change what they ask the running back to do in the passing game, because if you can get Derrick the ball in space, he can go run into the end zone for a touchdown, like he did against Jacksonville a couple of years ago, like he did against the Cleveland Browns in the opener 2 years ago. Like, Derrick can do that. But to the texter's point, I mean, they've been running a lot of running plays in training camp so far with Darrington Evans. I would agree. The difference between Darrington Evans and Jeremy McNichols or Deontay Foreman, who was in here last year, or even Dion Lewis, is you used a 3rd-round pick on Evans. That is a starter. When you pick a guy in the 3rd round in the NFL, you are picking that guy to start. Now, I know when you're picking a guy in the 3rd round, you have Derrick Henry on your team, you're not saying, okay, you're going to start right away. But that is a starter value that you're picking. And in this case, I mean, you got to give me the best backup results you can, because he's not going to be a starter, but you're using starter value on him, which means you believe that he's a starter in the NFL. He's just going to sit behind Derrick Henry. So you better give me like top backup value if I'm using that kind of pick on you. What's next?
Craig texts into the text line and says, I'm going to be looking to see if the veterans help out the younger guys. For example, does Derrick Henry help Darrington Evans by pointing out mistakes?
But how can you see that on TV?
I don't think you can. I don't know if it'll be something that they can see on the sidelines. If you see, for example, Darrington Evans fumble, are you going to see him go straight to Derrick Henry? Derrick Henry kind of break down things for him. I think that's going to be difficult to evaluate. But maybe something that you could look into as you go forward into the preseason to see if there's any sort of big time
I don't
improvement through the preseason
Here's my thing
games.
on leadership. And it is like everybody wants everybody to be a leader. Anytime you bring a veteran guy in there, we're bringing this veteran guy in here because this is what we need.
Mm-hmm.
Those things happen naturally. You don't see those things happen. You don't predict those things to happen. They just happen. Now, I think sometimes it's easy to say, okay, Shea Weber can take Roman Yossi under his wing. Sure. But Shea Weber's job is not to take Roman Yossi under his wing. And because you don't know the players personally, and in most cases we don't either, I think it's hard to judge, okay, this guy is going to help the young guys out, and this guy, that's not their jobs. So I get the idea, but Derrick Henry strikes me as the lead by example guy. Remember when everybody told us how great of a leader Mariota was? And boy, did I take the cheese. Everybody told us how great of a leader Mariota was. Those players loved Mariota. A.J. Brown wore a Mariota jersey into a game one time, and then when Mariota got benched, A.J. Brown went to his locker and cried because he was so sad that he felt like he had let Mariota down. I remember being in the locker room after the Denver game. They had a Monday at home. Vrabel didn't say anything. In fact, that's what led to the viral clip of I guess I'm just not a very good coach, Jared, was when I asked a question about Mariota's lack of development under Vrabel. And I remember Kevin Byard having, the reporters at his locker and talking, we believe in 8. 8's our guy. Marcus is the man. We know he's going to turn it around. On Wednesday, breaking news, Ryan Tannehill starting. Oh, yeah, we believe in Tannehill. I mean, and I thought they both handled it incredibly classy. Both of them, Tannehill and Mariota. I mean, I remember sitting there being like, whoa. Like, it felt real when Vrabel got up there and did the press conference and talked about making the change and looking for a spark. And then Tannehill came to the podium and Marcus didn't, because Marcus felt like the starting quarterback goes to the podium, so he didn't. So everybody goes right to Marcus's locker, and Marcus handles it like a champ. But at that point in time, I don't think anybody thought Ryan Tannehill was the leader that this team needed. I mean, I remember being on the air talking about, well, they're not going to be good enough to get Tua because we assumed he'd be the number one pick. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know, Herbert, the kids from Washington, and I remember doing those shows. And so I feel like when it comes to, I want to see the leadership, those aren't things you see on TV. Nobody was talking about the leadership from Ryan Tannehill when he was the backup quarterback. And yet that's exactly what drove that team. In fact, I think about leadership, and I think back to that preseason, which was a very odd preseason. They had high expectations, but nobody thought AFC Championship game. And you felt like they needed to make the playoffs, but you knew it was going to be hard, and you knew Mariota was in a make-it-or-break-it year, and you knew Tannehill was the backup in case Mariota got hurt. And first preseason game, my dad says, I think Tannehill should be the quarterback. I go, Dad, you're crazy. And he's like, I don't know. I think he should be the quarterback. I'm a believer in Tannehill. I said, okay, fine, whatever. And the second game, now Diana Rossini had reported what I thought was just bullcrap when she said that, my sources are telling me that there's a quarterback controversy. And I'm not one to sit there and say that the local media is always right, because oftentimes I think with particular teams, Colts, I think you see a lot of the local media, carry whatever they get told. They're like, oh, yeah, no, this is what we've been told is, okay, that's what you've been told. But when Diana Rossini reported that Tannehill was competing for the job with Mariota, I just knew that wasn't true. I had seen it practice. Mariota is with the ones all the time. Tannehill's not. It wasn't close. Vrabel says Mariota's the quarterback. Mariota says Mariota's the quarterback. Robinson had a press conference and said this is not a competition. And yet that lingered until after the second or third preseason game. I think it was the second, when Ryan Tannehill at his locker said, that's the first I've heard about a quarterback controversy. I'm the backup quarterback. And that told me right there, okay, Ryan Tannehill gets it. Of all the things that happened in that preseason, whether it was the Patriots scrimmages, whether it was, Mariota and whatever, that's leadership. You're not going to see that on TV tonight. You're not going to see somebody with a ball cap on. I don't even think like the good players are there. I don't even think they're in Atlanta.
You don't even think they're going to go?
Well, I follow Tannehill's wife on Instagram, and she posted a story last night that they were like date night, and my guess is that the team is in Atlanta and that Tannehill's not going, and that's what allowed them to have date night. Not to try to read into Ryan Tannehill's personal life because I don't really care. But
where'd they go? Anywhere nice?
I don't know.
Oh,
You'd have to ask
I'll
Mrs.
check it out.
Tannehill.
I'll DM her.
It's actually funny. A couple years ago, like right after he had been named the starter, I was going to a restaurant on a Friday night. Tannehill was out there with his family, and this was before he was the starting quarterback and the $29 million, and he was the backup who had taken the starter's job because the starter stunk and they were an okay team. And Tannehill's out there with his wife and 2 kids. It's a Friday night. They're getting ready to play Jacksonville on Sunday. I'm walking into the restaurant. He and I like make eye contact, and it's that like awkward like, I know you and you know me, but
you give him the
we don't really know each
hey.
other. We don't. No, so he gave me the little head like the hey, and I gave him the hey, good luck on Sunday. He said thanks, man. And I just walked in and whatever. I ain't gonna bother the guys like dinner, his family, or whatever.
Right.
But it was definitely that like uncomfortable like hey, whatever. So yeah, I mean, to the texter's point about wanting to see that, I don't even think Tannehill's there, as I read into his wife's Instagram.
Well, we've all done it before.
Well, I was talking to somebody today about this. And I was talking about, athletes and their personal lives and things like that. And I think there's a line.
Is following Lauren Tannehill on Instagram a HIPAA violation?
Yeah, I know, right? So, I mean, I think there's a line. But ultimately, personal decisions you make, if you party too much and somebody brings it up,
and if you're posting it on your Instagram story, especially if you're posting it on your Instagram story, people have every right to ask you about that. If you're putting it out there to the world.
People had no problem making fun of Vince Young when he was dropping $75,000 at Cheesecake Factory at the Green Hills Mall. Nobody had a problem with that.
Do love me some Cheesecake Factory bread.
$75,000?
70, what do you even buy for $75,000?
So there's this liquor. I forget which Louis it is. It might be the 13th, the 15th.
And
the
why do they
16th,
have it
whatever.
at Cheesecake Factory?
Dude, you're going to have to go back to 2007 and ask those questions yourself. TGI Fridays, Cheesecake Factory, Vince was very fond of, apparently. And, I mean, he'd go there and he'd take those, $10,000 shots.
$10,000 shots?
Well, you've been to a liquor store where they have, in the back, and they've got, the cabinet, and it's like...
Well, yeah, but
you know
not
what I mean? They got a retina scan you in order to get in there. Just saying. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. Last night, Field of Dreams. What did we think? Stillman and Company, it's ESPN 1025 The Game. Fireball Hot Take Friday. Let me tell all the fine folks out there right now about something that is overly important. ESPN 94.9 is the official English radio home of the Nashville Soccer Club. Listen in Sunday as Nashville SC takes on DC United at Nissan Stadium. Pre-game 5:45. The match is at 6. Stillman and Company, it's ESPN 1025 The Game.
Anderson hits it in the air to right. Back at the wall, and the White Sox win it. Well, you can throw the party, but you never know how it's going to turn out.
It's unreal.
And how about 6 runs on the board in the 9th inning alone, and the White Sox with a walk-off 9-8 win. This was some kind of night for baseball.
Joe Buck is not wrong. Last night's game, Field of Dreams, according to Richard Deitch of The Athletic, based on overnight ratings per sources, final numbers out later, Fox is looking at its best metered market rating, the rating for the largest media markets and cities in the United States, for an MLB regular season game since 2005, a.k.a. the best rating for an MLB regular season game on Fox since the Yankees versus the Red Sox ceased to become a big thing because the Red Sox won the World Series. So since then, highest rating for Fox, last night, Field of Dreams.
So if you build it, they will come.
I thought it was freaking cool. Now, I have 2 thoughts on this. First was watching last night. I went to college with a dude on the Yankees. I went to college with a dude on the White Sox. And I'm watching this last night. And I'm watching, like, dudes I know. And I'm not, like, good buddies with them anymore. We keep in touch every time we see each other. Hey, you know, whatever. We'll keep in touch how things going, whatever. But when I saw them walking out of the cornfields, I was like, holy crap, I'm jealous. Like, I'm jealous. Like, that was one of those things where it's like a dude you know, and, I mean, I'm not, like, saying that I, like, you know, I understand why they're in the major leagues.
Right.
But I'm like watching dudes I know walk out of those cornfields, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so jealous. Oh, and so that was one part of it right there. I mean, that was like, wow. The Kevin Costner thing I thought was incredibly cool. Another buddy that I went to college with who played in the big leagues, he was there last night. He's from Iowa. I was jealous of that. Like, it was so cool. I thought the old-time uniforms looked awesome yesterday.
They were awesome.
I thought we had a great game. You know, I thought there was a lot of scoring, but it wasn't obnoxious, and it was great dramatic ending. And then there's the second part of me in last night's baseball game. Well, I actually have 3 points. I'm sorry. There's the second thing, which was, so how do they do this again? Like, they build the ballpark for one game, and everybody for the one game is like, oh, my God, this is so cool. You play a Field of Dreams game next year, it's not going to be as cool. And I'm not taking anything away from it, but I remember with the first Winter Classic, there was outdoor at a stadium. It was like, oh, my God, they're playing hockey outside. Now, nobody cares about the Winter Classic anymore except for the 2 teams that are in it.
But also, too, like with the Winter Classic, it changes every year. It's different teams. It's in different places. So it shakes it up a little bit. With the Field of Dreams game, you can't just play that somewhere else.
So you think it makes it less cool, the Winter Classic? Like, the Winter Classic is no longer cool anymore. Nobody cares.
I think it's cool
about
when
the
your
Winter
team
Classic.
plays in it. And I'm going to watch it every single year, no matter what. I mean, I may never watch a...
Do you really watch a Winter Classic every year?
Yeah.
Really?
I think it's an event.
Like when Toronto plays Detroit, you're watching the Winter Classic.
Did they play?
Yes. You obviously missed that year.
Maybe I missed that year.
Okay.
But I mean, like, it's an event. It's something different. So it's...
I mean, yeah, but so is a NASCAR race. I don't care about that.
But... Okay, yeah, but, like, no. Like, it's a hockey being played outside. And I can agree with you that the very first Winter Classic was by far the coolest because it's like, this has never been done before. But at least every year it changes and it's something different. It's in a different location. It's different teams. You can't play the Field of Dreams games somewhere else.
Well,
like, it's going to be the same every year.
So
but
I watched the last Winter Classic.
Was that the one in Tahoe?
No, that was the Predators.
Oh.
I have not seen a Winter Classic like before that. Like, I can't remember the last Winter Classic I watched before that, honestly. And I like hockey fine. But, like, I can't think of the last Winter Classic I watched. The Predators obviously watched because the Predators are in it.
Right.
I mean, the thing is, I think I was thinking about this last night. I think every year there should be a Field of Dreams game so that every fan base can go. Or even fair. Next year they should play, each team should have a series in Iowa, and so that their fan bases can go.
I think it should be one game a year.
So, like, one game every year in Iowa.
One game every year in Iowa, and I don't know how they're going to pull who it is, whether it's like, a storied rivalry or if it's like a kind of like where you pull out of a hat or something. But I think if you play series there, if you play multiple games there, it starts to get diluted.
It'll be the old-timey teams in big markets.
Mm-hmm.
So the Red Sox will be in it.
Yeah.
And they'll get like the San Francisco
Dodgers.
Giants to wear the New York Giants or the Brooklyn
Brooklyn
Dodgers.
Dodgers.
Like, yeah, you'll probably see something like that. And that's probably fine. But it loses its luster after the first time. How do you capture it? How do you do something for baseball going forward? That's the question that gets people to watch. Now, another reason the ratings are probably so high, it was Chicago, who's got a good team, and it's the Yankees. And I've always said that if you want baseball, this is what's like the Los Angeles Dodgers have been in the World Series about 17 years in a row, and nobody cares. Which I don't know if that's an indictment on Los Angeles as a major American city. Nobody in Los Angeles cared when the Rams made the Super Bowl. But I've always said what baseball needs, in all seriousness, when people point at the ratings and laugh at baseball, because basketball has just similar problems, and everybody talks about basketball like it's fine, and nobody talks about baseball because we all know baseball's not what it used to be. They need the Yankees in the World Series. Now, it's not going to happen this year because they're not that good, but they need the Yankees in the World Series.
I mean, with all of the guys they picked up in free agency, though, I wouldn't be surprised if it happened in the next couple of years. Not this year.
I
but
would
soon.
have shot the Astros into the sun after they cheated because they took the Yankees out of the World Series. And had the Yankees made the World Series and we had a Yankees-Dodgers World Series, I'd be able to watch. So I think this shows that's the one brand in that sport. The Cubs might be the second brand of that sport where, like, okay, this if they've got a good team with a needle. But I thought the game was cool last night. I do think this. I think you're right. I think we need to have more games in Iowa. Especially next year. If I were to do it next year, I'd have the Red Sox and the Cubs. Because I already had the Yankees and I had the White Sox. I'd have the Cubs and the Red Sox, and I think that would be nice. But it'll lose its luster if you do it every year just the exact same way. There's got to be something new to it every single
White
year.
Sox, and I understand why they did White Sox Yankees. I totally understand that.
Sure.
But I think they need to make it different teams, different fan bases, give every fan base an opportunity to experience it with their own team. But
well, if you do that, you're going to have the Marlins doing it one year, and nobody's going to watch.
Well, I think that last night was one of the coolest sporting events, if not the coolest sporting event that I have ever seen.
Ever?
Well, when it comes to being different, yeah, I think it's definitely up there.
Ever.
Sure, why do you hate everything good?
Well, I don't, but you're saying ever.
That
like
was
the coolest
so cool.
thing you've ever seen.
That was so cool.
The coolest you have ever seen. Like
sporting event, it's up there. Yeah, I would say top 5.
See, that's like the person that goes to dinner is like, that's the best meal I ever had.
Oh, please.
That's what you're saying.
They played baseball in a cornfield.
And you're saying
that's
it's the coolest thing you've ever seen.
Top 5 coolest sporting event I've seen, yes.
Well, now you're moving the bar because you said it was the best.
I said it was one of the best.
And now you're saying it's the best.
So I said it was one of the best.
No, you said it was the best, and now you're saying it's top 5.
I said one of the best.
So is it the best or is it top 5? Because it can still be top 5 and be the best, but it has to be number 1.
Can you not be annoying for 5 seconds?
I'm just telling you what you're saying.
Top 5. Okay? Top 5.
Okay, what are the other 4?
LSU winning the national championship.
So when you 30 seconds ago, you were trying to claim that you thought last night was cooler than your school winning the national championship.
I said it was top 5.
No, but 30 seconds ago you said it was the best.
Oh, okay. We're going to break. I'm over this.
You're putting this in that same realm.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool.
It was cool. Yeah, it was cool. I mean, I just don't want to get carried
Jared
away.
Stillman hates baseball and college football.
Well, I mean, I definitely don't hate baseball. I know one few people around here in this world that loves baseball. Still, it's disappointing. Well, I think.
It was one of the coolest sporting events I've ever seen. Yes.
It was cool. I mean, it was cool.
Yeah.
Now, I was thinking about other things they could do, right? Like, so that was a movie.
I saw one tweet that said like a Texans-Cowboys game every year at like a Friday Night Lights kind of scene, like a Texas high school stadium. That could be pretty cool.
How are you going to sell like 80,000 tickets, though? At a high school stadium?
Have you seen Texas high school stadiums?
Yeah, but, if Jerry's giving up a home game, Jerry's going to, Jerry makes about $1 billion a game from those, or about $100 million from a home game. So
well, how many?
You got to pay Jerry some money to give up a home game.
How many tickets do you think they sold last night? How many did they seat?
I think 8,000.
So compared to what? Like how many normally seat that at a baseball game? 40 something.
Yeah, 40, 50.
40, 50.
Yeah. So I mean,
I think if it's gonna have the same kind of pomp and circumstance as the game did last night, then it could make up for the ticket revenue that you're losing for a normal game. But maybe even like a preseason game.
Yeah, but a preseason game's not going to move the needle. I mean, to me, this is a one-off. I mean, yeah, they'll probably do more at this field because they're not going to get rid of the field. But it was a one-off. It's like when UT played at the Speedway, when they played at Bristol.
That was cool.
Yeah, it was cool. But it was a one-time thing that, is not going to be an every-year thing. Coming up next, Titans preseason tonight against the Falcons. Might be the coolest preseason game we ever see. Coming up next, Logan Woodside. I think he's got a lot to prove tonight. What if he doesn't? How will you feel? How will they feel? Next, Tillman and Company. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving. ESPN 102.5 The Game. Titans and Falcons preseason game number 1 tonight. News 2, Corey Curtis will be with us in about 10 minutes live from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, where the Titans are getting set to take the field. Now, I already said today on the show, Fireball Hot Take Friday, I already said that I do not believe Ryan Tannehill is even in Atlanta. And so I don't think any of the guys that aren't going to play, I don't even think they're there. So that tells you you're looking at a backup squad. Now, we have a rule on this show, which is that you can never get mad at somebody for something they haven't done yet. So let me preface this by saying that I have not seen Logan Woodside throw more than one pass as the backup quarterback of the Tennessee Titans. He threw the pass against the Ravens to Nick Westbrook-Akina on a fake punt in November of last year. That's it. By the way, it was complete and good for a first down. I've seen Logan Woodside at practice, but I've never seen him in a game throw passes when he was anything more than the third-string quarterback. Well, he's probably going to start tonight against the Falcons. And while, again, I'm not getting somebody in trouble for something they haven't done, I do wonder this. If Logan Woodside struggles, do the Titans start to make plans about what to do at backup quarterback? We all thought last year when they brought in Trevor Siemian to compete for the backup job, we all thought that he was probably going to win it. He was a starter for the Broncos. He proved he wasn't good enough to be a starter. He was a backup with the Jets. He broke his ankle, gets picked up by the Titans, doesn't beat out Logan Woodside for the job. Okay? Titans are going into the season. Ryan Tannehill's the one. Logan Woodside's the two. We know Tannehill's got a little bit of an injury history. Let's be honest. I think we're all holding hands and praying in a circle that Ryan Tannehill was going to stay healthy last year, and he did. But we didn't know what to think about Logan Woodside if something had happened to Tannehill. Then they bring in DeShone Kizer. We all remember DeShone Kizer played at Notre Dame, second-round pick, played a lot for Cleveland. They were terrible. He was terrible, but they were terrible. So can we blame him for being terrible? Probably not. People thought that he was going to win the backup job. TD projected that Kizer would be the backup. I had somebody say to me, matter-of-factly, Logan Woodside's bad at football. No way he makes the team. Kizer will be the backup. It lasted for about 3 days. And then it was obvious that Woodside was better than Kizer. Kaiser's gone. In comes Matt Barkley. A career backup, Matt Barkley's got more experience in the NFL playing than Logan Woodside. So if Logan Woodside doesn't play well tonight, does that mean the Titans have to start evaluating their options at the position? Now, I said this to people at practice a couple of days ago, or maybe a week ago or something like that, which was this. It doesn't matter what I think about Woodside. It probably doesn't matter what you think about Woodside. It doesn't matter what ESPN thinks about Woodside. It doesn't matter what Pro Football Focus and their bullcrap says about Logan Woodside. It only really matters what Vrabel thinks about Woodside. And here's what I think Vrabel thinks. I think he trusts him. I don't think Vrabel thinks Logan Woodside is a great player. I don't think he's got a ton of talent. I don't think Vrabel thinks he can win a Super Bowl with Logan Woodside. I think Vrabel trusts him. Kind of similarly to how Vrabel trusted Blaine Gabbert, which was, if you have to play, I know you're going to do what I tell you to do. Not, if you have to play, I know you're going to go out to Lambeau Field and outduel Aaron Rodgers. And I think that's what Vrabel expects of his backup quarterback. So we may end up evaluating Logan differently based upon how he plays tonight, but I still think right now he's very firmly the backup. Now, Vrabel made a comment earlier in the week about bringing in Matt Barkley to compete with Logan for the backup spot. But it's odd, Matt Barkley has never played in this kind of system to the best of my knowledge. Now, he's been in a lot of places, and there have been a lot of coordinators in a lot of places, and most of the places he's been, the coordinators have gotten fired because the teams haven't been very good when he's had to play. So maybe he has been in the Shanahan system before. But Barkley doesn't have a lot of experience. Barkley, when you get to that Arizona game, probably won't know your playbook. So I think today's a big game for Logan Woodside because the Titans will find themselves, if Logan doesn't play well in the preseason, in the first action in which we look at him as the backup quarterback of the Tennessee Titans, as opposed to, he's a practice squad guy, third string, who cares, whatever, throw the ball around, knock yourselves out, Gino Gaduli. Like, once you're not that, you are one rolled ankle away from being the starting quarterback of the Tennessee Titans. And that will give people reason to be scared if Logan doesn't play well today. So I ask you this. If he doesn't play well today, do the Titans have to start making evaluations about what else is out there, what else could be out there, who they would need to bring in, what they'd have to do with Barkley. Again, I don't think we have to go down that rabbit hole now because he hasn't played poorly. And again, the rule on this show is we do not punish people for things they haven't done. But I think it's worth watching tonight. 615-737-1025, Corey Curtis, News 2. Live at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. What has he been hearing? He's had those broadcast meetings with Vrabel where sometimes they're forthcoming about who might play, who might not play. What are we going to see from the rookies tonight? Corey Curtis is in Atlanta. He joins us next. He'll be on the sidelines for the broadcast tonight on News 2. We're live from the wholesaling studio powered by RumbleOn.com. Stillman and Company. It's ESPN 1025 The Game. Corey Curtis just texted me. Said, quote, I'm headed through security. May have to push it back 5 minutes. I think we can do that.
I think we can do that.
Okay, then let's kick this around the room before we ask it to Corey. What do you think if Woodside doesn't play well today? Then what?
Like, how bad?
Bad.
Then you have to start looking for another option because you cannot put all of your chips into Ryan Tannehill, especially when you put,
even though you did it last year.
But especially when you invested so much in building up this team this year, paying Bud Dupree $16 million, giving Julio Jones that massive contract. If you really are going for it and you're really wanting to make it far in the playoffs, if you have Super Bowl expectations for this team and Logan Woodside doesn't live up to that tonight, you have to start looking somewhere else.
Ian, what if Logan doesn't play well tonight?
I'm just curious, like, what options are there? Like, you're going to trade for somebody? You're going to just ride with Matt Barkley?
So I feel like it's irresponsible and unfair of one of the edicts of this show to start discussing what the options are if he doesn't play well, because it's making the assumption that he won't play well, and we don't make assumptions that guys do things poorly before.
Well, you know what assuming things does.
That's right. But I'm
not assuming it, but I'm just saying.
But we also know what being unprepared leads to.
Exactly.
So here's what to me, there's three options, right? There's Barkley, and Barkley's been okay in the limited practice that I've seen of Barkley, Bortles, and Bortles knows the system. So I know we can dump on Bortles.
Nick Foles.
Does he know the system?
No.
So he wouldn't be a fit for me. Then I think the other option is wait and see with what happens with Mariota in Vegas. Now, I don't think you're sending a message to Tannehill if Marcus gets dumped in Vegas and you pick him up. I don't think you're sending a message to Tannehill that you don't believe in him because you're bringing Marcus in. And I think Marcus would be the backup and would be okay being the backup. I'm not sure Marcus would want to come back here, especially after selling his house for $750,000 and then trying to come back and buy the same house for $1.3 million. Because that's what that's how it's going.
That's
nowadays.
Nashville.
Then again, Marcus has the money. So, and then Marcus probably won't want to get paid something more too. That's the other thing here is that guy's got to come in minimum salary. Bortles probably comes minimum salary. Marcus probably doesn't come back here minimum salary. If you trade for Marcus, he's definitely not minimum salary. He's that Raiders contract. So, honestly, if Logan doesn't play well, it's probably Bortles. Now, they've had the chance to sign Bortles multiple times, and they haven't taken it. And Bortles knows the system. Now, you all know that I think Bortles stinks, but, again, it's backup quarterback. But yeah, that's probably what you're looking at.
Like I'd almost rather just ride with Woodside through a regular season game or two before I just go ahead and get Bortles.
Especially if you are saying now, well, Bortles sucks, but he's a backup anyways, then why are you even looking elsewhere? Because if you're looking elsewhere, you're looking for a better option than Logan Woodside.
Well, I mean, Bortles is a bad starting quarterback. That doesn't mean he's a bad backup quarterback. Now, the fact that all the other places he's been, the Rams didn't want to keep him, the Broncos didn't want to keep him, the Packers didn't want to keep him, that's probably a sign. And one of these teams is going to have a practice squad guy. One of the Atlanta, Cincinnati, Green Bay, the Rams, they're probably going to have a practice squad guy that you could grab. So that's all out on the table. Corey Curtis from News 2. Hopefully he'll be rocking and ready to roll as the Titans get set to take on the Falcons. He'll be on the sidelines. He'll join us next. We're live from the wholesaling studio, powered by RumbleOn.com. It is a Fireball Hot Take Friday. Thank you for asking that. We love Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. Tune in to Sounds Baseball tonight on ESPN 94.9. The Sounds take on the Louisville Bats, AAA affiliate of the Cincinnati Reds. Pregame show with Jeff Him at 5:45. And the first pitch at 6. Sounds Baseball on ESPN 94.9, presented by 312 Pizza Company and Farm Bureau Health Plans. They take on Louisville all weekend long as well. Stillman and Company, it's Fireball Hot Take Friday. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game. Stillman and Company goes until 6 o'clock, and then it's time to kick the ball off on News 2. Titans and Falcons. No Tannehill, no Caleb Farley. I'm guessing no Derrick Henry, no Kevin Byard, no Jeffrey Simmons, no A.J. Brown, no Julio Jones. But there will be a lot of rookies to play. There will be a lot of backups that we've been very high on in camp that will play today. And News 2 will have all of it tonight starting at 6 o'clock. Corey Curtis will be on the sidelines. He joins us now here on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. So, Corey, let's start with this. You've been in some of these big meetings, and you've seen what they've done at practice, and you are there at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. What do you expect as far as starting players to play tonight?
Not much. That would be my expectation. With the amount of practice time that those guys have missed and the inkling that we've been given, I wouldn't expect to see a lot of them out there. The offensive line obviously has been spotty the whole time. And if your offensive line is spotty, are you going to risk the other guys? Probably not. So, and then you've got the guys who are coming back from injury. When you've got Taylor Lewan, Ty Sambrailo, Bud Dupree all coming back from ACLs, I wouldn't expect to see those guys out there early. But like you said, that's not what the preseason is about. I think people always have to change their expectations when they watch a preseason game about what they're actually looking for.
Corey, I said the theme for me tonight is John Robinson because last year Christian Fulton got hurt. We didn't see a lot from him. Darrington Evans got hurt. We didn't see a lot from him. Laurel Murchison, he played a little bit last year. Chris Jackson played a little bit. He got hurt. Didn't see much from him. Those guys are probably all going to play tonight. This year, Dylan Radins, so far in camp, haven't seen much from him. He's going to play tonight. Des Fitzpatrick, Monty Rice, Rashad Weaver. We haven't seen really a lot from any of these guys in camp so far, and we've been there almost every day. I'm looking at those guys playing real football, playing meaningful minutes, or I shouldn't say meaningful, but a lot of minutes, and I'm thinking, okay, that's the key. Let's see if these guys can actually play.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Jared, and I'm especially interested for the second-year players because they didn't get any preseason last year, and then most of those guys were hurt all during the regular season. So this is the first real significant time they're going to get since they've been drafted by the Titans. You know how many carries Darrington Evans had all last year? 14. You know how many he could get tonight? He might have 14 tonight. He may match that total in this game. So I think it's exciting that we get to see these guys play. We get to learn a little bit more about what they're all about because, they're going to have to produce for this team. As for the rookies, some of them, it's time to step up. We've seen some good indications from Dylan Radins this week. They've moved him around the line, and he's looked better inside at times. So we'll see how many different spots he plays tonight. And then, like I said, some of the other guys, Rashad Weaver, until you put when you play defense like that, until you put the pads on and start hitting people, it's hard to tell how big of an impact a guy like that can be. So it's time to turn them loose and see what they got. And you're right. When you have a first-round pick like Isaiah Wilson last year and your whole draft contributes absolutely nothing to your season, the pressure is on this year to see some results from those guys.
What do you think of Logan Woodside's game today? We were discussing this earlier, and I look at the backup quarterback position. It's one thing when you're a third stringer who might be on the practice squad. You go out there, you take some snaps, whatever. You are one snap away from being the starting quarterback of the Tennessee Titans now, and we know it's a possibility because he was the backup last year. I like what I've seen from Logan in camp. I think Vrabel trusts him. But how big is tonight for him from a confidence standpoint and from a confidence of everybody else if he has to?
Well, Jared, I think more than anything, he needs to play football. I mean, there was no preseason for him last year either. So he didn't play. I mean, he basically sat out last year. He practiced all last year. It was just like he was on the practice squad last season. So he needs game experience. Now, it's not the best situation for him with the guys that they're going to have up front, and he's not throwing to A.J. or Julio, but he needs the playing time. And so I think it is hugely important for him. I would anticipate him playing at least the whole first half, considering Matt Barkley just got here. But I think that these are big minutes for him because he just frankly hasn't played.
If he doesn't play well, do you think that Barkley has a chance to take that job, or do you think the Titans start looking elsewhere, knowing that you got 2 more preseason games to go before you would need whoever you bring in to be ready to play in case something happens to Tannehill?
Yeah, I don't know if I would call it his job to lose, but he's the incumbent, and Barkley got brought in late. So I think it's kind of safe to call it that, but that doesn't mean he can't lose it. I mean, if he comes out here and struggles and Matt Barkley comes in and plays well, then maybe we do have a competition. I mean, Matt Barkley, look, his numbers are not great for his career, 11 and 22 touchdown to interception ratio, but he's been around the block, and he's a big guy, so he's got some things to offer, and we'll see if that makes it interesting. The other thing to keep your eye on is we've all been excited about the number of turnovers the defense has created in camp, but that means the offense is turning it over. Does he take care of the football tonight? Does Matt Barkley take care of the football tonight? Because I got a lot of people telling me these turnovers don't matter. To me, they do. I want to see what happens out there.
Mm-hmm. What do we know about what Arthur Smith and Dean Pease are going to do tonight as far as starters are concerned and playing time and things like that? Because, Corey, it's going to be hard for me to judge what Logan Woodside does throwing the ball to Chester Rogers and Marcus Johnson, and if they're going up against the starting Falcons defense, whereas if they're playing a bunch of backups as well, then I think it's probably easier to evaluate. What do you know on that front?
Well, listen, I'm at security right now because for some reason the gate was closed. And it's just opened up. And I was fortunate enough, DJ Shockley, who's on the Falcons broadcast, walked up, former Georgia quarterback, and I was telling him not to expect a lot of Titan starters, and he said, yeah, I wouldn't expect any Falcon starters. So from judging by what DJ Shockley said, I don't think we'll see a lot of Arthur Smith's first teamers out there, and if we do, not for very long.
What's kind of the theme of the broadcast? Corey Curtis, News 2 with us. He'll be on the sidelines tonight. Charles Davis, Dan Hellie in the booth. By the way, congratulations on getting back to doing the preseason because you guys didn't do that last year. Kind of what is the theme of the broadcast that you guys have discussed, not knowing where this game is going to go, but perhaps having an idea?
Well, I think it is about some of those players who need to play in this game that we talked about. But I think another theme we're going to hit on pretty heavily is the changing coordinators. That you've got a new coordinator on the offensive side. And yes, Shane Bowen is back, but the impact of actually getting the named defensive coordinator, that will be a part of the broadcast as well. Some of the things we've heard, and, Charles Davis has a wealth of experience to fall back on as a player as well. So we'll talk about the coaching situation and some of those newcomers.
So Charles Davis has done this in the past. I'm sure he'll be doing this. He's been to a couple training camp practices, but he does, and I got to give him credit for this. He throws it down to you a lot during the broadcast because he knows you're here. He knows you're at every practice. So when Charles throws it down to you tonight, certain players you're looking at, which ones are going to kind of come to mind that you want to highlight and for fans to watch on the broadcast tonight?
Charles is really great to me. He treats me with more respect than I could ever expect. I mean, I know what all three jobs are, and like you said, he respects my experience and my time. And because it would be easy for them to come down to me at the beginning of the game, come down to me for an injury update. I do my Vrabel halftime hit, and then I'm pretty much done. Because that's what a lot of sideline people do, right? We just don't see very much of them. But they do make it a point to make me a part of the show and to have my opinion matter from what I see, and I am greatly appreciative of that. And I also, like I always say when I'm on your show, Jared, I got things that need to be said. And so it's nice to be able to say them sometimes.
Who are you going to be looking for, though, to highlight tonight?
I need to see Dylan Radins. I need to see if he can continue to improve his play. And I'm really looking for those two wide receivers like you talked about earlier, Chester Rogers and Marcus Johnson. Can they take it from the practice field to the game field? That's the big thing.
So I don't want to tell the fans to turn their backs on the News 2 broadcast tonight when you're on, but when the kickers come out to kick, should I turn my back? Because I'm not sure either guy is going to be kicking for the Tennessee Titans. What I'm hearing is it's ultimately going to be Gostkowski. But
look, that wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But I do think Tucker McCann can still win this job. Okay, I think they've had Tucker McCann here for a full year. He's still here. He's clearly got a stronger leg than Sam Ficken. He's working with James Wilhoit now, and I know they like that relationship, and I know they like the work that they're getting from James. And they've been working on some things in camp that may have led to a few of those misses. I think his make rate overall, when we're watching and we're not watching, is up close to 90%. And so, look, it very well could be Gostkowski. I totally get that. If he comes out here and struggles tonight, it's going to make that a whole lot easier. But if he comes out here and hits from 43 and hits from 39 and is 1-for-1 on PATs and hits 2 touchbacks, I think that's a big statement for Tucker McCann. So I think do not turn away from the kicking game because I think it is one of the most important things we're going to see tonight.
Corey Curtis, News 2 is our guest. He'll be on the broadcast tonight. What do you think of, take injuries out of it. Knock on wood, no injuries. What would you consider a successful night tonight for the Titans?
Well, you said the first thing. You get out healthy and clean. Number 2, do the guys know what they look like they're doing? You know what I'm saying? I mean, how smooth is the operation? Because you don't have a lot of the starters out there, and I just don't know how much cohesiveness there's going to be. So if there's not a lot of penalties, if there's not a lot of delay of game, if there's not a lot of guys out of position, and they just play football, I can take that.
Fireball Hot Take Friday. You're going to be on the broadcast tonight. What's your hot take this week?
Well, my hot take is simply this, Jared. It's the preseason, and I know everybody has their opinions about the preseason, but I appreciate you saying that you're glad it's back. I am glad it's back because, again, I look for the other stuff. This is a chance to see guys play who don't normally play, and you kind of get an inkling of if they're worth it or not. And that leads me to the big thing. Every year somebody pops. Every year. Who's going to pop tonight? I'm very interested to see who pops tonight for the Tennessee Titans. Because, look, Des Fitzpatrick hadn't done anything. But what if he catches 5 balls and a touchdown tonight? What if that happens? That changes everything for him. And so I want to see if somebody pops.
Well, I've seen guys pop. Drew Bennett, John Simon pop right away. Were big parts of the Titans the fall that season. Rob Baronis popped in a preseason game. Mariani, to your point. I remember a couple of years ago, Corey, you were doing the awful game at Pittsburgh, and the two guys that stood out, Robert Spillane, a linebacker we didn't think would make the team, and Anthony Ferkser, a tight end we didn't think would make the team. Neither guy, I think, made the team. Now, they were on it at some point and whatever. But now Spillane's a starter in Pittsburgh, and Ferkser's a starter here.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why I say, if you're watching for wins and losses and touchdowns, you're watching for the wrong reason.
By the way, I'm going to throw this out there. I heard Joe Rex Rodakina today predict that his son, Nicholas, would have a touchdown. Nick Westbrook-Akina would have a touchdown tonight. I'm going to throw one out there, Corey, of someone I think's catching a touchdown tonight. You ready for this?
Sure.
Mason Kinsey. Give me Mason Kinsey for a touchdown tonight, Corey.
He could score a touchdown in the return game as well. He's going to have 2 opportunities for you. It'll be interesting to see what the connection is. He's a guy that people like, so I wouldn't go against it. A guy that I'm looking for, because we haven't talked about it at all, is Mekhi Sargent, the kid from Iowa, and he's going to get a look there in both of the second half, I think. So, if he breaks one off, he could have people talking.
I don't even know who that is, and I've been to 12 practices.
There you go, backup running back.
Corey Curtis, News 2, as always. He will be on the sidelines tonight. And, of course, News 2 will have great coverage immediately following the game as well. Corey Curtis, appreciate you, Corey. Get back to the Dome.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep, Corey Curtis, News 2. Again, he'll be on the broadcast. News 2 has the game. I have never heard of that backup running back that he was just talking about.
Yeah, it doesn't really move the needle for me.
Never heard. Never heard of it. But I'm calling it right now, Mason Kinsey. Now, here's the question. I wasn't going to say this to Corey when he was on the air. Do you think if Mason Kinsey catches a touchdown pass that he will say on the broadcast, Jared Stillman said that he thought Mason Kinsey was going to catch it?
Nope.
He's done it before.
Nope.
He's done it before. We'll see. We'll see. 615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025. All right. We got to talk about Joe Rexrode. Because there's revisionist history, which that show, and I obviously listen to that show every morning, but that show practices revisionist history better than any grandma you've ever had. But then there's Joe's takes on Tennessee football from today that we have got to discuss. We'll do that next. Tillman & Company. Fireball Hot Take Friday. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game. So I'm outside this morning, just taking in the beautiful morning, crisp summer day.
This beautiful preseason morning.
It was a beautiful day. Beautiful day. And Joe Rex Road, as I'm listening to our morning show, I knew I should have tuned off, put on Audible, listened to a book. I knew I should have. I don't even know what started this. In fact, I'm going back to the conversation. But so, Joe and I have a relationship where when one of us says something dumb, usually Joe, I text him when I'm listening to him, and he texts me when he's listening to us, and he listens to us every day. So, I get a lot of texts from Joe while I'm on the air, and I text Joe a lot while he's on the air. So I'm trying to see where this started earlier today. Okay. So somehow, some way, they're talking about Jeremy Pruitt and Tennessee fans and excitement or whatever. And I just told him that the fans hired Pruitt. And I said this. Ian, you can back me up on this. I said when Jeremy Pruitt was failing last year. Now, I was the first to raise my hand and say, wait a minute, this guy might stink. In fact, when they signed him to a contract extension, I was like, wait a minute, I'm not sure this is a good idea to sign a guy who's doing an okay job. When you're doing an okay job, you should get to keep your job. You shouldn't get fired, but you shouldn't get an extension. You just keep doing your job, and then if you do a good job, then you get an extension. But they gave Pruitt an extension anyways, and I got just reamed out by Vol fans because Jeremy Pruitt, was the people's coach. And I felt like the Vol fans should have to ride or die with their coach that they got hired. And so I've always thought that Pruitt was the people coach. In fact, I don't think Vol fans like Heupel. I think if Heupel had been the choice in 2017, not at that exact point, but like if his resume today was what they hired in 2017, they'd have had a Clay Travis protest about that one too. Like they just didn't because this year, because they felt like they had to sit this one out because the last time they got a coach hired, it was Pruitt. And so somehow Joe and I start arguing about whether or not Pruitt was the people's coach. Because Joe's theory is, well, Pruitt, yes, they led the coup that got, Fulmer in there, but Fulmer hired Pruitt, not the fans. No. I mean, at that point, Pruitt is a symptom. It's not a cause. Fulmer is a symptom, not a cause. What happened then in 2017, this is the truth, because I lived it. You all lived it. What happened was the University of Tennessee had a chancellor, Beverly Davenport, who had no idea how to run a school. And she felt the backlash from the fans. Now, the truth is, I talked to an athletic director yesterday about a basketball coach. And the AD told me he knows if his coach gets fired, if something were to happen tomorrow, wakes up tomorrow, coach is caught cheating, coach is lying, coach is whatever, and he fires his coach, he knows exactly who he's going to hire, and he knows the fans won't like it. He goes, the fans will have no idea who this guy is. I've worked with him in the past. I'm hiring him tomorrow. If my coach gets fired, they're not going to like it. And after about 5 minutes, they'll be over it because the guy will be a good coach. I said, okay. I mean, you know what? As long as you're willing to stand up there, no people aren't going to be happy about it, fine. But Beverly Davenport wasn't ready for that. So they let the fans run the school, and that you ended up with Jeremy Pruitt and Phil Fulmer. That's what happened. So Ian's got some cuts of what Joe was saying today. Joe turns this back into the Schiano thing. Now, I think Schiano would have been fine at Tennessee. I don't think he would have won you a national championship. I think he would have done better than get embarrassed by Kentucky last year. But
I don't know if that was a Pruitt thing or if that was a Jarrett Guarantano thing. Or maybe a little bit of both.
But I think Schiano would have figured that out. I mean, this goes back to causes and symptoms, right?
Yeah.
Like, is
JG was a
Guarantano, right? It's not Guarantano's fault that he was in there 3 years after you realized he couldn't play. That's Pruitt's fault. It's not Guarantano's fault that Jim Chaney was paid $1 bajillion to come in here and be the offensive coordinator and not do any
and stink up the place.
Not do any good with him. So again, these are symptoms, not causes. And I think Schiano would have been fine. I think Schiano would have been fine. You probably wouldn't have loved him, probably wouldn't have hated him. I think Schiano's a good coach. So Joe is on his revisionist history high horse. Here's what he said.
So here's the thing. So his point on the fans hired Pruitt. This is Jared. Fulmer could have hired me and the fans would have loved it. Pruitt, who I never believed was a good coach, is a symptom, not the cause of the mess. That's fine. I agree that he's the symptom. That's fine. But I'm just saying, Fulmer was the culmination of the fan involvement. Okay, and would they have been excited about whoever he hired? Yeah. Was that a reasonable search? Was that a reasonable trio of candidates at that point? Yes. I mean, they went all over the place. They couldn't get the freaking Purdue coach, okay?
So Joe's saying that Pruitt was not the fans' coach and that I'm wrong in saying, again, I think he's the people's coach. And that's why Vol fans have not gotten that. The recruiting's not good right now for Heupel. The situation with Danny White, and it's not good. And the excitement level's bad, and they're selling $19 tickets, and you're not hearing the fans yell and scream about it. And I think it's because they feel like they have to sit this one out after they hired the last coach.
Do they not have a good recruiting class this year?
They do not.
Where are they ranked?
I have no idea, but when I read the article the other day, it was like they have one good kid and then one okay kid, and that's it.
Okay, national ranked 23rd overall. So
That's embarrassing in the SEC.
That's lower than
That's
Tennessee
Arkansas,
normally is.
That's Arkansas.
But I'm not going to say that's a bad recruiting class by any means.
Well, your recruiting class is nowhere near done right now. I mean, for any of the good teams or the bad teams. But no, they're not recruiting great. And they're selling $19 tickets, and there's all this. But again, Vol fans aren't screaming about that right now because I think they feel like they have to sit this one out because they hired the last coach. And Joe's whole point is the two things Joe says. One, that we shouldn't hold the fans responsible for hiring Pruitt, which I disagree with. I think they got him hired. And two, that Schiano would have been undoubtedly a terrible coach, which I don't agree with. I think Schiano's a fine coach. I think he's fine. And I would put it to you like this. This is just the damage that was done from that day for your whole program, the damage that was done by vetoing Schiano, even if Schiano wasn't a good coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he is a good coach. Trevor was on the show the other day and was like, Tennessee could use a guy like Greg Schiano.
Interesting. They tried.
But the damage that was done from that day was far bigger than whether or not you got a good coach.
But I don't
going
think
back
it's
to symptoms and causes, that's why other people don't want to coach here, is because they saw that.
But to say that day, and I guess you could kind of all group it into one, but to say that day did more damage than Jeremy Pruitt did to that football program, I don't think is fair to say.
How much damage did Pruitt do to it?
Well, they have all these NCAA sanctions, which of course the school did to themselves, so they could fire Pruitt and not pay him.
That's made up bull crap.
But it's not something that you can ignore.
Let's analyze all of this, right? Let's analyze all of this in a giant. Let's take each one individually.
Okay.
Let's do that next because I do want to get to this. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. 615-737-1025. If you want to weigh in on it, you can as well. We are delivered by TriStar Brewing. Fireball Hot Take Friday. You know I love ice cold Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. Goes down so smooth and it tastes so great. Ignite the night. Please do it responsibly. Be 21 years or older to enjoy. That's Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. Preseason football's back, which means real football's here. Tailgating, hanging out with your buddies, celebrating touchdowns, big wins. Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. Ignite the night. Please do it responsibly. Be 21 years or older to enjoy. That's Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey.
the people, and Jared's one of them, who were like, oh, Shiano would have been, oh, that's a good hire. I don't get that at all. Shiano was a good hire at Rutgers, so good. It all worked out. You guys got back together. Good luck. He would not have been good in Knoxville. In that fishbowl, that guy, no. Jared, quote, he would have been solid in Knoxville. Not great, but solid. That's a solidly stupid take.
It would not have
You're
gone.
wrong, Jared. I want you to spend an hour arguing this
To your
today,
point,
Jared.
would it have gone worse than Pruitt?
Well, it's how could
I don't know.
you? It would
Pretty
have
hard
been-
to do.
I mean, it was just a fantastic flame out from Pruitt. Let's also remember there was a reason Pruitt got to this dumb extension that he got a year ago. He did some good things early. He recruited really well. Solidified some things. Then what a fantastic way to go out.
There you go. Joe Rexroad knows for a fact Greg Schiano would have been a bad coach in Tennessee. Knows it for a fact. Even though there's no proof one way or another.
I
knows it for a fact.
We have a rule on this show. You cannot make an assumption about anything if it hasn't happened. And Greg Schiano was never actually the coach at the University of Tennessee. So you cannot say whether he would have been a success or a complete disaster.
Like, I'll give you an example. Vince Young. I heard the Midday Show talking about Vince Young the other day. And I wonder this. We know Jeff Fisher didn't want Vince Young. They hired Norm Chow to be offensive coordinator, who was Matt Leinert's coordinator. And by the way, Norm Chow was terrible. But they hired Norm Chow to be coordinator when he was Matt Leinert's coordinator and not Vince Young's coordinator, which made no sense. And I've always wondered, if Jeff Fisher had fully embraced Vince Young, who won a lot of games, 2 Pro Bowls, Rookie of the Year, saved Jeff Fisher's job, if they had embraced Vince Young like the Ravens have embraced Lamar Jackson, would Vince Young have been Lamar Jackson before Lamar Jackson? And I'll never know the answer to that. You'll never know if Greg Schiano would have been a good coach or a bad coach at Tennessee. Now, you can juxtapose it by putting him next to Pruitt and saying, well, would he have done as bad as Pruitt? I mean, probably not. Okay, whatever. But if we go back to each little element, each pillar of why Tennessee football is where they are now. By the way, Greg Schiano did more at Rutgers than Josh Heupel ever did at UCF. And that Rutgers program...
He was also at Rutgers for much longer than Josh Heupel was at UCF.
He also played against better teams.
It's true.
He was in the Big East when they had West Virginia as a top 5 team with Rich Rodriguez as their coach. They beat Bobby Petrino in Louisville to keep them out of the national championship game. I mean, that was a top 10 Rutgers team. And that was a Rutgers team that competed in the Big East when it was a real conference. Josh Heupel went down each year at UCF. By the way, when Schiano was at Rutgers, and Rutgers is terrible, like traditionally a horrible program.
Yeah.
He put players in the NFL. Legitimately every year putting players in the NFL. Heupel, what's he going to do with his own guys? Because recruiting is not necessarily his forte. It certainly wasn't at UCF. But that's neither here nor there. My point is everything that you're bagging on Schiano for, Schiano's done more in his career than Heupel. You know, that he wouldn't be able to handle the fishbowl in Knoxville. He coached in the NFL. Now, just because you coach in the NFL and you didn't do well doesn't mean that you won't be a good college coach. See Lane Kiffin. So, anywho, I get back to each pillar of where Tennessee is, why they are there today. And each part of this, I feel like people conveniently ignore. And that is the role that the fans and the administration played and why they are where they are today. You bring up the recruiting violations. So, I don't believe in the recruiting violations.
Well, how can you just not believe in them?
Because I think they're all what everybody does, and everybody keeps hush-hush unless you want to fire your coach who you gave an extension to.
If
this came out
phony,
if this happened at Oklahoma, you think they're firing Lincoln Riley, or you think they're putting it under the rug?
Oh, they're putting it under the rug.
Okay, so this is all bull.
They're all phony, but there's still something that Tennessee football has to deal with. I agree with you in that. I think that Tennessee only did that to get rid of Jeremy Pruitt, but it's not like they're just some sort of fairy tale thing that went away now that Jeremy Pruitt was fired.
It might be a scholarship.
It's still something that Tennessee football has to deal with and something that they're facing.
They might lose a scholarship or two. It's not going to be a big deal. So I think that's another bad sign, right? Like, think about the whole Pruitt thing. Why was Pruitt hired? John Curry was going to hire Mike Leach. And then the all the fans grew weary of the search, and so they ran him out of town. And the chancellor in the press conference where they put in Philip Fulmer, who didn't get the job because they wanted to give it to John Curry, said multiple times, we heard your voices loud and clear. We're listening to the fans. Ian, what did Floyd always say about running a football team and listening to the fans?
If you listen to the fans, you quickly become one.
There you go.
Wow, I like that.
And guess what? She ain't there anymore. So she's sitting there saying, okay, we're listening to the fans. They put in Fulmer. Fulmer was a disastrous hire as athletic director, and I like Fulmer. And Fulmer, I think, likes me. But he was a disastrous hire as athletic director.
Yeah. That was a hire from the heart, not the head.
He hires Jeremy Pruitt. Now, the merits of Pruitt getting hired, Pruitt would have gotten a job. You know, he's the coordinator at Alabama. Anybody who has that title is going to get a job. Mm-hmm. That's just how that works. It's like being coordinator of the Patriots. You're going to get offered a head coaching job. So Pruitt gets offered the job. And people think that just Pruitt was awful and Pruitt was terrible and Pruitt was bad. But he also had convinced people that he was good because he got an extension. And I was the one person who threw the stop sign up when he got the extension saying, whoa, 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 whoa. This is the same guy who lost to BYU and Georgia State. Like, should we not calm down on that for a second? And Vol fans were mad. And one of the reasons I was against the extension, it's in the tweet that I sent out at the time, was in college football, you may hate your guy in 6 weeks. You may hate him.
I contributed to a GoFundMe to buy out Coach O's contract after LSU lost to Troy.
There you go. There you go.
And now I own earrings with his face on.
There you go. Exactly. So Tennessee listened to the fans, gave him an extension. And they gave him an extension because like the excuses were ridiculous. Well, he decided not to take a raise because of COVID, so we're giving him an extension. What? Or if Alabama calls, Pruitt or Fulmer wants to show he has his guy. Like, what? And I never understood the hiring of Fulmer from this angle. 10 years ago, you thought the game had passed him, which is why you fired him, and now you're promoting him. What? So all these moves keep getting made that are like, what? So now Tennessee fires Pruitt on some BS that we know is all because they just don't want to pay him because of the stupid contract extension they gave him. And the point I'm trying to make here is nobody wants to work at Tennessee because they think everybody's crazy and they think everybody's in control. So what do you have to do? You have to overpay a little school athletic director in Danny White in order to get him to come here. And then he goes and gets the little school coach that the people at the little school didn't even want. Gus Malzahn doesn't want to coach at Tennessee, but he'll coach at UCF. Like it's a mess. And it all stems from that day. And that's the thing that I'm hopeful Vol fans understand, is that even if Heupel stinks, you did this to yourself. And I told you at the time that's what you were doing. And you called this show and you yelled at me. And I was the one, Ian backed me up, who when Butch Jones was selling you all that snake oil, I'm like, this guy has no clue what he's doing. Ian?
I'd say that's fair.
Okay. So maybe after my 5,000th correct take about Tennessee football, maybe you'll listen to me and not listen to what you want to hear. And what you want to hear is what Joe was telling you of, well, it doesn't matter because Shiano would have been terrible. And you are, yeah. You don't know that. You don't know that. What I know is when you let the fans veto a coaching hire, this is where you end up. That's all I'm trying to say.
That was such a wild day.
It's been a wild fight. And the thing is when it happened, Joe was talking about today when they were talking about the show. Joe was talking about covering a Titans-Colts game. And I remember that game.
Yeah.
And I remember that we barely talked about it. Like 3 things happened at one time. I believe, is that not when the Predators acquired Kyle Turris at the same time?
I'd have to go back and look. I think that was 2017, no? Or 18?
Yeah. No, it was 17. Yeah, I think it was all at one time. Like the Predators acquired Kyle Turris. The Vols had this mishap, and the Titans beat the Colts and were making their way to the playoffs at the end of my morning. And so Joe was talking about, working at the Colts game, then have to write this column about Shiano and whatever. And I remember the Titans played the Texans the next week. And John Robinson came on the show. And we literally talked 30 minutes of all football, John Robinson, back to Vol football. Like, we couldn't not talk about it.
And coming from you, that's hard to believe.
Sure. I mean, it mattered more then.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's no excitement about this. But I said then, and I just got creamed by the fans and everything, and I said, you did this to yourself. Don't come crying to me when this is an unmitigated disaster. And now Josh Heupel's your coach. That's where you are. Like, that's where this team is. And so I get mad when I hear the revisionist history of the morning show basically act like, that's just normal college football and it just didn't work out. Maybe this guy will work out. No, you have to think big picture about why your guy failed and what has to happen for this guy to be successful, and then what are the ramifications if this guy's not successful. If I was the athletic director at Tennessee, and you can't say this because Twitter will get mad and Twitter affects that program, but I'd say you got to give this guy 6 years. Like, if I'm being realistic, you have to give this guy 6 years. Now, I don't believe in Heupel. So the idea...
but that's not fair of you to come at Joe for revisionist historying for something that never happened. Now, you can't go and say, now Josh Heupel's your coach, because Josh Heupel hasn't coached a game for the Tennessee Volunteers.
I said I think. I'm not sold on Heupel. Like, the idea that Heupel's going to come in here and be a... I'm not
You cannot be sold on the idea of him, but you can't use that as support that this is a disaster.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not convinced he's a Power 5 coach. So it's tough for me to tell you that you should believe that you got to believe in him for 6 years. But I don't think you can do anything if you don't give this guy 6 years. It could be Jared Stillman that's coming into coach right now in the situation that Tennessee's in. And I think you got to give the guy 6 years. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, I think you have to give this guy 6 years. They won't. But I think they have to give this guy 6 years. So that's my point on that. Let's get back on this, and I'm sure you got something to add. Ian, I'm sure you got something. Joe's texting me. 615-737-1025 is our phone number. 615-737-1025. Fireball Hot Take Friday. Stillman and Company right here, ESPN 1025. The Game. FanDuel Sportsbook is my official sportsbook app. That's right. I absolutely love the FanDuel Sportsbook app, and I love the fact that you can try FanDuel out risk-free. Use the promo code JGM. Every time I tell people about this, I'm like, JGM. There's a reason why FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook app. It's easy and simple to use. They got great odds on all different betting markets, unique fun bet types like same-game parlays, exclusive always-on promotions, and you get more action out of every game day. Right now, again, they're letting you place your first bet risk-free up to $1,000. Just place a bet on any game, and FanDuel will refund you up to $1,000 back if you do not win. Promo code JGM. Use that promo code. 21 and present. 21 and older and present in Tennessee. First online real money wager only for risk-free bet. Refund issue is non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See sportsbook.fanduel.com for details. Gambling problem? Call Tennessee Redline 1-800-889-9789.
Stillman and Company, delivered by TriStar Moving. Fireball Hot Take Friday. Joe Rexroad is tweeting and is texting.
Look at him.
So do we want to get to Joe's reaction? Again, this morning, they were playing revisionist history with why Tennessee's in the state Tennessee's in. Just playing revisionist history. And I know you've got some thoughts on all of this. I'm sure the text line.
We got a bunch of texters who have some thoughts on this.
Okay. So someone tweets and says, do Jared Stillman and Joe Rexroad actually hate each other, or is there hate in good humor? Joe says, I like Jared. I hate that his brain forces him to utter aloud so many bad opinions. Now, I'll say this. I mean, I like Joe. I like Joe, I don't know. I like Joe's wife more than I like Joe, but I like Joe.
Joe's wife is awesome.
But anywho, so Joe is texting. Do you want to get your thought in there, or do you want to get what Joe
I want to hear what Joe has to say.
Joe, so here's what I don't even know. Joe said, quote, and you didn't do well, end quote. You had a freaking player mutiny and damn near had to go into witness protection. Now that is some revisionist history.
You had to go into witness protection?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Schiano. They talked about at one point Schiano had some type of, I don't know, was it a full-on player mutiny?
Oh, yeah. So the Buccaneer players didn't like him.
So there you
but
go.
You know what, though? You know what? And because I heard this at the time. Well, the Buccaneer players hated him. Well, guess what? NFL guys don't like college coaches, and college players don't love NFL guys. That, I think, is pretty natural, right?
It's not a red flag, though.
See, to me, what you do in the NFL is not a red flag for college. Lovie Smith went to the Super Bowl, didn't do anything as the head coach at Illinois. Lane Kiffin was a disaster with the Raiders, and everybody thinks he's the greatest coach ever who hasn't won anything.
Saban and the Dolphins.
I mean, Urban's going to stink in Jacksonville. Like Barry Switzer with the Cowboys. I mean, like you can go on and on and on and on. I mean, remember what was his name at Michigan? That guy, just total jerk. God, what's his name? Beeline.
Oh yeah.
He didn't even last a whole season in the NBA. So Joe said, "Oh my God, stop! Schiano, terrible hire. Fans that day," in reference to the day that Tennessee vetoed the hire.
Yes.
Terrible behavior. Both things true. That didn't guarantee the actual hire, Pruitt, would be bad. It just turned out that way. So, well, do you want me to respond to Joe, or do you want to give your thought? I have not given you an opportunity
I want
here.
this back and forth.
Okay. So here's my thing. Once you decided that you weren't going to let the guy that you hired to be your athletic director be your athletic director, any decision you made after that was going to blow up in your face unless you were incredibly lucky. We talk about this with quarterbacks in the NFL draft, which is that how much of it is this guy's the guy and how much of this is where he's going. If Josh Allen had gone somewhere else where they don't have a good coach, Sean McDermott, and a great general manager, Brandon Beane, with Josh Allen, who had accuracy issues and took a couple of years to get going, and they kind of hit him that second year, blew up his third year, would Josh Allen be Josh Allen? Would Lamar, had he gone to another team where they said, no, Lamar, we got to win by you throwing from the pocket, would Lamar be the quarterback that he is today in Baltimore? I'm going to guess no. So I think there's a nature and nurture element to this. Once you decided that you were going to veto your athletic director and publicly embarrass him and then fire him and then put in the fans coach who once again was coach 10 years ago, wasn't good enough for you, games passed, and you're bringing him back and promoting him, it was impossible for that to not be an unmitigated disaster unless you just struck freaking gold. And I mean, look, I thought Pruitt was a bad coach. I never liked Pruitt. But
I didn't like his attitude. I didn't like his coaching style. I didn't like anything about Pruitt.
But I go back to those are symptoms, not causes. It's a symptom, not a cause. And that's how I feel about all of this. And so right now, Tennessee football's in a state where, it's like, is there any excitement for Vol football? No. $19 tickets, coach that the people don't really love. And it's like, how do they get out of this? And I've said to you, the way they get out of this is they get the next Peyton Manning. And then you're like, well, that's a high bar to ask. Yes, That's where you are. You need I'm not going to say a miracle, but you need
something big.
You need that brick to fall.
And it may not be someone who you think is going to turn into that.
Sure.
Yeah. Like, you just need something.
Sure. I told you the story.
Something substantial.
I told you the story earlier last hour about the athletic director that I talked to literally yesterday. Is an athletic director who's talking about basketball coach. And he's not going to fire his basketball coach anytime soon, but we were talking about things that come out of nowhere, and then he told me he knows exactly who he's going to hire if his coach walked out today. He knows exactly who he's going to hire, and he knows the fans aren't going to like it. And this is a basketball school. And he knows exactly who he's going to hire, and he knows the fans aren't going to like it, and he knows exactly what he's going to say about it, and he knows exactly how mad they're going to be and for how long, and he knows that this guy's going to win because he believes in him.
And that's okay if the fans don't like it.
Sure.
That's okay. As long as you have support to back it up, and as long as you can believe in that person enough to do this job to where you can stand the feedback and the mob mentality that will ensue from the fan base. But you did say that nobody wants to coach Tennessee, and I agree with you that Greg Schiano would have been, I don't know what would have happened. I don't like Pruitt. Right now, Tennessee football is in a very critical state, in a very fragile state, but I don't agree with you in the fact that nobody wants to coach at Tennessee. It's right now, it's a big-time program, good facilities, huge fan base. It's a brand.
And the last two guys, and they got money to spend. And the last two guys they've gotten to come coach are Jeremy Pruitt and Josh.
But the bar is on the floor. If you have a winning season, you are viewed as the savior of Tennessee football.
For 5 minutes.
Well, you have to continue that success.
8-4. Jeremy Pruitt got an extension. No,
and then they were terrible.
Like real coaches that already have jobs. Here's the thing about getting somebody to leave their job. If you leave my job, I don't want to talk about my job because I don't know exactly what people think, what my bosses think of me exactly. I don't know. But I feel comfortable in saying, I got a pretty decent job. If you're to offer somebody a job, you have to get them to feel comfortable about the job they're taking to leave the comfort of the job they have now. Dave Doran doesn't want to leave NC State, not because he loves NC State, but because he knows that if he coaches at NC State, he'll be able to coach for the next 8 years or 10 years at NC State. He goes to Tennessee. He's like, well, look at how they just treated Pruitt. I mean, they ran that guy right out there and made up all kinds of reasons to fire him.
Because he can't win.
Well, right. But these coaches walk into this knowing that winning is not completely in their hands. Like, these guys know. Urban's getting $8 million a year, and he's guaranteed at the Jags for 4 years. So in order for him to do this, he knows, hey, at least I'm making $32 million. So even if this doesn't work out, even if everybody I work with is an idiot, I'm making $32 million. So you got to do that. And for these coaches, if I'm making, wasn't Malzahn making $20 million from Auburn? To not do anything. No. It was like he could go to the beach and he'd get he'd get a $20 million check from Auburn.
Well, Butch Jones was from Tennessee, or if not, still is good. Well, before he went to Central Arkansas, was making $8 million a year from Tennessee.
Sure, which is good that they'll pay you even if it doesn't work.
Right.
But now what's Tennessee showing you? We'll make up reasons to fire you. That's what these things lead to. But Malzahn's making all this money to not coach, has no interest in the Tennessee job. None. But he'll go to Group of 5 UCF. I was told this, and I think this has been widely reported, that Danny White said Heupel was my guy, which is very easy to believe because Heupel was his guy at UCF.
Heupel was the coach at UCF.
It was reported that he was going after some big fish, and he got turned down twice. I mean, I heard a report. I had somebody tell me Heupel reached out to a defensive coordinator, who, by the way, is not an established defensive coordinator. He's a Power 5 defensive coordinator, but hasn't had a lot of success. Heupel reached out and offered $3 million.
Which is big for a coordinator.
Or no, I shouldn't say 3. Maybe it was 2.
Yeah, 3's high.
So offered $1.5 million or whatever it is. It was a number. And the coordinator went back to the school, and the school said, we'll keep you. Heupel offered immediately the next day $500,000 more. What? Like that's the position that it's like it doesn't add up. And so it's tough for like everybody keeps trying to make excuses for Tennessee when then you want to go out and beat Georgia and you can't excuses.
You can't make excuses and then
don't lead
expect
to you
excellence.
beating Georgia. And that's where they are right now. So now we'll get to the text line. And I have been just ranting and raving, and oh my goodness. 615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025. We're to your thoughts on this Fireball Hot Take Friday. Stillman & Company, we're live from the Wholesaling Studio, powered by RumbleOn.com. It's ESPN 1025 The Game. Stillman & Company. So this has turned into something that was much larger than I thought it would end up being. I honestly thought it would be one segment. And we're now on our, third, fourth segment?
Fourth, yeah.
We're talking about Joe getting fired up this morning, presenting the fans with the most revisionist history I've ever heard. Me trying to explain step by step how I've been right about UT football for 6 years now. And sometimes I think people just don't want to hear it, honestly. What's the text line say? 615-737-1025. Joe, by the way, continues to text me all kinds of crazy. Now it's just crazy stuff. Like, Lane Kiffin was 15 years old, ! Curry wasn't fired until he struck out several times after that and then had Leach all but locked up. All right, I'm going to say something. And I'm going to say something I maybe shouldn't say.
Do it. Fireball Hot Take Friday.
So, let me just say that I know certain things that you sometimes can't just jump on the air when they're going on and say, because sometimes, what have we talked about? How things get out? Things only get out when
you want them to.
Okay. So I went to Louisville, and why is his name escaping me now?
Oh, boy.
The coach at Purdue.
Oh.
Jeff Brom. I went to Louisville, and so did Jeff Brom. Jeff Brom one time wrote when Stillman and Company, when we started, Jared the GM, in August of 2016, Jeff Brom was the head coach at Western Kentucky. Jeff Brom wrote a handwritten note and sent it to me, congratulating me on getting the job.
That's so nice.
So I know some stuff. So when Jeff Brom, as Joe brought up earlier, that they couldn't get the Purdue coach, it's not that Jeff Brom didn't want to go to Purdue or didn't want to go to Tennessee. It's that Jeff Brom didn't know who to talk to. Because Curry was the athletic director, but then some people are talking to Peyton, and Peyton's talking to people, and then Fulmer's telling people don't do that because Fulmer's leading the coup to get Curry out to become athletic director.
Mm-hmm.
So Jeff Brom's sitting at $3 million or whatever it is a year at Purdue, and is like, I don't even know who I'm talking to. And if he picks up the phone and starts talking to these people, and he doesn't know who he's supposed to be talking to, and it gets out back to Purdue,
then
now he's in
screwed.
trouble.
Yeah.
So that was a position Brom didn't want to put himself in. Brom didn't not take the Tennessee job because he wanted to stay at Purdue and not go to Tennessee. It's because he didn't know. And this goes back to all this dysfunction of what all's going on. Now, let me state for the record, I did not hear that from Jeff Brom. So I know I made it sound like I did because Brom and I know each other. I did not hear that from Jeff Brom. But I heard that from somebody I trust. So I know it's easy to say stuff like this, but it's easy to say, oh, well, he was terrible. Okay, well, right. But even had Schiano been bad, and I'm not conceding that he would have been bad. I'm not saying he would have been good. Had he been bad, I believe that had they run it like a normal school, given the guy 3 years, fired him, paid him, the things you hate to do, Tennessee could have gotten a good coach. They could have gone out and gotten a coach that's at the level of their program. And then they got a coach that was probably beneath the level of their program. Now they've gone out and they've gotten another coach who's probably a level beneath their program. This is where you are. $19 tickets, though. What's text line say?
One texter texts in and says, if the new Heupel offense puts up big numbers this year, regardless of wins, with the level of players they have now, better players will want to play there. Jared needs to stop beating the conspiracy theory dead horse that no Schiano via Vol Twitter is the source of all problems in Knoxville right now.
Well, I have a hard time getting to if this coach is a good coach, then we'll be good. I don't think these people are going to give this guy the chance to do this. I keep going back to Pruitt. When I sign somebody to a contract extension, and I obviously have never done that in my life, but that to me is a commitment. And when you sign Pruitt to that extension, you're committing to him.
And I think it's also a statement that we like what you've been doing and we want you to continue that to the next level.
I think it's like, what do they say when you're getting married? Sickness and in health. Not, hey, we're signing you to a contract extension, but only if you're good. We're taking it away from you if you're bad.
Marriage isn't a job. You don't get to keep your job if you're not doing your job well.
But when you make a contract like that, that's a commitment. That's a commitment. Now, you can fire the guy.
That's a commitment, but with...
You and I both know Tennessee acted in bad faith in this.
Yes.
Okay. So,
it was a bad move.
It was a bad move and a bad look for the university. And I think sometimes people are, when I hear people talk about Joe Milton or Walter Nolan's recruiting, they're not addressing the reality that is the bad look that the program is going through because of all the crap. And I feel like until you address the crap, you're not going to get to the root of the issue of how to make football good.
Say, sorry, Vol fans.
I told you. You got to give the guy 6 years. You got to give Heupel 6 years. Because I agree with you. I don't think they're going to find Peyton Manning in 1 year. And I've told you, in a classic cycle, Heupel's not going to be any good this year. They'll blame the last guy. Heupel's probably not going to be good next year because the roster's in such bad shape and there's so many questions at quarterback that fans are going to get a little impatient in year 2 if they don't see the improvement they like. And then by year 3, you got Texas, Oklahoma in the conference probably, and so you're going to have to deal with that. And now fans are going to want results. But it's in such a level of disarray that if they don't get that Peyton Manning to step right in there and become this superstar quarterback, then what do? I mean, I've seen guys, the thing about coaching in college football is that everybody thinks that either you're a good coach or a bad coach, that it's completely binary, that Nick Saban's a good coach and
Greg Schiano is a bad coach.
Yeah, but he's actually had success. Who's just an unequivocally horrific college coach?
Dooley.
Derek Dooley's there. Thank you, Ian.
Good one.
Derek Dooley's a bad coach. And people don't understand that a lot of these guys, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. I mean, Nick Saban, everybody thinks Nick Saban was a bad NFL coach. He's coached 2 years in the NFL. He's coached a year one of them. Like, sometimes you're a good coach, sometimes you're a bad coach. I watched Charlie Strong. And it's easy for me to use this example because I saw it. That program at Louisville was in bad shape. We all know Petrino's a bridge burner, and he leaves anytime he goes somewhere, it's an unmitigated mess the second he leaves. Happened that way at Louisville, happened that way at Arkansas, happened that way at the Atlanta Falcons, happened that way at Louisville again. So it's a mess. Steve Crackthorpe, not a great coach, comes in there, can't handle the mess. 3 years he's gone, and we were awful. I mean, just awful. We're unwatchable. We couldn't compete against, like, South Florida. We were horrible. Charlie Strong gets the job. Now, at this point, what would people say about Charlie Strong? At this moment in time right now about Charlie Strong's abilities as a college coach?
Not good.
No, bad at Texas, bad at USF, bad coach.
Mm-hmm.
I watched how everything broke for Charlie Strong. He hired a bunch of coaches out of Florida, the state, because he was the defensive coordinator of Florida.
Right.
Hired a bunch of guys from Florida who could recruit. That was the pipeline. We're going to Florida. We're not getting the best players. Florida's going to get the best players. Miami's going to get some good players. Florida State's going to get some good players. But we're going to get good players. Because the fourth best player in Florida is the best player in Tennessee. So he goes in there into Florida, and he starts recruiting with all these Florida coaches. Urban Meyer has the breakdown, leaves Florida. Miami has their sanctions or whatever. They had to fire their coaching staff. They got hammered by the NCAA. Now all of a sudden, Teddy Bridgewater decides to come to Louisville. You have that quarterback. That's your guy. You get all these Florida players from Florida. You build a culture. You play in a Big East. It's not great. You beat Florida in the Sugar Bowl. Everybody wants you. Tennessee wants you. You turn them down. Texas wants you. You go there. I've seen how that worked. I didn't think Charlie was a great coach, but it was a good fit at the time for what he was trying to do, and he had a strategy to do it. So everybody thinks like, oh, if Heupel doesn't work in the first 3 years, then Heupel is necessarily a bad coach, and I don't believe that. I believe that you can have 3 bad seasons, be digging yourself out of this hole, and then find the right players at the right time, the right recruits to come in, and get your program how you want it. But I don't think that this fan base will have the patience to do that, and I don't think they will understand the role that they play at times that is a detriment to what you have to do to build that great program.
But I also think that in those 3 years, even if you don't have a winning season, or let's say, you're right at 7-5, I think if Tennessee fans at least see progress of the offense looks better, we can hang with the big boys a little bit better. Maybe we're not going to beat the Georgias and the Alabamas, but we can hang with them. We can get bigger recruits. So I don't think it necessarily needs to be, even if it's 3 years of absolutely terrible, because I think as long as you see progress, I think Tennessee is okay with that. I think if you start tanking, you're not getting recruits, you're blowing big games, you're losing to Vanderbilt, I think that's when 3 years is enough.
See, I think that's easy. That's the easy stuff to say. If you're terrible, it's easy, and if you're in the national title game, it's easy.
Well, I'm not saying national title game. I'm saying progress is the only thing that this Tennessee fan base is asking for.
But see, the problem is that it never stops. So let's take Butch Jones as an example.
Okay.
Butch Jones took you out of the basement. And Ian, back me up on this. I was one of Butch's biggest detractors when he was the coach.
I think it took everybody a little bit, but I think some people kind of picked up on it quicker than others. Yeah.
I mean, when I came to town, I'm like, this is all BS. And everyone's like, no, he's going to beat Saban. I'm telling you, we had calls like that. It was ridiculous. They lost a game at A&M where they turned the ball over 7 times and lost in overtime. And he was like, I just think it's great to, be in the game even if you turn it over 7 times. I'm like, oh, my God, this guy. Oh, my God.
Oh, be in the game.
And, oh, man. So, and then Fitz was doing the morning, and I did the morning with Fitz one day, and we got in this argument. Fitz is like, no, he's right. He can't coach them not to fumble. And I'm like,
why not?
I just go by what Floyd says, Bill Belichick said, which was either you're coaching it or you're allowing it to happen. But Butch believes this. Butch got you out of the basement and got you a pretty decent football team. He didn't get you a great football team. He got you a pretty decent football team with a good quarterback, Josh Dobbs. Not a great quarterback. But then once Tennessee fans got on the cusp of what they felt they deserved the SEC championship game. They thought they deserved the Sugar Bowl. When they didn't get it, it became a nightmare. And that permeated that program. And the next year, when they didn't have Josh Dobbs at quarterback and they took a monumental step back, they fired Butch. And they didn't have a choice. The fans were so out that they had to do it. It becomes toxic when it gets to that level.
But it's not like Butch found some incredible amount of success.
No, but he's done better than everybody else.
I mean,
he did better than Kiffin.
4-4 in the SEC.
But he did better than all those other guys. That's my point. Is if you're gonna not reward that, they're gonna always want more. 4-4 in the SEC. What would the fans do if Heupel goes 4-4 in the SEC this year?
Well, versus what they did last year when they went 3-7.
Yeah, I mean last year was an unmitigated disaster.
I think they'll be fine with 4-4
and beat Florida and Georgia because that's what Butch did
in one season.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they would be happy with that.
Okay. Now, my point is that Tennessee fans keep raising the bar because they want to be a national program. So
if you have 4-4 in the SEC, beat Florida and Georgia, and then you go 0-6 in the SEC the next year, I think fans have a right to be upset about that.
Do they have a right to fire you for that?
No, probably not.
Okay, so that's how other people are looking at this. Like, I would not let my kid go to Tennessee right now.
Why?
Because I have no idea who's running that program. I have no idea how long they're going to really commit to Heupel for. I have no idea what these NCAA sanctions that they are going to have to bring upon themselves. I have no idea what those are going to be.
I mean, I don't blame you.
If I've got a choice of a good school or Tennessee, I'm not letting my kid go to Tennessee.
Shape. It's not in good shape whatsoever.
What else we got in the text line?
I will tell you what we have in the text line. William texts into the text line and says, for a college head coach, what percentage of a job description is CEO versus X's and O's? Talk about the difference.
I mean, I think it's like different, right? So like if you go to a restaurant, what percentage of it is the guy who owns it is on the floor every day, taking orders, mopping, whatever, and how much of it is the guy who owns it sits at home on his couch, watches TV, and then everybody else makes the money for him. I mean, it's like each is different. You can have a hands-on coach who is incredible, who never sleeps, who tries to do everything like Urban Meyer, and he be successful. And you can have a coach like Dabo Swinney, who I don't even know if he knows how to drop a play. Like, Dabo literally just, way to go, guys. Now I'm going to pay my coordinators $2.5 million, $3 million each.
And it
works.
works.
Great coordinators because these guys won't even leave to go to Tennessee because they know that they're making all this money at Clemson and don't have to deal with all the BS. So I get to keep my coordinators, but it works either way. Like,
but I think if you look at Heupel, he'll play a larger role in the offense and more the X's and O's side of things rather than just a CEO kind of figurehead
that
role.
doesn't make it bad or good or
way
which
different.
works or which way
it's
doesn't.
It's just he used to be a coordinator and he's an offensive guy and wants to bring his system into Tennessee, so he's going to play a bigger X's and O's role. I don't think, and I'll compare it to Coach O, for example. He's not an X's and O's guy.
Total CEO.
Total CEO, total recruiter, total figurehead of the program, and that's fine.
What else we got?
Mark from Paris texts in and said Shiano would have been horrible at UT. I haven't been excited about a UT coach since Kiffin and didn't like how he bailed on UT, but I agree with Rexroad. I'm going to give Heupel a chance. Recruiting and being 23rd nationally is it's only August, not National Signing Day.
Okay, so whenever you say that Shiano would have been terrible, I'm not even going to disagree with you on this. You got to tell me how. Like, you have to say why he would have been terrible. And it can't be he was bad with the Buccaneers because Nick Saban didn't work in the NFL and because Lane Kiffin, who you all love, didn't work out in the NFL. And for each one, there's like There's like an excuse, right? Like, oh, well, that was Al Davis's fault with the Raiders that Lane didn't work out there. Was it? Or as Joe said, he was 15 years old then. Okay. I mean, you have to give me a reason why. Because if it's that he didn't work out with the Buccaneers, I don't want to. I don't care about that. Urban Meyer's not going to work out with the Jags.
Thing?
If you were to bring, that's all. That now, see, that gets me.
I'm just saying. I'm not
that because
just
that
saying.
is ridiculous, and people used it. Like people ran with it because they wanted to believe it, so they ran with it, even though it's total secondhand, uncorroborated hearsay. Like I could say something right now. Caroline Fenton is actually dealing
easy.
What are those counterfeit purses out of the back of her trunk? And then someone could say, oh, we really want Caroline Fenton. She's really shown that she can handle a lot. She worked at ESPN. She's doing a great job in Nashville. But she's selling counterfeit purses. Well, but that's not true. He just said that one time. Well, you can't unring a bell. And what I thought it was very inappropriate of how that was brought up and how that was used when there was absolutely no proof to it. I'm not saying it didn't happen because I don't know. But, I mean, if I'm going to ruin a man's life, I need to have some proof to it. And I think that across the board with everything. There was a political issue one time that was going on, and I remember during a commercial break, me telling Floyd, and I'm like, look, I think the guy probably did it, but I need you to, I need you
something
to
a little
prove
bit more tangible.
And he looked at me and goes, if I'm going to ruin a man's life, you got to give me some proof on it.
Yeah.
And I agree. And I agree. So when it comes to, Shiano would have been terrible, I'm like, why? Well, I mean,
he was a
obviously
good recruiter, wasn't he?
He was
a good recruiter at Ohio State.
Wasn't bad enough for Urban Meyer. Wasn't bad enough for Bill Belichick. Wasn't bad enough to get Rutgers, a school that is as bad as Vanderbilt, into the top of the country at one point.
One texter texts in and says, did Shiano ever recruit in the South? I don't think that's a reason, because I don't think he did. I mean, he coached with Tampa Bay, but he spent a majority of his career, in the Midwest and the Northeast. I don't think that's a reason to pick it against a coach to be your head coach. Never recruiting in the South, I don't think, is a reason to light pitchforks.
So Joe says UT was coming off of a huge Title IX settlement. Shiano was mentioned in a deposition as having knowledge. Then some idiot fans went way overboard with it. Also, it didn't ruin his life. He didn't get canceled. He's a college head coach where he actually fits. Again, now here's the other thing that no one's ever talked about. I mean, that contract was signed. Like the Tennessee contract for Shiano. I can't believe they didn't pay him. Like, I can't believe he didn't get something out of that.
He should have.
Because he could have sued for defamation after all of that stuff.
I don't know. It would be really hard to do that with being a public figure.
Oh, I know, but like you perpetuate a myth that's going to keep me from getting this job and keep me from getting future jobs.
But he got another job.
But it could have kept me from getting other head jobs, and I doubt he's making at Rutgers what he would have made at Tennessee.
Probably not.
So my guess is they probably came to some settlement, signed an NDA, and they'll never talk about it again. 615-737-1025. We'll hit the headlines with Caroline. I can only do so much complaining about revisionist history for so long on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. We'll hit the headlines with Caroline. We'll do that next. 615-737-1025. Stillman and Company. It's ESPN 1025 The Game, and we're streaming on the Game Nashville app. So I found out that Caroline Fenton is going backstage to the Ludacris concert tonight.
I am. Luda.
Going backstage. Are you actually going to hang out with Luda?
I mean, I hope so. That's the plan.
The ultimate social experience is coming to Nashville. That's where Caroline's going to be. My Wine Society presents the Blended Festival today and tomorrow. Yep, today and tomorrow at First Horizon Park. Live performances by Cascade, Little John, Madstell, Blanco Brown, Bryce Fine, and more. Get blended tickets on sale now, blendedfestival.com. Use promo code Cromwell at checkout for 10% off your ticket. Do you think that'll allow you around Luda?
I am pretty high on my schmoozing ability, so maybe if I just sweet talk the right people that I could get back there, but I'm not going to hold my breath.
Ian, do you think that we should require a picture with Luda? Picture it didn't happen.
Well, I don't know if we should require one, but if there are no pics, it didn't happen.
That's true, too.
That's fair.
That's true.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, we're going to need the 411 on Luda. I'm a huge Luda fan, so now I'm kind of jealous, but Caroline going backstage at the Ludacris concert tonight, get those tickets. By the way, Joe Rexroad has texted me, and I said I couldn't do an hour on this, and I did an hour, and I said, hey,
we could have done more.
I'm like, are you glad you got your hour? Because remember on Joe's show, he's like, here, Jared, you guys go talk about this for an hour. He said, you still haven't figured it out. I said, what have I factually been wrong about with Tennessee? Like, what opinion has been factually wrong? I said, like, if you say Jared Stillman, I think Jared Stillman is African-American, like, you're wrong, because I'm not.
You're not correct.
But that's your opinion if you say I think. So what opinion did I have that's factually wrong? Because you can't say.
I don't think that you can have opinion on facts. You can't just turn a fact into opinion.
So what was I wrong about? Because I was right about how it was going to be a mess when the fans vetoed the coach. I was right to not give Pruitt the extension. I was right that Fulmer didn't know what he was doing as athletic director. I was right about everything. So Joe said, you're just wrong about Schiano. It's my opinion. It's not a fact, but it should be obvious. And you're conflating things about that search that shouldn't be conflated. UT still could have gotten lucky after all of that.
You can't be right or wrong about Schiano. So I'm not going to tell you that you're right. I will never tell you you're right. And I'm not going to tell Joe that he was right. You can't be right or wrong about something that never happened.
So his point is that after all that went down, they still could have gotten a good coach. They just happened to get Jeremy Pruitt.
I think they could still have gotten a good coach. I have it on very good authority that there was a coach that interviewed for that position who would have passed up a job at an equally as big school in his home state, but he didn't get offered the job, but has found success elsewhere. So I know that on very good authority.
You're gonna have to tell us who the coach was.
Can I just tell you?
If you tell us who the coach is it gonna give away who told you?
Probably not.
Then you gotta tell us.
Mike Norvell.
Oh well, no, duh. The Memphis coach would have taken the Tennessee job.
Well, yeah.
I mean, and look, I don't know.
I think that would have been a better hire than Jeremy Pruitt.
I mean, in hindsight, it's easy to say. I have no idea if Norvell's going to be any good at Florida State or not. But I go back to the whole premise of once you made Fulmer the athletic director, I knew it was going to be a mess. Like that was so. It's like, yeah. I mean, maybe Fulmer could have pulled a rocket out of his rear end and hired the right coach, but because Fulmer had no business being athletic director, you weren't going to get it done correctly. It's like when Ken Wisenhunt's worst coach, Corey Curtis told me the other day, Ken Wisenhunt's the worst coach he has ever been around in his entire life. And Wisenhunt at one point coached in a Super Bowl. Like he was the head coach of a team that went to the Super Bowl. So that tells me that you can get lucky every now and then.
Yeah.
But like Fulmer competently running an athletic department, that was never going to happen.
Let's say, you're saying if Fulmer could have hired the right coach. You are the athletic director at the University of Tennessee in 2017? Who are you hiring?
So I should not have been I have no experience being an athletic director. And I have no idea who's an assistant coach that I've worked with or somebody that I trust that tells me, hey, this assistant coach.
But who do you think the right guy would have been? Because Jeremy Pruitt obviously was not that guy.
So it's crazy you say this. I thought about this.
Mm-hmm.
I would have done what the Titans did when they hired John Robinson, which is they turned and they asked Floyd, who should we hire? And that's essentially what I would have done is I would have said, hey, who should I hire? Because I don't know this kind of stuff. At the time, I thought Tennessee should have gone and gotten Les Miles. Now, I know
in hindsight
that Les with all that, but see, that's why you have search firms.
Right.
Like, I had an athletic director tell me about a football coach that he was talking about. This guy's had some issues with women, not like bad stuff, just, like he dated this like model one time and she like cleaned him out when he was an assistant coach. And then he was having an affair with somebody at the athletic department. Like stuff that's not illegal and get you fired.
But it's dirty laundry.
If you tell me, like, I'm probably not going to hire you.
Yeah.
And the search firm knew all about it.
Yeah.
So that's what search firms are for. All right, headlines with Caroline.
We're spanning the sports world. It's Headlines with Caroline on Stillman and Company, right here on Nashville's best sports talk,
ESPN
102.5 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
So we've talked enough about revisionist history.
True.
Here are some fun little history tidbits about the Field of Dreams game last night. So we all know the White Sox won off of a Tim Anderson walk-off home run. The White Sox have beaten the Yankees 15 times ever in the history of baseball off of a walk-off home run. Obviously, the most recent one, the Field of Dreams game last night. Tim Anderson walks off, beats the Yankees. The very first walk-off ever where the White Sox beat the Yankees. Do you know who hit that home run?
The first ever walk-off where the White Sox beat the Yankees. Is it like recent, fairly recent, or is it a long time ago?
Long time ago.
So it's like
early 1900s.
So it's like, what's his name? Comiskey. Like
Shoeless Joe Jackson.
Oh, yeah, I should.
Who, interestingly enough,
Comiskey was the owner.
Was the person who inspired the book Field of Dreams.
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole thing's over the 1919 Black Sox scandal.
Yeah, but that's cool.
Yeah,
the White Sox beat
for
the
sure.
Yankees last night in a
Yeah.
walk-off in the Field of Dreams. The very first one ever between that series was the person who inspired that story.
I actually, without knowing, I feel like Shoeless Joe Jackson was innocent.
Yeah, I think so too.
What's next?
So, also, Ben Roethlisberger will get the start for Pittsburgh's next preseason game against the Lions. They played last night against the Eagles, beat the Eagles last night. Their backup quarterback, Mason Rudolph, started both the Hall of Fame game and the preseason game against the Eagles. Dwayne Haskins took a majority of those snaps in both. But Big Ben gets the start in preseason game 2. Do you think we will see Tannehill in any of our preseason games? And if you do you think it will be the same kind of methodology as the Steelers and that we see Tannehill in game 2?
So the Steelers are in this odd conundrum where like everybody's got to figure out how they're going to use 3 preseason games as opposed to 4. The Steelers get 4 because they played in the Hall of Fame game. I don't think so. I don't think there's one home game. It's against the Bears. It's the last preseason game. You never play your guys in that last preseason game. So you're probably not going to see Tannehill there. They played Tampa Bay, but they practiced twice against them. When the Titans practiced against the Patriots and they practiced against the Buccaneers in the Vrabel era, the starting quarterback played in that game. But those were home games. And I do think there's something to, let's put my guy out there at home because these guys have paid a little bit of tickets.
They want to come see their guy.
Yeah, you get a couple of snaps. Way to go, Ryan. Get a little pat on the butt. Marcus was never as accomplished as Tannehill at this point. In any point of his Titans career where you could just blow off the preseason and say it's fine. I don't think we're going to see Tannehill in the preseason. The reason I don't think we're going to see him is because I don't know if they're going to have a healthy offensive line, and I don't think they're putting him out there with backups in the offensive line. I don't think they're putting him out there in a preseason game with backups on the offensive line when he hasn't, when he can get hit. Like, he can't get hit in those Bucs practices.
Right.
He's not going to get hit even if the line stinks. I don't think they're putting Tannehill out there if the line's not healthy.
Especially if Logan Woodside goes out there tonight and, knock on wood, just in some circumstance that Logan Woodside looks terrible tonight. And they do decide to look for a second backup quarterback or an alternate backup quarterback. They absolutely will not put him out there. But rookie wide receiver Elijah Moore's a guy that we talked a good bit about on this show before the draft. Left practice early yesterday with a quad injury and did not return. So the Jets were very reluctant to expand on the severity, how long he might be out. They said that the team wants to gather a little bit more information before they release an official timeline. But they said that he will get an MRI on his quad and he will not play in their preseason game tomorrow against the Giants. So tough scene there for Elijah Moore.
Yeah, not a good scene. Not a good scene, but again, camp injuries. How serious are they?
A quad injury. You hope it's just a muscle thing. It requires a little bit of rest.
I mean, the Jets are going to suck. What's next?
So, former Tennessee Titan, Dion Lewis, you mentioned it earlier in the show.
Yes.
Dion Lewis has
Speaking of guys
decided
who
to
suck.
retire. He played 8 seasons in the NFL across 10 years, won a Super Bowl with New England. Was it 2016?
I think he won 2 with New England.
No, because he was with New England 2016, 2017.
Okay, so he won 1.
He won
played another-
1
No,
with
he
New
was there
England.
like 2015, 2016. I mean, he was there for a while. I think.
Was he?
I think so. I don't know.
Well, he won it with New
Sure.
England whenever he did it. So he has decided to retire from the NFL. Played for the Giants last season. He kind of fielded interest from a few teams this year. Didn't really land anywhere. So decided to retire from the NFL today.
Let me say this. I never liked Dion Lewis. I did it back. I thought when they signed him, I was like, okay, yeah. Dion Lewis was terrible. And I will never, ever forgive Matt LaFleur for wanting to play Dion Lewis over Derrick Henry. And everybody...
In hindsight, the idea of that sounds moronic.
Although Joe thinks that LaFleur did the right thing and that it was Derrick who was holding Derrick back, which I just don't believe. But that's what they did. So I'll never forget the first time we ever put Buck Rising on air when he was like, I think they should build the offense around Dion Lewis and not Derrick Henry. And I've never let Buck forget that. Because, like, of all the all-time bad takes, that is right there in the Hall of Fame.
That is cold take.
But, man, Dion Lewis, I feel like Dion Lewis robbed the Titans. Like, you know that guy who's, like, looking for his payday, gets his payday, and then all of a sudden I'm not saying Dion didn't try hard, but I feel like he robbed the Titans because he was awful. He was lousy. He was awful, especially that last year. Fumbled the ball all the time. Oh, he was terrible. I mean, like, I hate to say, like, you don't want to sound arrogant, but I'm glad he's not on the Titans anymore. Like, again, I don't want to sound arrogant. I don't want to sound rude.
Well, he's not on any team anymore.
But I'm
'cause
glad he's
retiring.
not on the Titans. And then you hear some things, maybe that he wasn't the nicest guy in the world. Joe says, another awful take. Ask Derrick Henry. He will tell you. I'll tell you, Derrick Henry, when he was getting the ball 3 times against the Dallas Cowboys and was rushing for like 5.8 yards a carry and they never gave him the ball, I'm sure Derrick was sitting there on the sideline saying, yeah, I'm running for 5.5 a crack, but it's me who's the problem. I'm sure he was thinking. Those are headlines with Caroline. 615-737-1025. 3 things are back. 3 things we want to see tonight in the preseason game. 3 things we do not want to see in the preseason game. We will get to that coming up next. Stillman & Company, we are delivered by TriStar Moving. It is a Fireball Hot Take Friday. It's ESPN 1025 The Game. And, of course, we're streaming on the Game Nashville app. Stillman and Company is delivered by TriStar Moving, ESPN 1025. The game, we kicked the ball off in less than an hour. Titans and Falcons. Game on News 2. So, Caroline, there's a tradition we have around here on Fridays.
Okay.
Three things we want to see, three things we don't want to see. And then we bring that back on Monday with three things that we liked, three things that we didn't like. And that used to be Floyd's segment for forever, and I used to love it because I just let him talk. And honestly, it would go in one ear, out the other. I'd just be like, all right, that takes us to number 2. And then Ian would hit number 2, and then Floyd would talk, and I just let him keep talking. And then I just kind of like look up in the sky and say, oh, yeah.
Check Twitter.
So, obviously, the GM no longer with us, so I guess I'm just going to take it over myself. But three things we like, three things that we don't like. And it feels good to be back to football season and to have the three things back. So without further ado, three things I want to see, three things I do not want to see in tonight's game with the Falcons. We start with what we do want to see, and of course, we start at the top.
Number 1.
I want to see good football. And what I mean by that is not touchdowns and sacks and interceptions. I don't want to see false starts. I don't want to see fumbles. I don't want to see drop passes. I want to see the Titans play good football. I want to see them get out of the huddle. I want to see them operate effectively. I want the second teamers and the third teamers to look on the field like they're first teamers. They don't have to play like it, but I want to see that urgency out there on the field and the commitment to doing things right. Because one thing that's been a hallmark under Vrabel when the Titans have been good is that they are a very disciplined football team. And I don't think you can build your team the way the Titans have built it and win at the level that we're hoping the Titans win at this year if they're not disciplined. So that's the first thing I go with is I want to see good, clean football today from the Titans. I don't want to see late hits on the quarterback. I don't want to see fights and pushing and shoving and holding, and I don't want to see that. I want to see solid, efficient, well-executed football, and it's going to be tough. Matt Barkley hasn't been here very long. How much is he going to know? But, again, we have high expectations. That's the first thing I want to see.
Number 2.
The second thing I want to see from the Titans is I want to see Logan Woodside look like a competent backup quarterback. The truth is, I've said, I think Vrabel trusts him. And I think that's all Vrabel requires out of the backup quarterback. The starting quarterback, you need him to make all the throws. You need him to understand the offense, know the reads, move with the football, create, adapt to the line of scrimmage. All those things you need Tannehill to do. Logan doesn't do that. Like, that's not what Logan is not as good as Tannehill. Newsflash. But everybody else out there looks at Logan, and they've never heard of Logan, and he's not tall. So all of a sudden, you start to pass judgments about whether or not Logan Woodside is any good. And you may be right. You may be wrong. I don't know. I've seen Logan Woodside in practice. I watched him play 3 years ago, 2 years ago, however long ago it was in the AAF. That's all I have to go off of. But I'll say this. If something were to happen to Tannehill, knock on wood, if something were to happen to Tannehill, I believe that they think Logan is better than any option outside of the organization that they could get. Better than any free agent who's available, any guy who's going to get released as a third stringer. Vrabel said earlier in the week that he wants to see Barkley compete for the backup job. I don't believe that. I think they look at Logan Woodside as their backup quarterback. They trust him. They trusted him last year to go in there if something were to happen to Tannehill. Now we need to be able to trust Logan Woodside. This is the first football that he is going to play since the last preseason game in 2019. That's how long it's been. So I need to see Logan Woodside prove to me that he can be a backup quarterback.
Number 3.
The young guys. And I don't just want to say rookies. Because Darrington Evans last year didn't play much. He had an injury. He's going to be the starting running back, probably going to play the first half tonight. Christian Fulton is probably going to play, I would assume, against the twos for Atlanta, but he's going to start outside at corner, and we want to see how Fulton looks, given that he didn't play much last year, and he had an injury as well. Laurel Murchison, Tier Tart, guys that are in their second years. Chris Jackson at nickel. We want to see that. And then there's the rookies. Dylan Radins has not impressed in camp. Monty Rice has done nothing that I've noticed in camp. Des Fitzpatrick has been bad in camp. Rashad Weaver, what can you tell out of a defensive lineman in training camp when you can't tackle and you can't hit a quarterback and you can't do any of those things? This is the opportunity for the young guys to go out there and show us they can play football. I told the story a couple of hours ago that when the Titans had that great 2019 draft class where in the first round they took Jeffrey Simmons. He's been great. A.J. Brown in the second round. Nate Davis, starter at right guard in the third round. Amani Hooker in the fourth round. They took David Long Jr. in the sixth round. And we all thought that was a special teams player. Now, David Long was undersized, but he was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. And you wondered, all right, could this be a guy that could play linebacker in the NFL? And in that last preseason game against the Bears, where no starters, nobody who was even capable of making the roster played in that game. I don't even think Taywan Taylor played in that game. In that game against the Chicago Bears, David Long Jr. flashed. And I remember saying, I thought 51, David Long, I thought he actually made some plays last night. And yeah, it's the fourth preseason game back when they had 4, and it's a backup linebacker, and it's a... Jayon Brown pops his shoulder against New England in the playoffs. Guess who goes in against the Ravens the next week? David Long Jr. So we look at these guys. They may not matter now, but they will matter down the road. Also, we need to see the young guys play well because, quite frankly, they've got to prove to us they can play because the jury's still out on all of them. None of them had breakout years last year, and the rookies so far have not broken out in camp. So I know Caleb Farley's not going to play, although he is there. But Radens, Monty Rice, Des Fitzpatrick, Fulton, Evans, Murchison, Tart, Jackson. I think it's a big game for those guys. So I want to see good games out of those guys tonight as they take on Atlanta in preseason game number 1. Now, the 3 things we don't want to see.
Number 1.
Injuries. And this goes without saying throughout the preseason. I don't believe in putting everybody in bubble wrap and not letting them do anything until the start of the season because I think the only way you get better at football is by playing football. I think the only way you get in shape for football is by playing football. I don't think that you can practice football scared. So I do hope the Titans play their starters at some point in the preseason, but I do know that every coach's nightmare is an injury to a guy that you could use this season. Now, there are going to be guys that get hurt in these preseason games, and some of them are not going to matter. I hate to say it, but we know there's going to be guys out there tonight that do matter. So even if Kevin Byard doesn't play, but Christian Fulton does, he matters. Chris Jackson matters. Elijah Molden, if he plays, probably matters. David Long Jr. matters. These guys matter even if they're not key contributors. John Simon, Derek Roberson, they need those guys this season. So I do not want to see any injuries. You never want to see injuries. You know they're going to happen in football. But I'm just praying. Let's all knock on wood and let's all, give a little shout. I am praying no injuries to key guys tonight.
Number 2.
The second thing I don't want to see is I don't want to see breakdowns on defense. This happened in the preseason a handful of years ago. Ken Wisenhunt was the coach. We all know that was an unmitigated disaster, especially defensively. And they went into Atlanta, first preseason game, just got whipped up. And there was a preseason game on the road at Kansas City, and they just got whipped up. And everybody kept giving the excuse, well, they don't scheme in the preseason. So it's not like the regular season where they're scheming and they've got, stunts and games and all things that they're doing. And I said, that was a guy out of the backfield just running down the side of the field with the football. That's not a scheme thing. So if you're supposed to be in a basic zone defense and some guy gets behind the zone and they throw a touchdown pass, that's a breakdown. I don't like that. If you're supposed to play man-for-man defense and your guy gets beat and they throw it down the field, that's a breakdown on defense. If you're run blitzing and they end up slipping out of a tackle that would have been a 3-yard loss and they take it to the house, that's a breakdown on defense. I don't want to see big breakdowns on defense. Last year, the Titans really struggled with breakdowns on defense. I do not want to see it this year. I understand that, these are some rookies out there and they've got to learn to communicate and whatever. But again, I want to see good football. I want to see good mental football. It doesn't have to be greatly executed. It just has to be good mental football.
Number 3.
The third thing I don't want to see is I don't want to see a disaster in the kicking game. These guys, and I feel bad because I have no faith in either of them. Tucker McCann or Sam Ficken, I don't think either guy is going to be the kicker of this team, but they're going to get a chance. And I don't care if they miss a 55-yarder. I don't want to see a disaster in the kicking game, and I don't want to see them not have opportunities. The worst thing that could happen in a kicking battle like this is for the Titans to go out there and not get the ball past midfield and not be kicking field goals and be punting to Atlanta. And so you end up with 1 or 2 kicking opportunities. I'd like to see a lot of kicking opportunities for those guys to maybe get some confidence for themselves. I've been underneath the goalpost when these guys kick. It's not impressive. I think in my head the Titans are ultimately going to sign Steven Gostkowski. But this is the kind of thing where you can put yourself ahead. I've told the story many times that Rob Baronis in the first preseason game against Tampa Bay drilled a 55-plus yarder to tie the game in the fourth quarter, and that's what set him off to being the Titans kicker. He was losing the battle up into that point in camp with Ola Kimron. So tonight, Tucker McCann and Sam Ficken are on the roster. Again, right now, I think if the season starts tomorrow, Gostkowski's the kicker. But what if McCann hits a 53-yarder? What if he wins the game tonight with a 54-yarder? So I don't want to see misses in the kicking game, and I don't want to see the Titans not give their kickers opportunities tonight in the kicking game. 615-737-1025. Those are the 3 things we want to see, 3 things we don't want to see. And guess what? On Monday, we'll have the 3 things we liked and the 3 things we didn't like. Good to have it back. 615-737-1025. Speaking of Fireball hot takes on this Fireball Hot Take Friday, Keyshawn Johnson. Boy, did he have a hot take. We'll get to that coming up next. 615-737-1025 is our phone number, 615-737-1025. Fireball Cinema Whiskey. There is no better way to celebrate the fact that football is back than with ice-cold Fireball Cinema Whiskey. It goes down so smooth, and it tastes so great. There is no better way to ignite the night than to do it with ice-cold Fireball Cinema Whiskey. So again, while you're watching, be sure to grab some Fireball Cinema Whiskey. It goes down so smooth, and it tastes so great. Ignite the night. Please do it responsibly. Be 21 years or older to enjoy. That's Fireball Cinema Whiskey. Stillman & Company on a Fireball Hot Take Friday. We're delivered by TriStar Moving. CSPN 102.5 The Game. So I have this theory, Fireball Hot Take Friday, that people around the country think Ryan Tannehill sucks. That has been a long-standing theory that I have had, that every single time we talk about something, oh, somebody disses on the Titans, what do we think about it? It always comes back to the fact that I think that people think Tannehill sucks. I don't think Tannehill sucks, but I think people think Tannehill sucks.
I think people underrate Tannehill. I don't think people think that he sucks. Like, I think people think that certain quarterbacks suck, like when they do. I just think that Tannehill is really underrated.
What do you mean by really underrated?
Like, I don't think they think that he sucks, that he's terrible, but I don't think that he gets enough love or recognition. Like, you know, you look at the top 10 quarterbacks list that came out about a month or two ago. Tannehill wasn't on it. He was listed as an honorable mention. I think that he very much so could make an argument that he is a top 10 quarterback in the league.
See, I think that idea of like, well, they're not saying he stinks. Like, anytime that you doubt on the Titans, it's because you doubt Tannehill. And if you doubt somebody, to me, that's enough. Like, that's... And so, okay, yeah. Keyshawn Johnson came out with his list today, and he has Tannehill ranked 13th. And it's not so much that Tannehill's 13th. It's all the guys that he has ahead of him who aren't that good.
That's the key.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the guys
like
ahead
the top 10 list had Kyler Murray on there, and I just don't understand the love for Kyler Murray.
So I have no idea how they decide how they pay radio hosts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I know how much they pay me, and you get an idea of what other people get paid.
Right.
But I have no idea, like, what defines what you pay a radio host. I don't even know what defines what you pay a football player, right? Like,
I don't really know what defines what pays anyone.
Right. But so what normally defines what you pay somebody
is their value.
But how do you come up with that?
Contributions, revenue that they bring in.
So does Ryan Tannehill bring in $29.5 million in revenue to the Titans?
I don't know how much revenue the Titans bring in.
But do you know how? Neither does he. But do you know how they came to that $29.5 million?
I do not.
It's your value associated with everybody else. That's how they judge it. It's like, well, wait a minute, hold up. How? You know why Josh Allen got $43.5 million? Because the last guy got 43. That's why. That's how you judge these things. So it's all about what everybody else is doing. So Keyshawn Johnson brought his list out on that Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin show. And I got to give that show some credit because I don't watch it, and I don't know anybody who does. But they somehow, some way got people talking about him. So I got to give them credit for this. People like started messaging me this morning on Twitter, and they were like, you got to talk about this today on the show. Like, you know, this top 10 list of Keyshawn's rankings. And I was like, wow, somebody does watch that show. So I have to give him credit for that. But Keyshawn's real rankings, and it's number 1 to Tannehill. Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Russell Wilson. First of all, Lamar Jackson ahead of Russell Wilson.
Yeah, no.
Josh Allen ahead of Russell Wilson.
I think that Russell Wilson is 4, Josh Allen 5. And then however you want to rank 1, 2, 3, you know exactly who I'm talking about. You
Sure.
can make an argument anyway.
Mahomes, Rodgers, Brady, Allen, Jackson, Russell Wilson, Dak Prescott, Matthew
Always
Stafford.
up there.
Justin Herbert. Boy, I tell you what, if Herbert bombs out this year, like if he has a Baker Mayfield year, they're going to dump on him just like they dumped on
People
Baker
sure are wowed by what they've seen by Justin Herbert so far.
Matt Ryan, Cam Newton, Ryan Tannehill. Now, Cam Newton stinks. Like, I mean,
Cam
he
Newton
legitimately stinks. I think at this point, Tannehill's past Matt Ryan. I think Tannehill's done more than Herbert to this point in his career.
He's done more than Cam Newton.
I think Carr has had meaningless years. Joe was defending Matthew Stafford today. I mean, I think you got to win some games. Like, I think at quarterback.
I think he was also in a really bad situation in Detroit. I think that he did better in Detroit than a lot of other people could do.
Everybody says that, well, he's thrown for 18 billion yards. And this is Stafford, but it's all these other guys that throw for a lot of yards too. Yards do not impress me. Like, yards don't impress me. It's like people and their wealth. Like, things you own doesn't impress me. You drive a nice car, doesn't impress me. You have a good retirement account, that impresses me. Like,
so what is the retirement account equivalent for NFL quarterbacks?
See, that's tough because I don't really know what defines it. I mean, I don't think there's one stat with a quarterback. If there was, it'd be very easy. But I don't think there's one stat that defines greatness. You know, whether it's yards, touchdowns, wins, which I do think is a quarterback stat, wins, touchdown to interceptions, which a lot of people like to go by. Tannehill is a monster when it comes to touchdowns versus interceptions, quarterback rating. I mean, he's like his 2 years of the Titans are like the highest rated since Joe Montana. But I just think Keyshawn just kind of crapped all over Ryan Tannehill. Here was his explanation this morning on ESPN Radio's Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin.
Number 11, Matty Ice. Veteran player that I think a lot of teams would love to have at the quarterback spot. Now, here's a spot for me. Number 12. Based on everything that the New England Patriots have done, I believe Cam Newton is going to have major success both on the ground and in the air because they are making and putting an emphasis in to being successful in New England. He'll be the starting quarterback. And now I get to Ryan Tannehill.
13.
But that's just my money. Doesn't mean I'm right. But look, in the end, I'll take Ryan Tannehill. He's a hell of a quarterback. There's no question about it. But I don't think that any quarterback or any team right there from 1 to 12 would trade their quarterback for Ryan Tannehill. Lamar Jackson ain't going nowhere. Russell Wilson, Dak Prescott, Matthew Stafford.
No.
Come on.
So here's where I disagree with this. The Titans chose Ryan Tannehill over Tom Brady.
But that doesn't make Ryan Tannehill a better quarterback.
You don't think right now the Dallas Cowboys, if you gave Jerry the option, would not trade Dak Prescott for Ryan Tannehill?
Well, with Dak's medical things going on,
it's all part of it.
It very well could be.
It's all part of it. If you had the open ability to trade, Bill Belichick might not even start Cam Newton this year. You're not telling me he wouldn't take Ryan Tannehill? I was convinced that the 3 teams that I had to worry about for Tannehill, when Tannehill was going to go to market, the 3 teams I thought that would have interest in Tannehill, I thought the Raiders would have interest in Tannehill. They'd dump on Carr, they'd pick up Tannehill. Because when Gruden would talk about him, I think there's 2 things. There's when a coach talks about somebody and it's just complimentary because, oh, yeah, he's a great football player. He's been a great football player in this
guy,
league
does
for a
good
long
things for the
time
league.
and has just always been a guy that we've had a lot of respect for. I think there's that, and then I think there's Gruden. Oh, man, I tell you, that Tannehill, man, I tell you what, he gets up there, that line of scrimmage, he sees what you're in. If he doesn't like it, he checks out, hands the ball, that big old beast back there, and I tell you what, man, I don't know what. Like, when they played the Raiders a couple years ago, Tannehill threw for 4 touchdowns, like 398, and the biggest play was he got intercepted on a ball that got tipped at the line, and then he went and laid the guy out. And Gruden was just beside himself talking about Tannehill. I think Gruden would dump on Carr today, in order to get Tannehill.
I would.
I think Belichick, that was another team that I was worried about when Tannehill was about to hit free agency. I was worried about the Patriots moving on from Brady, bringing in Tannehill. I think that Tannehill can do some very similar things. Check at the line. He's a veteran quarterback. He's responsible. The ball comes out quick. I was worried about Belichick. Belichick kept talking about it. Floyd told me that he evaluated Tannehill coming out of A&M, always liked him. Belichick kept saying the same things about, I always liked him when he was in Miami. And with Bill, you don't know if he's telling the truth or not. But he was like, Tannehill's always been a good quarterback. I always thought that when he was at Miami. And I think there's something to that. Like, I think Bill looked at Tannehill and has probably seen every game Tannehill's ever played because of all the years in Miami and all the tape Belichick's watched. And I think Belichick probably thought, there's something there with this guy. And so I think Belichick would trade Cam Newton in a heartbeat Cam's done. So he would trade him in a heartbeat for Tannehill. I think Arthur Smith would take Tannehill right now over Matt Ryan. Other than that, I think you can make the argument the Ravens, the way they're set up, would rather have Lamar Jackson than Tannehill.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not, getting carried away with Tannehill here, but I thought that Keyshawn was hating on Tannehill today. And when they make the list 1 through Tannehill, I'm like, okay, they're doing this to make this about Tannehill. Because we've talked in the past about Keyshawn and Tannehill, and it doesn't seem personal. Like, it doesn't seem like Mike Milbury and PK Subban, but it does seem like it's something. What do you make of Keyshawn's list and Tannehill at 13? And, more importantly, the bums ahead of Tannehill.
I think that's my biggest takeaway is who he puts above Tannehill and the reasoning for it. Because if you want to say that Tannehill, let's say 10 to make it easy, if you want to say he's the 10th best quarterback in the league and you are able to support why you put him behind who you put him behind and why you put him ahead of who you put him ahead, I'm totally cool with that. If you want to make your argument and it's a valid argument based on stats, based off of what you've seen, I can totally buy that. You cannot tell me that Derek Carr is a better quarterback than Ryan Tannehill. Is he a product of the team that he is placed on? Maybe. If he was placed on the Titans, could he be a better quarterback?
Well, Fitz thinks Derek Carr wins the Super Bowl if he's quarterback of the Titans.
Well, Fitz also has the Raiders logo tattooed on his body.
Yeah, but see, that's him saying that the Raiders are the problem.
Yes.
So it's the opposite of what you're saying.
But I think that he would have a more of appreciation for Derek Carr.
I mean, I think Carr is fine. I think I think the Raiders are a mess. But I would also
I don't think he's a bad
quarterback.
But I don't think he's better than Ryan Tannehill.
I think Carr is afraid to take shots.
For example, you mentioned touchdowns to interceptions. Derek Carr threw 27 touchdown passes, 9 interceptions, as opposed to Ryan Tannehill, who threw 33 touchdown passes, 7 interceptions. So if you're just going to go based off of that stat alone, which I think that's fair, versus, completion percentages or yards thrown throughout the season, I think that's a pretty fair assumption of how a quarterback performed in a certain season. Ryan Tannehill there had a better season than Derek Carr last year. And I looked at 2020, didn't look further back. But Derek Carr, for example, Kyler Murray is always going to be ranked on those top 10 quarterback lists, and I don't understand why.
I mean, can we just talk about the absurdity of Cam Newton in that?
Cam Newton.
Are we
going to ignore what Cam Newton has been for the past 3 years in the league?
Yeah, Cam's done.
Cam is done. He threw for 8 touchdown passes and 10 interceptions last year. Give me a break.
615-737-1025. Corey Curtis, News 2, on the field at Mercedes-Benz Dome. Had some interesting things to say. We'll get to that coming up next. Stillman and Company right here, ESPN 1025 The Game. Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. I love those guys. I absolutely love them. Did you know that it is grillin' and chillin' season? That's right. My friends at Hiller want to take care of you this summer, but you've got to call now and become a Hiller customer like me in order to get in on it. Get your free grilling must-haves when you make home improvements, like a free Yeti Tundra cooler with the purchase of a new tankless water heater, a free Traegerwood pellet grill with the purchase of a new whole home generator, a free Traegerwood pellet grill with the purchase of select new HVAC systems. My friends at Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical guarantee their work with the happy you'll be or the services free guarantee. That's right. These deals are only happening in July, so customers have to call as soon as possible. That's Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. My guys, Hiller, proud supporters of the Nashville Predators and the Tennessee Volunteers. Hiller, call the Happy Face Truck today. Less than 30 minutes until we kick the ball off on the 2021 Titans season as they get set to take on the Atlanta Falcons preseason game number 1. News 2 will have the call. Dan Hellie, Charles Davis, and of course our friend Corey Curtis. We caught up with Corey Curtis earlier today. But first, let me give you an opportunity to win a 4-pack of tickets to PBR's Ariat Music City Knockout at Bridgestone Arena on Sunday, August 22nd, and qualify for an elite seat upgrade, which includes a pair of tickets closest to the chutes, early check-in, and meet and greet with PBR talent. Be caller 5 at 615-737-1025, and those tickets will be yours. How much will the starters play tonight? Who will be out there? That's what we started with Corey Curtis on earlier today as we caught up with him on the field at the Mercedes-Benz Dome.
Weaver, until you put when you play defense like that, until you put the pads on and start hitting people, it's hard to tell how big of an impact a guy like that can be. So it's time to turn them loose and see what they got. And you're right. You know, when you have a first-round pick like Isaiah Wilson last year, and your whole draft contributes absolutely nothing to your season, the pressure is on this year to see some results from those guys.
What do you think of Logan Woodside's game today? We were discussing this earlier, and I look at the backup quarterback position. It's one thing when you're a third stringer who might be on the practice squad. You go out there, you take some snaps, whatever. You are one snap away from being the starting quarterback of the Tennessee Titans now, and we know it's a possibility because he was the backup last year. I like what I've seen from Logan in camp. I think Vrabel trusts him. But how big is tonight for him from a confidence standpoint and from a confidence of everybody else that he could do this if he has to?
Well, Jared, I think more than anything, he needs to play football. I mean, there was no preseason for him last year either. So he didn't play. I mean, he basically sat out last year. He practiced all last year. It was just like he was on the practice squad last season. So he needs game experience. Now, it's not the best situation for him with the guys that they're going to have up front, and he's not throwing to A.J. or Julio, but he needs the playing time. And so I think it is hugely important for him. You know, I would anticipate him playing at least the whole first half, considering Matt Barkley just got here. But I think that these are big minutes for him because he just frankly hasn't played.
if he doesn't play well, do you think that Barkley has a chance to take that job, or do you think the Titans start looking elsewhere, knowing that you got 2 more preseason games to go before you would need whoever you bring in to be ready to play in case something happens to Tannehill?
Yeah, I don't know if I would call it his job to lose, but he's the incumbent, and Barkley got brought in late. So I think it's kind of safe to call it that, but that doesn't mean he can't lose it. I mean, if he comes out here and struggles and Matt Barkley comes in and plays well, then maybe we do have a competition. I mean, Matt Barkley, look, his numbers are not great for his career, 11 and 22 touchdown to interception ratio, but he's been around the block, and he's a big guy, so he's got some things to offer, and we'll see if that makes it interesting. The other thing to keep your eye on is we've all been excited about the number of turnovers the defense has created in camp, but that means the offense is turning it over. You know, does he take care of the football tonight? Does Matt Barkley take care of the football tonight? Because I got a lot of people telling me these turnovers don't matter. To me, they do. I want to see what happens out there.
Mm-hmm. What do we know about what Arthur Smith and Dean Pease are going to do tonight as far as starters are concerned and playing time and things like that? Because, Corey, it's going to be hard for me to judge what Logan Woodside does throwing the ball to Chester Rogers and Marcus Johnson, and if they're going up against the starting Falcons defense, whereas if they're playing a bunch of backups as well, then I think it's probably easier to evaluate. What do you know on that front?
Well, listen, I'm at security right now because for some reason the gate was closed. And it's just opened up. And I was fortunate enough, DJ Shockley, who's on the Falcons broadcast, walked up, former Georgia quarterback, and I was telling him not to expect a lot of Titan starters, and he said, yeah, I wouldn't expect any Falcon starters. So from judging by what DJ Shockley said, I don't think we'll see a lot of Arthur Smith's first teamers out there, and if we do, not for very long.
Mm-hmm. What's kind of the theme of the broadcast? Corey Curtis, News 2 with us. He'll be on the sidelines tonight. Charles Davis, Dan Hellie in the booth. By the way, congratulations on getting back to doing the preseason because you guys didn't do that last year. Kind of what is the theme of the broadcast that you guys have discussed, not knowing where this game is going to go, but perhaps having an idea?
Well, you know, I think it is about some of those players who need to play in this game that we talked about. But I think another theme we're going to hit on pretty heavily is the changing coordinators. You know, that you've got a new coordinator on the offensive side. And, yes, Shane Bowen is back, but the impact of actually getting the named defensive coordinator, that will be a part of the broadcast as well. You know, some of the things we've heard, and, you know, Charles Davis has a wealth of experience to fall back on as a player as well. So we'll talk about the coaching situation and some of those newcomers.
So Charles Davis has done this in the past. I'm sure he'll be doing this. He's been to a couple training camp practices, but he does, and I got to give him credit for this. He throws it down to you a lot during the broadcast because he knows you're here. He knows you're at every practice. So when Charles throws it down to you tonight, you know, certain players you're looking at, which ones are going to kind of come to mind that you want to highlight and for fans to watch on the broadcast tonight?
You know, Charles is really, you know, great to me. He treats me with more respect than I could ever expect. I mean, I know what all three jobs are, and you know, like you said, he respects my experience and my time. And you know, because I mean, it would be easy for them to come down to me at the beginning of the game, come down to me for an injury update. I do my Vrabel halftime hit, and then I'm pretty much done. Because that's what a lot of sideline people do, right? We just don't see very much of them. But they do make it a point to make me a part of the show and to have my opinion matter from what I see, and I am greatly appreciative of that. And I also, you know, like I always say when I'm on your show, Jared, I got things that need to be said. And so it's nice to be able to say them sometimes.
Who are you going to be looking for, though, to highlight tonight?
You know, I need to see Dylan Radins. I need to see if he can continue to improve his play. And I'm really looking for those two wide receivers like you talked about earlier, Chester Rogers and Marcus Johnson. Can they take it from the practice field to the game field? That's the big thing.
So I don't want to tell the fans to turn their backs on the News 2 broadcast tonight when you're on, but when the kickers come out to kick, should I turn my back? Because I'm not sure either guy is going to be kicking for the Tennessee Titans. What I'm hearing is it's ultimately going to be Gostkowski. But
well, look, that wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But I do think Tucker McCann can still win this job. Okay, I think they've had Tucker McCann here for a full year. He's still here. He's clearly got a stronger leg than Sam Ficken. He's working with James Wilhoit now, and I know they like that relationship, and I know they like the work that they're getting from James. And, they've been working on some things in camp that may have led to a few of those misses. I think his make rate overall, when we're watching and we're not watching, is up close to 90%. And so, look, it very well could be Gostkowski. I totally get that. If he comes out here and struggles tonight, it's going to make that a whole lot easier. But if he comes out here and hits from 43 and hits from 39 and is 1-for-1 on PATs and hits 2 touchbacks, I think that's a big statement for Tucker McCann. So I think do not turn away from the kicking game, because I think it is one of the most important things we're going to see tonight.
Corey Curtis, News 2, is our guest. He'll be on the broadcast tonight. What do you think of, take injuries out of it? Knock on wood, no injuries. What would you consider a successful night tonight for the Titans?
Well, you said the first thing. You get out healthy and clean. Number 2, do the guys know what they look like they're doing? You know what I'm saying? I mean, how smooth is the operation? Because you don't have a lot of the starters out there, and I just don't know how much cohesiveness there's going to be. So if there's not a lot of penalties, if there's not a lot of delay of game, if there's not a lot of guys out of position, and they just play football, I can take that.
Fireball Hot Take Friday. You're going to be on the broadcast tonight. What's your hot take this week?
Well, my hot take is simply this, Jared. It's the preseason, and I know everybody has their opinions about the preseason, but I appreciate you saying that you're glad it's back. I am glad it's back because, again, I look for the other stuff. This is a chance to see guys play who don't normally play, and you kind of get an inkling of if they're worth it or not. And that leads me to the big thing. Every year somebody pops. Every year. Who's going to pop tonight? I'm very interested to see who pops tonight for the Tennessee Titans. Because, look, Des Fitzpatrick hadn't done anything. But what if he catches 5 balls and a touchdown tonight? What if that happens? That changes everything for him. And so I want to see if somebody pops.
Well, I've seen guys pop. Drew Bennett, John Simon pop right away. Were big parts of the Titans that season. Rob Baronis popped in a preseason game. Mariani, to your point. I remember a couple of years ago, Corey, you were doing the awful game at Pittsburgh, and the 2 guys that stood out, Robert Spillane, a linebacker we didn't think would make the team, and Anthony Ferkser, a tight end we didn't think would make the team. Neither guy, I think, made the team. Now, they were on it at some point and whatever. But now Spillane's a starter in Pittsburgh, and Ferkser's the starter here.
Yep, absolutely. And that's why I say, if you're watching for wins and losses and touchdowns, you're watching for the wrong reason.
By the way, I'm going to throw this out there. I heard Joe Rexroad-Aquina today predict that his son, Nicholas, would have a touchdown. Nick Westbrook-Aquina would have a touchdown tonight. I'm going to throw one out there, Corey, of someone I think's catching a touchdown tonight. You ready for this?
Sure.
Mason Kinsey. Give me Mason Kinsey for a touchdown tonight, Corey.
He could score a touchdown in the return game as well. He's going to have 2 opportunities for you. It'll be interesting to see what the connection is. He's a guy that people like, so I wouldn't go against it. A guy that I'm looking for, because we haven't talked about it at all, is Mekhi Sargent, the kid from Iowa, and he's going to get a look there in both of the second half, I think. So, if he breaks one off, he could have people talking.
I don't even know who that is, and I've been to 12 practices.
There you go, backup running back.
Corey Curtis, News 2, as always. He will be on the sidelines tonight. And, of course, News 2 will have great coverage immediately following the game as well. Corey Curtis, appreciate you, Corey. Get back to the Dome.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving golfers since 1968.
From the Fox 17 News Code Red Weather Center.
I'm meteorologist Greg Bobis. Overnight tonight, temperatures low to middle 70s. A few isolated showers and storms to begin the night. Those die down after midnight. Your Saturday highs in the upper 80s. Heat index values middle 90s and a few late day showers and thunderstorms.
This weather report brought to you by Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
The professional bull riders return. Bigger, badder, bolder. For an all-new 2021 season. Join us for the PBR Area Music City Knockouts, presented by Cooper Tires. August 21st and 22nd at Bridgestone Arena. Tickets start at $20. Get yours today at PBR.com and Ticketmaster.com. And find out what it means to be cowboy. Stop by any participating Twice Daily location for a 20% off ticket discount code.
Hey everybody, Robbie Stanley here, and I want to tell you about my good friends at Spring Hill Heating and Cooling. They're locally owned and operated, and right now they're running a great tune-up special for one system for only $55. You heard that.
Caroline and I going at battle. We got a big football game tonight. Caroline got the White Sox. I had the Yankees yesterday and Caroline's. And I felt so good when Giancarlo Stanton hit that home run for me. But how about Joe Flacco and my Philadelphia Eagles taking the money line over your Steelers? And we both had the Patriots in that one. So it is time as we sit right now. 2-game discrepancy. Can you make it up with 4 to go?
I think I'll be just fine.
Time for Caroline's.
Get in on the action. Put the money on the mahogany. What's on tap on the sports books? It's time to break it all down with Caroline's. Here on Stillman and Company.
On ESPN.
1025 The Game and the Game Nashville app.
Well, first and foremost, the Steelers did win last night.
The Steelers won?
Yeah, 24-16.
I turned it off like it was over.
Yeah, well, you
It's a
could have
one-game
turned
difference.
the White Sox-Yankees game off last
Then
night,
it was
but
a one-game difference. Darn. All right, go for
easy
it.
there. All right, so first and foremost, we have Phillies and Reds tonight. Give me the Phillies on the money line, minus 190. So the Phillies are 33-13 in 46 games, home games against the Reds. The Phillies are 12-2 in their last 14 series home openers against the Reds. So the past would tell me the Phillies just dominate the Reds in game 1 of their series. But the Phillies are throwing out Zach Wheeler on the mound now that Jacob deGrom is hurt. He's the National League Cy Young favorite. He is 10-6 on the season with a 2.42 ERA, 6th best in the league. Tyler Mahle out on the mound for the Reds, 9-3 on the season, 3.78 ERA. Nothing to bat at, but I feel good about the Phillies tonight.
I'll take the Reds. What's next?
All right, we got Bills Lions. Give me Bills -1, -110. The Bills definitely have a better starting roster, but that doesn't necessarily really matter. The Bills have more depth. Their backup quarterback is Mitch Trubisky, who obviously wasn't great in Chicago, but has way more NFL experience as opposed to David Blau. 1-9 he's in games he has featured in. Tim Boyle behind him, who has never thrown a pass in the NFL. Dan Campbell in his first year as head coach. Bills last year went 4-0 in the preseason. Lions went 0-4, so give me the Bills -1.
There was no preseason last year.
Or 2 years ago. Last preseason.
I'm going to take the Lions +1. If there's anyone who can get fired up for a preseason game, it's the coach of the Lions. What's next?
We got Bears, Dolphins. Give me the Bears -3, 4.
You're just taking the better teams. Like the teams that are better, like in the NFL, like regular season, you're just taking the better teams.
Well, you think the Bears are like a significantly better team than the Dolphins? I would say this year the Dolphins would be better than the Bears.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I have to take the Bears here because the Bears are going to have quarterbacks that are actually...
The Bears have Justin Fields.
Yeah, like they have actual NFL quarterbacks.
Yeah, so why would I not take the Bears?
So, because like, Tua's going to start. He may play 5 seconds. Brissett will play a little bit, and then he's out.
Yeah.
But the third stringer in Chicago is Nick Foles. So... I mean,
you're dealing with Justin
too.
Fields, you're dealing with Andy Dalton, you're dealing with Nick Foles. So why would I not pick the Bears?
Titans and Falcons. The Falcons are a 1-point favorite. I am taking the Falcons tonight.
Then I will take the Titans.
Why?
Give me a win for the home team.
I'm going to take the Falcons. I think the Falcons tonight. I just think that they care more because they're at home.
It's their thing.
That's going to do it for us. We are out of here. Money line coming up next. We got the preseason tonight as well. Cowboys and Cardinals at 8:30 tonight. You can catch that right here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Everybody enjoy the Titans game tonight. That's going to do it for us. We are out of here. We are back Monday at